football modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Central Defender as the core of the attack. Pushing the door open and entering the hall, I found Talo Sitang, a British man with a silly smile on his face, sitting on the sofa drinking coffee. My parents got a small bench from someone who knows where. They were sitting in the middle of the living room choosing beans. And there was a very pretty girl beside him, and the three of them were talking and laughing together. As soon as he saw Laoli walking in, Talo Sitang quickly stood up from the sofa and smiled at Lee Tongfan. The delicate girl Pianzi also wiped her hands quickly, like a young wife who saw her husband come home. Laoli took the windbreaker and bag in his hands, hung them on the hangers with both hands and feet, and finally shouted, "Mr. Lee, Leo." Lee was confused. He felt like he had walked into someone else's home. Mom Hifeng was not happy at first glance. "Silly boy, what are you doing standing around? Do you really want Yue to serve you? Come here and choose the vegetables, and I will turn on the stove for you later, Lee." Tongfan chuckled, said hello to Talo Sitang, took the bench handed over by the girl named Yue, and sat next to his mother to choose vegetables. Ever since he went to college, the family has been sitting together happily like this. It was the first time today that we spent time choosing food and chatting. Seeing his parents smiling, Laoli felt warm in his heart. After chatting for a while, I found out that this pretty girl turned out to be the translator hired by Talo Sitang. Her name was Chu Yue. She was a sophomore international student at the School of Nursing and Physiotherapy at the Complutense University in Madrid. She was proficient in English. She speaks German and Spanish, and coincidentally, the little girl is also from Gansu, and is half a fellow villager with Li Tongfan's family. Talo Sitang came very early with the little girl. Dad Li Ying and Mother Hifeng were very happy. They followed Chu Yue for a walk. Not only did they find the supermarket successfully, but they also bought a lot of fresh food. Vegetables. It seems that I will have a good meal tonight. Seeing that his parents were very satisfied with the little girl Chu Yue. After dinner, Lee Tongfan immediately decided to officially hire this family translator. Laoli's request was very simple. "I will stay with the elderly for at least 4 hours a day, and the weekly salary is 2,000 euros. If something urgent happens, you can ask for leave in advance without deducting your salary." When Chu Yue heard this, her rosy little mouth opened into an O shape, with a look of disbelief on her face. So many. At 2200 hours on the evening of January 18th, the second leg of the 5th round of the Spanish Cup, Atletico Calderon Stadium, in the 38th minute of the first half, the stadium once again erupted with huge cheers. In the stands, that can accommodate 54,851 fans, the red and white Atletico Madrid flags waved into a sea of joy. Atletico Madrid's team anthem resounded in the night sky of the Calderon Stadium, and the passionate roar of the on-site commentator was transmitted through the electronic sound system to every corner of the stadium. "It's him, it's him, it's him again. Our captain, Fernando Torres, once again scored Real Madrid's goal. Cheer, guys, for the captain, for Atletico Madrid, cheer." In response to the commentator's incitement, there was a tsunami of applause from more than 30,000 Atletico Madrid fans, and boos from more than 20,000 Real Madrid fans! 2:0! The camera was focused on the electronic scoreboard above the stadium, and the bright red Arabic numerals told every audience in front of the TV that the undefeated Madman Lee and his Real Madrid were behind. This is a scene that no one expected before the game. On the TV, Duan Zuan, the star of CCTV5, is using a melancholy baritone to analyze the current situation to all the fans who stay up late to watch football. Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. Atletico Madrid took a 2-goal lead at home. Torres, nicknamed El Nino by Spanish fans, broke out. Atletico Madrid's youngest captain stood up when the team needed it most. He came out and kicked with his head and kicked before the first half was over, giving the home team a 2-goal advantage. In this case, the total score in the 2 rounds between the two sides is 2:1. If Real Madrid fails to score, they will be eliminated. Although, the fans are already eager to travel back in time to the Calderon Stadium to cheer for their rivals. Duan Zuan's magnetic voice is still unhurried. For Lee Tongfan, it is really difficult for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. Ronaldo, Beckham and Guti, the three absolute main players, suddenly contracted a cold less than 24 hours after the start of the game. Lee Tongfan had to remove them from the starting lineup after withdrawing from the midfield without the interception and dispatching of Beckham and Golden Wolf Guti in the midfield. Real Madrid's offensive threat was reduced by more than half. Although the newly joined Brazilian midfielder scored in the last game my first goal in La Liga, but I don't have enough tacit understanding with my teammates. The celebration of Atletico Madrid players continues. Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines, looking at the high-spirited tours, and he had to admire in his heart that this guy is indeed a pervert. Looking at the system simulation, he could only see a small dot pushing the football all the way and sending it into the goal. But in reality, look again, these two goals were indeed wonderful. At this moment, Leoli even had the idea of bringing this young center known as El Nino to Real Madrid. Fernando Torres, like El Nino, brings disaster to his opponents. The process of the game was exactly the same as the last time Leoli used FM 2007 to predict the results. For Lee Tongfan, he must score 5 goals from Atletico Madrid in the second half and ensure that he does not concede any more goals in order to complete the system task. A giz contempt. Referee Barrios whistle blows and the game continues. The Hammers of Real Madrid were angered by Torres' 2 goals, especially Diego. This talented player who went through many hardships to join the Giants finally met a head coach who was willing to entrust him with a heavy responsibility. He wanted to be in front of someone. The mood to prove one's own strength is as urgent as a cat seeing a fish, trying every means to get a goal back at halftime. It's a pity that Brazilians must have never heard of China's famous saying, haste makes waste, too much personal ball control and dribbling, and too many hasty shots. Instead of posing a threat to Atletico Madrid's goalkeeper Franco, instead repeatedly gave the ball to the opponent easily. Seeing this, Leoli shook his head on the sidelines. This was not a normal Diego, not the Diego he wanted to be all-powerful on the court. With both Guti and Beckham unable to play, Crazy Lee voted for the newly joined 21-year-old midfielder Diego. But now it seems that Real Madrid's winter transfer target has performed well. It's not good. Some media have already listed Diego as one of the top 10 parallel import candidates this season. It's not unreasonable, until the end of injury time. The score on the field was still a dazzling 2:0! Come on. At 47 minutes and 59 seconds, Judge Barrios in black blew the whistle to end the first half. The Calderon Stadium erupted in huge cheers. Atletico Madrid fans were in disbelief at the first half of the game. There were less than 60 minutes left to break Crazy Lee's myth of victory. Real Madrid dressing room. The Hammers all looked at Lee Tongfan, who walked into the locker room chatting and laughing with assistant coach Grad, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this guy didn't get angry, everything would be fine. Hey, gentlemen. Leoli stood in front of the tactical board and smiled strangely. You performed so wonderfully. In fact, I originally wanted to take you all off to rest in the 38th minute, but Leo Ja reminded me they said there weren't that many people on the bench, and only 3 substitutions were allowed in a game, so I hesitated for a few minutes. Unfortunately, I didn't think clearly about which of you guys should be substituted to rest first. The game was over. I asked you apologize. Suck. The Hammers discovered that they had guessed wrong. It turned out that the leader who was not angry was more abusive than the angry leader. They were all hurt by Leoli and almost poked their heads into their crotches. The volcano finally erupted. I'm very angry. What kind of bastards are you playing? Leoli's spit flew, and the Hammers' faces were full of shame. This game was really bad. The continuous victories have made them lose. The feeling and method of playing in adversity. Lee Tongfan's roar echoed in the locker room. You are facing Atletico Madrid? Do you know what Atletico Madrid is? If you don't know, go back and take a good look at the team history and Real Madrid's, who are the mortal enemies for centuries. There was silence. Leoli realized that he might have scolded a little harshly. He took a sip of water and lowered his tone. In addition to the 30,000 Atletico Madrid fans, there are also 24,851 of our own supporters sitting in the stands. Everyone is waiting. Let you use a hearty victory to tell them that the €100 ticket in your hand was worth it. But in the last 45 minutes, you let the fans down. Fortunately, lucky guys, you still have 45 minutes. Minutes are waiting for you to atone for your sins. What I want to know is, are you willing to use your own feet to kick the shame back to the enemy, or are you willing to put your butt on the bench like a coward and watch the people booing you? Bastard celebrating victory, boss. None of us are cowards. Victory. We must use victory to scare those bastards who only know how to hiss, kick back the shame and pop their balls. Lee Tongfan took a look and said, okay, just use the law for this purpose. If you continue to use the law, it will lead to a civilian rebellion. Just waving a stick is not enough. Adding carrots and sticks is the best way. Hey, since you sincerely asked for it, then I will reluctantly give you another chance to win back honor and respect. Hey. Hey, the hammers all laughed. When the boss said this, it meant that the time for scolding was over. Changes. In the second half, Fabio, the team needs to strengthen its offense. So, the Italian bald man is indeed a veteran in football. Leoli knew what was going to happen as soon as he opened his mouth, so he behaved like a bachelor. Boss, I understand what you mean, as long as the team can win. Lee Tongfan nodded, knowing very well in his heart that, although Cannavaro said it very simply, it was definitely uncomfortable to be replaced at halftime in such a game, but the quality of a professional player still made him choose to sacrifice. He is the captain of a world championship team. Leoli walked up to Cannavaro, patted the bald handsome man on the shoulder, and turned around to arrange the tactics. Vicent, I need you to replace Fabio in the second half, but your position is not in the center defender, but here. As Lee Tongfan spoke, he drew a large circle on the tactical board, encircling the entire Atletico Madrid half. In the second half, Vicent will be the core of our offense. After everyone gets the ball, they must immediately leave the football to Vicent. Lee Tongfan was very sure, but the Hammers looked confused. Do they regard centre-back Vicent Kompany as the core of their offense? What tactic is this? The third update will be updated after it is coded. It is strongly recommended that swordsmen refresh the game around 10:30. After the B corner kick, another dirty tactic is about to be successful. Chapter 150 to the Ghost of Calderone Stadium. 15 minutes later, the second half of the game is about to begin. Before the whistle, Crazily really adjusted the team's lineup and tactics as expected by the experts during the halftime break. However, although people guessed the beginning, they did not guess the content. Amid the sound of more than 50,000 jaws dropping to the ground, Vicent Kompany replaced Cannavaro, and then stood confidently. Actually stood in the center position. Nonsense. Although people are used to Crazy Lee's various strange and inexplicable actions in the game, at this moment, they still can't help but secretly curse in their hearts with the tone of teaching a disobedient child. A lesson. Actually let a central defender who has not played a full game since joining the team play as a center forward. Is Atletico Madrid's defense line made of mud? The two king level forwards, the king of the small penalty area and the Lord of the Rings, both returned in defeat. So what about the rookie Kompany? At this moment, Atletico Madrid coach Agui did not hesitate to write his surprise on his face. The Mexican old man was not like the fans who only saw the surface. The myth of Madman Lee's undefeated victory was not in vain. Even Mourinho, a madman who won 6 championships in 3 years, was miraculously defeated by him at Stamford Bridge. Agui asked himself that he was not much better than the madman uncle, so he naturally did not dare to neglect him. Unfortunately, the Mexican grandfather racked his brains, but could not see what Madman Lee was trying to do, so he had to keep the same in the face of all changes. Force the black-clad Chief Justice Barrios blew the opening whistle and the game officially began. Agui stared at the situation on the field, trying to see what effect Vicent Kompany, a card that was played out of the routine, would have. After the game had been going on for 4 or 5 minutes, the Mexican uncle saw something. He was surprised to find that, although this black man who was over 1.9 meters tall was born as a central defender, his skills were quite good. He could stop the ball, dribble, pass the ball, and even shoot the ball as well as an ordinary forward. Coupled with his physical condition and excellent air retention ability, he was indeed a good candidate for a tactical centre forward. However, he was only a good candidate. The black man's shortcomings were also obvious. The Belgian, who was used to being a central defender, was in a mess in the front court. As a centre forward, the black man would occasionally run to the middle circle or even the backcourt to receive the ball. Although this practice disrupted Atletico Madrid's defense, it also messed up Real Madrid's offense and defense system. From the scene, the fluidity of the game has been messed up by Kompany's amateur running. The big black guy appeared in the penalty area of Atletico Madrid to receive the crosses from Modric and Real, and then appeared in the penalty area of Real Madrid to participate in the defense. He was like a stallion in estrus, with endless energy all over his body. What Agi couldn't understand was that the big black guy was messing around alone, but all the players of Real Madrid were fooling around with this stud. As long as Vicente Kompany was not in his own half, the first reaction of all Real Madrid players, after getting the ball, was to look up and find Kompany directly, even if there were obviously defensive players standing next to the big black guy. Generally speaking, such tactics are no different from seeking death. Under the thin defense of Real Madrid's 3 defenders, as long as Kompany makes a mistake and is seized by Atletico Madrid's players, the score on the field will be rewritten. However, this pseudo center forward who played in the second half not only has surprisingly good physical strength, but also has an extremely correct attitude towards the game. Once the ball is lost, he will immediately counter-grab it. After a while, he can always grab the ball back. Until the 60th minute of the game, the score has not changed. The score of 2-1 in the 2 rounds is not safe for Atletico Madrid. As long as Real Madrid scores another goal in the remaining 30 minutes, Atletico Madrid can be eliminated with this away goal. Therefore, the 2 sides are like 2 snipers fighting for life and death. They are the masters who will not release the eagle until they see the rabbit. Without absolute opportunities, they will never attack rashly. Of course, the stallion Kompany in estrus is an exception. After running all over the field for more than 20 minutes, the energy is still there. As everyone's physical strength declined, the situation began to gradually turn to Real Madrid. Wherever Kompany went, people and horses still fell, but more Atletico's horses fell, and more Atletico's people fell. The black big guy was like a football receiver. Wherever he ran, other players of Real Madrid would send the football there. Atletico's players slowly concentrated all their defensive centers on this pseudo center forward. As soon as the central defender saw Kompany appear near the penalty area, he immediately pressed close to defend. Agi watched from the sidelines and suddenly had a very bad premonition. Sure enough, when Diego, the front court organizer of Real Madrid, got the ball again, Kompany, like before, cooperated with his big buttocks to squeeze into Atletico's penalty area, while the 2 central defenders of Atletico worked together to happily resist the black big guy and push him out. Anyway, this kind of thing has happened countless times in the past 20 minutes, and one person really can't resist this black big guy. Kompany looked at it and thought, damn, you 2 uncles, come again. We can't afford to provoke, right? The big black guy started to retreat out of the penalty area. The 2 central defenders of Atletico Madrid obviously didn't know the saying don't chase a desperate enemy. As soon as they saw that the enemy was a wimp, they immediately chased him out of the penalty area. Anyway, Real Madrid's ball would be passed to the big black guy, so there was no need to worry about them hitting him from behind. In the eyes of normal people, this is a stupid approach. But after a long period of high-intensity confrontation, the players on the field are highly focused and will inevitably have an involuntary judgment fatigue and inertia, so the body will make some subconscious reactions as the situation changes. This subconscious reaction can sometimes make you a hero who can turn the tide, and sometimes it can make you a fool who foolishly jumps into a trap carefully designed by others. Tragically, for the 2 central defenders of Atletico Madrid, at this moment, their body instincts made them the latter. Diego did not give the ball to Kompany this time, but passed it to Van Nistelrooy, who was not guarded by a central defender in the penalty area. For the king of the small penalty area, the next thing is very simple. Only 2 words. Goal. Force. The referee whistled and pointed his finger at the center circle. 2:1. Real Madrid scored a goal. More than 20,000 Real Madrid fans were excited. This score was enough for the team to advance. Next, it depends on whether Real Madrid can turn defeat into victory. This is related to the undefeated myth of their rival Crazy Lee. As for Lee Tongfan, he had long forgotten the so-called undefeated at this moment. The sullen man is now waiting wholeheartedly for the team to continue to score 4 goals to complete the system task. His contempt. Facts have proved that, after passing the simulation of FM 2007, all the waiting does not take too long! 30 minutes later, the referee Bucero blew the whistle to end the game! 2:5! Not too much. Just 3 goals. Lee Tongfan burst into tears. The first system task was finally completed, and the 20 character points were also saved. On the contrary, all 54,851 fans in the Mexican grandfather Agui dropped their chins to the ground again. No one could understand why the big black guy lured the Atletico Madrid central defender out of the penalty area while running. Was there a flower carved on the big black guy's butt? Only Leoli understood that this was the legendary virtual offensive core tactic, setting up a virtual highly free offensive core, opening up the opponent's defensive system through blind receiving and irregular running, and then letting other offensive personnel take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in and attack. In theory, this is a theoretical tactic that makes full use of the computer's rigid intelligence. It is indeed very feasible in the game, but once it comes to reality, the players are all living people with their own thoughts, and will not make such stupid mistakes, so it is difficult to copy it into the real game. But FM 2007 still achieved everything perfectly. To some extent, this is a bug. The so-called virtual offensive core tactic is completely realized by using the system to modify the reality. If it is replaced by a head coach without FM 2007, it will never be possible to achieve this scene in a real game. So when the game was over, Lee Tongfan could not hide his excitement and ran to hug company, the hero. 54,852 pairs of eyes stared at Lee Tongfan as if they had seen a ghost, dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone felt that there seemed to be an invisible ghost in the sky above the Calderon Stadium, controlling the game with its giant hand, and the owner of this ghost was the madman Lee, who was hugging the black company on the lawn. In fact, before the game Lee Tongfan also had his own worries. The first worry was how to appease the 3 hammers who despised Ronaldo in reality and find a legitimate reason for them not to participate in the game. As a result, FM 2007 told Leoli with practical actions that you are over worrying. I have already kicked you out 24 hours before the game. The 3 hammers caught a strange cold. The second worry was the problem of realizing the core tactics of virtual offense in reality. As a result, FM 2007 modified the game with a force that outsiders could not understand. Turned Atletico's defenders into fools. Swordman, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened today. It's a mess. This chapter is $29.99, and I will charge $2,000 for it. I will add $1,000 more tomorrow as compensation. Chapter 153: The storm caused by virtual offensive core tactics. In the 5th round of the Copa del Rey, Real Madrid challenged Atletico Madrid in an away game. It caused a moderate storm in Spain and even the whole of Europe. The core of the dispute was that Crazy Lee replaced Belgian player Vicente Kompany in the second half. The tactics adopted after that, an inexplicable tactic, using a central defender to disrupt the opponent's defense, attract the opponent's attention, and then allow other offensive players to take advantage of the gaps to score goals, is a useless tactic from both an amateur and professional perspective. Modern football has long evolved to the point of strict discipline and clear division of labor. The 11 players are like parts on a machine that operates with high precision. Each person's division of labor and responsibilities are so fine that they can even be measured with a centimeter ruler. It is so highly professional. The operational process of transformation will not be disrupted by a simple disruptive tactic. Furthermore, with the development of professional football today, every player who is qualified to appear in La Liga has an extraordinary football IQ. If Crazy Lee uses such idiotic central defender tactics to disrupt the game, he should be beaten by the players on the field. It is common sense to see the intention easily, but this almost truth on the court was broken by a game at the Calderon Stadium on January 18th. Crazy Lee used such an almost childish tactic to break Atletico Madrid 5 times in 45 minutes or, judging from the game video, Atletico Madrid's 2 central defenders seemed to have been hypnotized. Time and time again, they foolishly followed the big black man out of their jobs, allowing the huge gap behind them to be blocked. Rules take advantage one after another. Match fixing. If the 2 warring parties were not centuries-old enemies of the Madrid region, everyone would not be able to help but wonder if the 2 sides were playing fake games. If it was really a match fixing, then La Liga would have a reputation as bad as Serie A, which had just ended the Calciopoli League. For this reason, the La Liga Disciplinary Committee even launched an investigation into the game despite protests from Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid. This was a somewhat inexplicable but world-famous investigation. 3 days later, the answer given by the disciplinary committee was a letter of apology. The final results showed that the game process and results were completely true, and there was no tacit understanding. The disciplinary committee issued a letter of apology to both parties. The club issued a written apology. This has pushed the curiosity of the outside world to its peak. Since it is not match fixing, why is it such a violation of the rules of football to qualify? The British Times reported an interesting news. In the just concluded English Championship, the head coach of the Dullington team, which was on the verge of relegation, imitated Crazy Lee's central defender disruptive tactics. The result was that the team lost 0 at home. 8 lost to Wolves, who were also stuck in the relegation quagmire. People desperately needed an answer, but Crazy Lee refused to answer any interview with reporters, and even his henchman Carlos Ruben didn't know the secret. The mystery surrounding Real Madrid's young Chinese coach is getting stronger and stronger. Just when this game was about to be included in the top 10 mysteries in football, an American stood up and explained it all from the most professional perspective. James Hargreaves, a professor of biological psychology at Harvard University, published an academic paper titled Superconditioned Reflexes on the Human Body's Inertial Judgment Under Mental Fatigue in the magazine Nature. How does the phenomenon of atavistic instinctive judgment, that is, superconditioned reflex, occur under highly confrontational mental pressure? Hargreaves specifically cited Crazy Lee's mysterious tactics as an example, believing that the young head coach actually used superconditioned reflex. He even praised Madman Lee in a roundabout way as a master of psychological tactics. As a result, all the head coaches in European football knew the term hyperconditioned reflex overnight. However, due to the example of Dullington's disastrous defeat in the English Championship, no head coach was willing to imitate the Madman Lee Dochang, central defender, to disrupt the situation. Tactics. People's general view is, in that game, Crazy Lee was forced to make this move, and he was lucky enough to succeed. With the explanation from professionals, all the mysteries disappeared. The only beneficiary of this storm of controversy was Crazy Lee, because this guy has transformed into a master of psychological tactics in the eyes of fans, and another pig's foot halo has been placed on Lee Tongfan on the big head. However, the changes in the outside world could not affect the debauched heart of a certain sultry man, because as soon as the game ended that night, Lee Tongfan stumbled back to the bedroom of the single family villa and opened the four-handed IBM T30. I'm eager to know what kind of random rewards there will be after completing the system task. A giz contempt. After all, this is a big task worth 20 character points. Click on the icon of FM 2007 to run the system. Read the archive, and all the answers will be revealed. A certain sultry man seems to have seen the 2 dots of the mission reward of this mysterious and peerless beauty through the veil, and his eyes are red. Come on, ding dong. You led Real Madrid to defeat Atletico Madrid. The system will reward you with 2 character points. Ding dong. You defeated, intercontinental level, head coach Agi, who is ranked 20th in the system's head coach rankings, and gained 1 ability point. Ding dong. The system reminds you that you still have 2 ability points that have not been allocated. Warning, if the accumulated ability points exceed 3 points that have not been allocated, the system will automatically clear them. Although, They were all reminders of Leoli's games from the game. The sultry man impatiently clicked on these reminder boxes one by one to clear them without even looking at them. He was indeed a guy who liked new things and disliked old things. Until the last reminder box, Leoli finally found what he wanted. Ding dong. Congratulations, Clearly Tongfan. You have successfully completed the system task, a Giz Contempt, and you will get the system's random reward, Freedom Points, 2 points. What? It's not 1000 points of character points, nor is it 10,000 points of ability points. What are freedom points? Another new term. Li Tongfan was very upset to find that the rewards of the system tasks were not what he imagined. The reward given by a Giz Contempt, which was guaranteed by 20 points of character points, was only 2 points. However, looking at the name of the new points, it is very cool. Freedom. I wonder to what extent I can be free. Click on free points to get a detailed explanation of the function. There is only one simple sentence. Every time you consume a point, you can kill the opponent's goal or increase your own goal. There is no upper limit to the accumulation of points. Li Tongfan was stunned, and then he was instantly ecstatic. The ability of free points is too amazing. Freely killing the opponent's goal, or increasing your own goal. Isn't this the goal that a high quality idle head coach who will carry out the vulgarity to the end pursues? Rich. Free points. Who will be the first to be operated on? Rich Kids Barcelona, or Mourinho's Chelsea. After advancing to the 5th round of the King's Cup, Real Madrid will face Mallorca at home on January 21st. It is worth mentioning that Crazy Lee's 30-game winning streak myth started by stepping on Mallorca's corpse in the first round of the La Liga. Although Real Madrid won a big victory with a score of 6-0, a dispute was caused by Mallorca fans holding up slogans insulting the Chinese, which led to Crazy Lee frantically provoking fans to celebrate during the game, causing a huge storm after the game. Crazy Lee himself was fined a huge amount of 44,000 euros by the Spanish Football Association, and Mallorca club also paid a heavy price of being banned from playing at home for 3 rounds. The seeds of hatred have long been planted, waiting to take root and sprout. For Li Tongfan, this was an especially unforgettable experience. The huge picture of Chinese people kneeling down, and the insulting slogan "Chinese, kneel down" by Mallorca fans, even after more than 160 days and nights, still deeply hurt Leoli's heart and blood like a thorn soaked in poison. The game at the Bernabeu will be another once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for revenge. A few days before the game, the conflict really broke out. The radical Mallorca fan club Knights of Glory never mentioned the insulting slogans, and once again attacked Crazy Lee for his ugly behavior of disrespecting Mallorca fans, vowing to make Crazy Lee, the yellow monkey, look good on the match day at the Bernabeu. Knights of Glory is a group of typical Spanish football hooligans, entrenched in Mallorca, and a cancer that everyone in La Liga is afraid of. This shameless move angered Crazy Lee's fanatical fans. Madrid fans not only held a protest march of 10,000 people in the municipal square, demanding that the La Liga disciplinary committee sanction racial discrimination, but also made a bloody response on the website. As long as you dare to come to Madrid, let the so-called Knights of Glory become a pile of shit. Crazy Lee responded by leaving a light-hearted sentence in his column specialized for all kinds of dissatisfaction. Shit Knights. Prepare heart disease medicine and stretchers, and welcome the largest defeat in the history of your team. National hatred and family hatred added together. Leoli was really ruthless this time. Even if it consumed 20 or 30 personal points, he must let the bastards in Mallorca know why the flowers are so red, and why the spring is always full of purple and red. The storm intensified because the personal honor of a head coach triggered such intense fans confrontation, which was the first time in the history of La Liga. Some experts and beasts jumped out to accuse Crazy Lee, as a public figure, of adding fuel to the fire in his column. Leoli ignored such brainless remarks, and was soon buried in the ocean of public opinion by fans. Since the game was held in 3 days, and it was at home, Leoli took some time out of his busy schedule to pay attention to the development of Robinho and Juan Mata, who had already transferred away. In the Premier League, Juan Mata has participated in 5 Premier League games, starting in the first 3 games, and being a substitute. in the last 2 games, with 0 assists and 0 goals. His poor performance is a far cry from his majestic performance in Real Madrid. He has been labeled as a fake by more and more media. From 180 to 155, it is indeed a tragic regression. Robinho is much better. Under the training of Uncle Mourinho, he has gradually adapted to the strong confrontation style of the Premier League. The Devil Wings formed with Robin have made the 4-3-3 tactics of Uncle Madman reappear at Stamford Bridge, and Chelsea continues to lead the Premier League standings. The short blade of the priesthood is also called a knife by book friends. The single chapter of Aunt Xiaodao made my chrysanthemum, a rookie of Xiaodao, feel so cold. Swordsman, we have to fight for the chastity of chrysanthemums. Smash out the monthly tickets, and have a pure chrysanthemum defense battle. Chapter 154 The upcoming Devil 039's schedule. For matter, moving to Manchester United is a disaster. No matter how sharp-eyed Mr. Ferguson is, he will never know that in the hands of a certain sultry man, there is such a heaven-defying artifact as FM millimeters, which can actually ripen an 18-year-old skinny little bean sprout into a juicy wild mountain. Participation. So the Scottish old man suffered a complete tragedy in the transfer of Juan Mata, and he lost a lot of rice instead of stealing chicken. If he treats Mata as a future star, and slowly cultivates it in the youth training camp, with Juan Mata's high potential of 194, it is not impossible to eventually cultivate a superstar. It's a pity that from the very beginning, Sir Alex Ferguson introduced Mata as a main substitute who could replace Giggs and other veteran players on the court. However, after playing a few games, he found that Mata's performance was not at all the way I looked at Real Madrid. I was immediately disappointed. As the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. For Mata, there is only one consequence of disappointing Mr. Ferguson, and that is that his life will be put on the coffee table. The transfer positioning is not accurate, and I don't know how many potential players have been ruined. If nothing happens, Juan Mata, the biggest discovery in European football in the 2006-07 season, will become the biggest joke when winter comes. Mata is like a chubby caterpillar. After experiencing the initial cuteness, he wraps himself in a thick cocoon and waits for the day he becomes a butterfly. On January 21st, Real Madrid faced Mallorca led by Manzano at home. For Mallorca, the past 6 months have definitely been an unbearable time to look back. Since being swept by Crazy Lee 6-0 in the first round of the league, the team's record has never been better. After 19 rounds, no matter how cunning the old fox Manzano of La Liga was, the team still encountered the embarrassment of ranking first in the standings with 14 points and 3 wins, 5 draws and 11 losses in 19 games. Land occupied a valuable relegation spot point. This may be the reason why Mallorca fans hate Crazy Lee so much. Foreigners are also very superstitious. Many people stubbornly believe that it was Crazy Lee who gave them a bad start, which led to the team's poor performance in subsequent games. A crab is not as good as a crab. On the day of the match, the Mallorca football hooligan club Knights of Glory, which had thousands of people, was intimidated by Madrid fans, and only about 100 brave men came. They gathered in the north stand of the Bernabeu, while the Real Madrid fans fully fulfilled their before the game even started. They swarmed in and beat these more than 100 brave knights into pig heads without mercy. Football hooligans get beaten. The cheers in the stands were like a surging tide, and the red fireworks released by the fanatical fans ignited the night sky at the Bernabeu. Fortunately, the declaration of war between the two sides was issued 2 or 3 days ago. The riot police who had been prepared swarmed over and blocked more than 100 people. The Knights of Glory and more than 20 Madrid fans were invited out of the stands and put on the bus to the police station for tea and chat. This farce caused a 5-minute delay in the start of the game. Unfortunately, the Knights of Glory did not bring glory to Mallorca, nor did the old fox Manzano's 4-3-2-1 defensive formation. In order to keep Mallorca's chastity under the ravages of the Real Madrid superstars, Lee Tongfan spent 8 character points and abnormally saved 4 times to get the result that was perfectly reproduced. After 90 minutes, the score was fixed at 8:0. The crazy alien Ronaldo scored 4 goals. The fat man's total number of personal league goals has reached 35, 7 goals more than the second-ranked Brazilian junior Rafael Sobis in the scorer list. The other two shooters Raul and Ruud van Nistelrooy each scored twice in the game. Crazy Lee fulfilled his promise. The 8:0 score was indeed the most disparate defeat since the establishment of the Mallorca team. Before that, Mallorca's most humiliating defeat was on February 7, 1988, 0:7 in an away game. Lost to Atletico Madrid. What makes Madrid people proud is that these two humiliations were actually bestowed by teams from the Madrid region. This revenge is so satisfying, perhaps because they are used to Real Madrid constantly playing big scores in the league. The Spanish media is not very interested in the results of the game. Everyone's attention is focused on the draw ceremony of the Copa del Rey semi-finals. Everyone wants to know who will be next. Who is the unlucky guy who is the ghost under the knife of Madman Lee? On the afternoon of January 22nd, the Copa del Rey revealed the results of the brutal match. People had to lament once again the amazing luck of Crazy Lee. Real Madrid's opponent in the semi-finals was the weakest Athletic Bilbao. Basically, a spot in the finals has been reserved in advance. On another field, Sevilla and Valencia will have to fight bloody battles for another promotion spot. According to the odds offered by the betting company, people are more optimistic about the Bat Legion, which is ranked third in the league standings. Playing in Valencia, the Andalusian team Sevilla is unlikely to win the UEFA Cup and European Super Cup double championships this season. After 19 league rounds, it is only ranked 10th. And it is difficult to guarantee qualifications for next season's European competition. For Real Madrid, the Real Devils schedule is coming. The league has entered the second half. From January 26th to the first month of February, Real Madrid will start a series of fierce battles with Barcelona, Valencia, dark horse Real Betis, and little dark horse Getafe. And on February 21st, the UEFA Champions League knockout round begins, and Real Madrid will go to Germany to challenge Werder Bremen. If Crazy Lee can continue the myth of undefeated victory in the next 8 games, then the rest of the season will be smooth for Real Madrid. The deadly month of February is coming. The 5 major leagues are gradually reaching their climax, and another free NEC battle has begun outside the stadium. The major sporting goods sponsors who have been eyeing Crazy Lee's golden signature, but are like a tiger eating the sky and unable to get its claws down. The businessmen finally found a breakthrough to solve the problem. The office building of Sparkling Red Star brokerage company is full of people coming and going every day. Advertising staff from big cheebles such as Astas, Nike, Coca-Cola, and Pepsi-Cola are looking for an endorsement contract. Almost breaking the threshold of Sparkling Red Star, Tolosi Tang and several staff members are now walking with joy. Although they are a little tired, as long as this situation of being respected and praised can continue. Even if you are exhausted, you can still be a cheerful and cheerful ghost, Lee. There are 365 companies, large and small, that have requested to sign endorsement contracts with you. 300 of them are from China and 65 are European companies. Nike and Asdas offer the most generous endorsement fees, followed by those from China. Leaning sporting goods Tolosi Tang handed the company list to Laoli and gave the most professional advice. I think it is best not to accept endorsement contracts from more than 10 companies at a time. On the one hand, shooting commercials will delay your time to manage the team. On the other hand, only in this way can you maintain your brand value. Although a large number of advertising contracts can bring you short-term economic benefits, they are not conducive to it in the long run. Lee Tongfan took the roster and scanned it up and down. When he saw the names of several manufacturers, he couldn't help but feel happy. His second uncle, even the man who sells Dali pills in Guangxi, came to ask the labor and management to be the spokesperson. Did the labor and management look like a macho man? There are also men's health products, men's underwear. Lee Tongfan couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body when he thought about how he looked coquettishly in front of the camera wearing only a pair of underwear. He quickly grabbed a pen and crossed out a number of manufacturers that were not suitable for children. Within 10 minutes, Lee Tongfan looked at the list of 365 companies and circled exactly 10 companies that he was satisfied with. Laoli held his chin in his hand and smiled lewdly. He remembered the classic crosstalk thieves company told by Anyukwon and Fengdang. Does this count as the legendary Leader's Circle review? Circle reading. What an awesome state. Well, why are there no Adidas or Nike? Lo Si-tang took over the list finally selected by Lee Tongfan and found that the list of companies Leo Lee circled did not include Adidas and Nike, the highest bidders. Startled, Lee, being an endorser for the world's most influential sporting goods company, has a great role in your personal promotion. Why, Lee? Tongfan smiled and waved to interrupt Tang's question and gave an incredible explanation. The prices of the products of these two broken companies are so high that when I was poor, I couldn't even afford a discount product. If you want me to endorse them, it's better to support domestic products. Lo Si-tang looked at the righteous and awe-inspiring expression that Lee Tongfan tried so hard to put on, and his whole body trembled. He suddenly remembered old Lee's usual mantra, I'm very vindictive. I thought it was just a joke before, but now it seems that crazy Lee sure enough, this is not an ordinary grudge. Thinking about how he had never sinned against this man before, Lo Si-tang finally felt a little relieved. He found an excuse and left quickly with the list, for fear that Leo Lee would find out something unpleasant and get a grudge. Lee Tongfan watched Lo Si-tang flee in confusion and suddenly realized that, since his trip to China, this British guy had become more and more interesting. Should he trust this guy? The 10 African Little Devils in the previously given list of signed players have all been signed under the name of Sparkling Red Star. Tang has passed this test. Well, the remaining 30 or so little monsters who were searched through the FM scouting tool must be dealt with quickly. After all, a sage said it well, pregnancy is like pregnancy. Sooner or later, people will notice it. However, with these pregnancies, if the talented little demons are spotted by other agencies and take action first, then the gain will outweigh the loss. Moreover, in 2 or 3 months, my brother Lee Tongfan's training course will be over and he can come back as soon as possible to take control of the business of Sparkling Red Star, so that there will be no tragedy like Juan Matter. With an insider like Lo Si-tang on the side, there shouldn't be anything wrong with qualifying. Lee Tongfan thought a lot, but in the end his thoughts couldn't help but return to the issue of his stay after the end of the season. Since the transfer of Robinho and Juan Matter, Lee Tongfan's idea of leaving Real Madrid was like the weeds after the early spring rain, grow longer and wilder, occupying the entire mind. Chapter 155, the final climax of the winter transfer market. The next day, the office of the head coach of the Madrid Sports City, when Majatovic knocked on the door and came in, Lee Tongfan was staring at a pile of information, as if he had encountered something very difficult, with a frown on his face. Sit down. Old Lee did not raise his head. I hope you come to me with good news. You know, I'm very busy. The transfer director was not dissatisfied with Lee Tongfan's cold tone at all, but smiled. Lee, I found a suitable young man for you. Definitely better than Robbie and Matter. I think he will be satisfied. Old Lee reached out and took the materials handed over by Majatovic with a nod and a bow, wondering in his heart which winger made Majatovic so confident. Better than Robbie and Matter? At least among the FM scouts, he had never found such a candidate. Ricardo Quaresma. When Lee Tongfan saw this name for the first time, he was stunned. It seemed a little familiar. After looking at the detailed information behind it, he finally remembered that this guy was really from a big family. This 23-year-old winger who debuted in the Portuguese giants Sporting Lisbon was indeed very popular in his early years. His popularity at that time was no less than that of Cristiano Ronaldo now. Quaresma is another young talent introduced to the world by Portugal, a football country that produces many wingers, after Figo and Simeo. Since 2001, the 18-year-old Quaresma has started to play as a main player in Sporting Lisbon. In 2003, Barcelona brought him from Portugal to Spain for £900. Unfortunately, this winger favored by countless experts lost himself in Camp Nou. He only scored 1 goal in 21 appearances throughout the season and had no assists. Such performance made the Catalan giants strongly demand a return after only 1 season. In the end, another giant in the motherland, Porto, accepted this lost lamb. As soon as Quaresma returned to Portugal, he was like a dragon returning to the sea, full of vitality, and quickly became the offensive core of the Porto team. In the first half of this season, he scored 8 goals and provided 10 assists for the team. Such a record is indeed a phenomenal level. In short, this little horse is also a person who has experienced hardships, but looking at his resume, a good man like Lee Tongfan has a desire to recruit him, but if he really wants to make a decision to introduce him, he has to see what FM 2007 says. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan was not polite to Mijatovic. Leave the information with me for the time being. Wait for the words. This behavior is no less than the careless words of Empress Dowager 6C. After meeting with her ministers, that's it today, kneel down and pay your respects. Mijatovic nodded with a full sense of servility. Dilly, you know that the winter transfer market is about to end. That, it's actually nothing. Just do what you say. After that, he bowed and left the office. The Serbians had no choice, because their future and destiny were in Lee's hands. After Mijatovic left, Lee Tongfan put Quaresma's information aside, took out the previous information from the drawer, and looked at it again. The more he looked, the tighter his brows frowned. Finally, he threw the information on the table with a dull look inside. The money is still not enough. It's really fucking hard to make money and spend money like diarrhea. On the table, the first page of the information was neatly written in Chinese with 4 words, Koala Plan. When Lee Tongfan came to the training ground, the hammers of the first team were warming up before training one by one. The cold weather in January made outdoor sports very dangerous. For professional players, warming up before training is essential. Diego and the newly joined Vicent company pushed each other's shoulders and whispered something in German. Roll. Guti and Casillas were stretching their legs while talking and laughing. The funny alien fat man and Roberto Carlos sneakily set up the football, then deliberately kicked Diego and company on the buttocks after aiming, and laughed triumphantly. This is a happy morning, boss. I think I should say thank you to you. A familiar voice came from behind. Old Lee turned around and found Ziobi standing behind him. His signature charming smile made Leoli a little jealous. Lee Tongfan knew what Ziobi was talking about. Only by experiencing the pain personally could he know that Ito Yun's acupuncture was not actually effective. Although internal force massage was effective, it would never make the ruptured tendon intact overnight. Although Ziobi didn't know why the miracle happened, there must be a factor of the boss. Ronaldo is the best example. Compared with Ito Yun, Beckham believes in Lee Tongfan more. Seeing that Beckham was serious, Leoli was moved and joked, "Handsome guy, don't thank me. How about lending me tens of millions for fun?" Beckham was very upset. Fortunately, the hammers in the first team had already adapted to the boss's occasional nervousness, otherwise they would have thought that the person standing in front of them was a gangster. Pa pa pa, a clear sound rang out in the training ground. The hammers looked up and found that the boss was standing in the center circle clapping his hands. They knew that the head coach had something to say, so they stopped warming up and gathered around. "Listen to me, guys. The next month will be a bit difficult for us," Lee Tongfan said with a serious face. "Barcelona, Valencia, Real Betis, and Werder Bremen. If you want to win all the championships, you can't lose a single game. Think about it, guys. How many times can you go through the whole season with a perfect record in your career?" Old Lee looked at the hammers, who were already a little excited, and continued to fan the flames. "Some people say that Real Madrid's victory has come to an end, and some people vowed to return the shame of the first round. I think they are talking nonsense. What about you?" "Same, boss. They are all talking nonsense." The hammer's blood is boiling. "Very good, we agree." Lee Tongfan clenched his fists. "Take all the victory and glory, kick the failure and shame to the opponent. Starting from the next game, we are the champions. Oh, we are the champions. Victory is ours. Failure is this." At this time, assistant coach Greed just changed into training clothes and came to the sidelines. Seeing this scene, he breathed a sigh of relief. The previous 30 consecutive wins had made the players a little relaxed. He was about to discuss countermeasures with Lee, but he didn't expect that Lee had already discovered everything and thought of a solution. Maybe this season can really become a mythical journey. Greed looked at the players who were ready to fight, and the proud Lee, and his confidence increased greatly. On January 26th, Real Madrid challenged the dark horse Getafe away. German Schuster never mentioned that he was better than Foolish. Although Schuster led Getafe, which was short of players, to the 6th place in the league this season, Crazy Lee's unparalleled 30 consecutive victories had long made any head coach lose the courage to compare with him. The German was very low-key when he was interviewed by reporters before the game. Real Madrid's performance was great, but we are not without opportunities. I wish Mr. Foolish good luck, perhaps. Schuster's blessing played a role. Old Lee's luck in this game was surprisingly good. Real Madrid won Getafe 1:0 in the game on the 26th. The only goal came from the injury time in the first half. Getafe central defender Pulido scored an own goal when defending a corner kick! 31 consecutive wins. The whole world is waiting for the key points of Crazy Lee. Unlike the fans of Real Madrid who wake up with laughter in their sleep, the fans of Catalonia have nightmares every night because Barcelona lost again. In the just concluded 21st round of La Liga, Barcelona lost 0:2 to the dark horse Real Betis away. After 21 rounds of the league, Real Madrid topped the list with 63 points. Barcelona ranked second with 16 wins, 3 draws and 2 losses, and Real Betis ranked third with 14 wins. 4 draws and 3 losses. It is worth mentioning that the reason why Real Betis can achieve such a good result is inseparable from the 21-year-old striker Rafael Sobis, who was introduced at the beginning of this season for €10 million. In the just concluded Xianwangshan battle with Barcelona, it was Rafael Sobis who scored twice in the game and gave the Catalan giants a bitter defeat at home. Rafael raised his personal goal total to 30. If it weren't for the return of the terrifying alien Ronaldo, the Brazilian small forward would have been the #1 scorer. 2 Brazilians, a match for the time being, of course. This is not good news for Leoli. Rafael Sobis's performance is becoming more and more mature and more terrifying, which means that the difficulty of the system task challenge of Rafael Sobis is gradually increasing. The brilliance of the old enemy Real Madrid has increasingly supported the decline of Barcelona, the Triple Crown winner last season. In order to restore his prestige in the hearts of fans, Barcelona president Laporta has shifted his attention to the transfer market. Mundo Deportivo and Daily Sports have suddenly hyped up the possibility of the joining of English star Gerrard in the past 2 days. Even the Yinran Floors, who finally found a defense lawyer, finally took a break from his busy schedule to publish a few articles to build momentum for the team he supports, claiming that Barcelona will introduce Liverpool's flag Gerrard for £80 million. However, it is worth noting that the lawsuit with Crazy Lee has not yet started, and Floor's momentum has weakened a lot. He dared not mention Crazy Lee and Real Madrid in the article, so as not to be caught by Cristobal, who is collecting evidence, seeing that January is about to end and the winter transfer market is about to close. The transfer climax of the 5 major leagues has finally started. First, the Premier League overlord Chelsea introduced the 21-year-old Spanish midfielder Albert Zappert from Zaragoza at a price of £20 million, and then Real Madrid introduced the 23-year-old Magic wing Quaresma from Porto at a price of €20 million. Leoli finally agreed to introduce the Portuguese winger, mainly because the FM Scout tool had a high evaluation of Quaresma, believing that this gentleman's potential even exceeded that of the Croatian little boy Modric, and he could become the #1 star in the La Liga. Compared to Real Madrid's silent move, Barcelona's plan to introduce Gerrard with great fanfare came to nothing due to the tough attitude of Liverpool coach Benitez. Fat Benitez replied to the Catalans bluntly, "Don't even think about Steven, he is not for sale." Finally, before the transfer market closed, Barcelona hurriedly introduced 29-year-old Brazilian midfielder Alex from Turkey's Fenerbahce club as a replacement for Gerrard. On February 1, 2007, the international football winter transfer market closed. The adjustment and running in of the major teams are over. In the next less than 4 months, the 5 major European leagues will usher in their own kings one after another, and the lofty Big Ear Cup is also waiting for its owner. On February 2, 2007, the world-renowned Spanish national derby will start the second round at the Bernabeu in Madrid. If there is anyone in the league who has the hope of breaking the absolute dominance of Crazy Lee. Then Rijkaard's Barcelona is the first. Even though they lost at home in the first round, everyone waits and sees. Nearly 100 of the 193 countries in the world will broadcast this game live, and the number of media reporters gathered in Madrid has reached a terrifying 2,000 people. Please vote for the monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Defeat the opponent with his strongest weapon. Viewers, welcome to the 22nd round of the 2006-2007 La Liga season, when Real Madrid plays the defending champion Barcelona at home. The famous Spanish commentator Morales began, "Hot mouth, we are live broadcasting this event simultaneously via satellite. In a battle that attracts worldwide attention, players from both sides have begun to warm up on the court. The French commentator is not far behind. In less than 20 minutes, the game will officially start. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a moment to witness history. Will Madman Lee continue his undefeated myth, or will Rijkaard defend the dignity of the defending champion? Everything will be revealed in 2 hours. I'm the commentator Jane Altino. There is no doubt that this game has attracted the attention of the entire planet. Brother Duan Zuan's big head appeared through the TV in the sight of Chinese fans who stayed up late to watch the game. Everyone can look over here. Everyone around me is their colleagues from various national TV stations who come to the Bernabeu to commentate on games for their own country's fans. Due to the large number of people, Real Madrid had to temporarily add a lot of commentary seats in the box. I just checked visually and there are at least more than 300 people. It's scary number. Beckham is the focus of the game, said Sester, the commentator of England's BBC radio station, adhering to the proud and gentlemanly manner unique to the British. I think David can score in this game. What do you think, Root? David's condition this season is simply unbelievable, said Sester, sitting next to commentator Webrud. This somewhat fat middle-aged man is a fanatical shell. Even if he performs in the game, a hat-trick of free kicks is no surprise to Englishmen who were having shameless fornication let out a burst of triumphant laughter. The beautiful German commentator Sama Helene Finner, who was sitting next to them, frowned. The British had an object of lust. For the thousands of Germans who gathered in the bar to watch the game, such a football game, there was a bit of regret in the feast, because there was not a single German in the lineups of both sides. Judging from the starting lineups of both sides just obtained, the situation is not good for Barcelona, who are playing away games. Eto'o, the main forward who has scored 25 goals for Barcelona this season, missed this game due to strained leg ligaments. Likewise, Brazilian top star Ronaldinho is also troubled by injuries. For head coach Rijkaard, the bad things don't end there. Midfielder Deco was injured due to playing against Real Betis in the last game. He was sent off with a red card in the game and was suspended. Indeed, Barcelona seems to be cursed by Satan this season. Since the winter break, key players in the team have been injured one after another. The injuries of Eto'o and Ronaldinho have left Rijkaard in the queue. The military formation is at the end of its rope. This is why the Catalan giants want to take advantage of Steven Gerrard, the soul of the Liverpool team. After 20 minutes, the players from both sides took the ball boy and started to enter. The onside commentator at the Bernabeu did his best to sensationalize, guiding more than 60,000 white Bernabeu fans to create huge cheers when every Real Madrid player qualified in the tunnel. Barcelona's strength in recent seasons has made the Galacticos. It has been a long time since the fans of Barcelona looked down at the Barcelona players and their supporters like a winner like today. The fanaticism that had been suppressed for several years spewed out at this moment. Welcome, our heroes. The first one to enter is our eternal captain, Gonzalez, the living fossil of the Bernabeu. The commentator deliberately read half of the name of the Lord of the Rings. More than 60,000 Real Madrid fans stood up from the stands. Then the commentator called out the captain's name, and a sound wave like a flash flood swept through the audience. Labor you Fabio, flash. Floods broke out again. Canavero. After Introducing the last player, Marcelo. The Barcelona players and Rijkaard finally lowered their hands on their ears with lingering fear. Who knew that the endless roar of the onside commentator had just arrived? Sit down. The person on the command seat to the north is the response from the Bernabeu fans turned from a torrent to a tsunami. Lee the loser. Lee the madman. Is Ali, the invincible Lee, the Lee who brings us joy and pride. Although the content of the shouting was uneven, the decibel level of the voice was the loudest since the players entered the field. Leo Lee was suddenly a little moved at this moment. No matter how bad assholes Calderon and Majatovic were, but fans are always the cutest people. Even Real Madrid fans, who are considered the most picky group in the world, are the same. A certain sultry man whose vanity was greatly satisfied couldn't help but stand up from the bench, came to the sidelines, put on a pretentious pose, and waved to the Bernabeu stands. Another wave of mountain roaring and tsunami triggered on the Barcelona bench more than 10 meters away. Rijkaard looked at his high-spirited opponent and suddenly sighed. When the two played against each other for the first time 4 months ago, this young man was still resisting the media and fans. He worked hard to prove himself, but after just over 130 days, he has become the uncrowned king of the Bernabeu and the focus of everyone in Europe. His every move when directing the game has become the object of imitation by countless crazy fans. He hasn't won any championship yet, but his status in the hearts of the Guards fans has surpassed that of any head coach. I have to say, this is a miracle. In this Chinese man with a somewhat immature face, Black Swan seemed to vaguely see the shadow of his old rival Mourinho. But this guy is crazier than a madman. Sitting in the commentary booth, Duan Zhuanj also felt his blood boiling amid the roar of the fans. Did you hear that? The game hasn't started yet, but the biggest cheer went to one person. Maybe it's a bit sensational, but I still have to say that this is not the first time I have commented on a game for you in front of the TV in the Bernabeu Stadium with more than 70,000 people, but it is definitely the most exciting and proud time, because this game belongs to one person, to his compatriots, an unimaginable wonderful moment. If he wins, it will be the continuation of Li Tongfan's miracle in China, in countless small living rooms with lights off, countless crowded and dim bars, and in front of computer monitors in countless university dormitories, gluttons tilted their necks and drank a sip of beer. No matter what the result is, tonight will be a happy sleepless night. Football, beer, and that glutton who is even 1 or 2 years younger than himself. No need to worry, because that person never lets his supporters down. At 2200 hours, the famous Spanish referee Klaus Mies finally blew the whistle to start the game. Whether it was Real Madrid fans or Barcelona fans, the roars from 75,328 mouths were all cheers. The flames of war were ignited at this moment. Due to Eto'o's injury, the Icelandic striker Gudjohnsen, who transferred from Chelsea, appeared on the Barcelona frontline. Point on the surface, Rijkaard arranged a 4-2-3-1 defensive formation, but in fact, the two midfielders Thiago Motta and Xavi were positioned beyond the center circle, so that Barcelona had as many as 6 offensive players in the front court. The attacking midfielder position was Alex, a 29-year-old Brazilian midfielder who had just transferred from Fenerbahce. Many people think that Barcelona bought Alex just as a backup for Jared's failure. Once Ronaldinho and Deco return from injury, Alex will have to go back to the bench at Camp Nou. But Lee Tongbum, who holds FM 2007, dare not be careless. The Brazilian was selected for the national team 29 times and scored 12 goals. The FM 2007 system has a very high evaluation of Alex. This guy's technical attributes and mental attributes are no less than Jared and other top-notch stars. Only physical attributes are a little worse. Although he is less famous, he is definitely a powerful player. No one knows when he will suddenly explode and leave you an unforgettable lesson. Leo Lee does not want to be a stepping stone for Alex to become famous in one battle. So when arranging tactics before the game, Leo Lee repeatedly emphasized that the Hammers must not underestimate this Barcelona newcomer. On both sides of Alex are the pride of La Masia youth training camp, Messi and Iniesta. Both are all-around short-legged tigers who can break through, pass and shoot. They are the heroes in FM 2007 who can decide the game instantly with their own strength, Thiago Motta and Xavi, who appear in the defensive midfielder position, are good at both offense and defense. On the backline, from left to right are Zambrotta, Edmilson, Marquez and Puel. As for Real Madrid, Tongfan made an unexpected adjustment to the tactics this time. It seems that he and the Black Swan Ridge had sat together for a drink and chat beforehand. They also set up a 4-2-3-1 formation. Van Nistelrooy fought alone on the front line. The front midfielder Bucero, Ronaldo and Reis cruised on both sides of Bucero. The back midfielder Bucero plus the Malian Black Whirlwind Mohamed Diarra. And the four defenders were Amos, Company, Joel Luca and Marcelo. After all, Cannavaro and Roberto Carlos are already over 30 years old. After fighting repeatedly, they were exhausted, so Leoli put them on the bench. 5 minutes before the start, both sides played cautiously. Barcelona got the ball, and the football was kept under the feet of the ventilator Uncle Xavi. Messi and Iniesta kept running without the ball on both sides, to try to open up the space, but the effect was not obvious. Ramos and Marcelo are also players with speed and skills. They strictly abide by the requirements of the boss before the game, and have a good position. In the midfield, with the protection of the big black Mohamed Diarra, Beckham was liberated, and frequently inserted forward. In this way, Real Madrid has as many as 5 offensive players in the front court. It is not surprising that Rijkaard has a heavy army in the front court. He has no choice. Barcelona itself is a team that is better at attacking than defending. Moreover, the realm that the Dutch have always pursued is to use offense instead of defense, and to use the top-notch passing and control ability in the front court to make the opponent exhausted and finally reveal the flaws and kill with one blow. If you let the Black Swan defend, Barcelona's current camp, except for a few people such as Puel, really can't come up with any good defensive players. This can be regarded as playing to one's strengths and avoiding weaknesses, but Leoli has a good defensive card in his hand, but puts on a full-scale offensive posture to fight Barcelona to death. It can only be explained from the inflated vanity of the sultry man. Although he defeated his old enemy in the last national derby, after all, only a few Real Madrid fans cheered on their territory. But this time is different. My territory listens to me. Leoli vows to attack the Bernabeu and defeat Barcelona head-on. Defeating the opponent with the strongest means is the ultimate realm of coquettishness. Swordsman, the situation is not good. How come we are being chased down so quickly? At least leave a single seedling for the competition. Let's work together. You guys give me the monthly tickets, and I'll write the words. We can't really be blacklisted for 3 minutes. Crazy begging for monthly tickets. Chapter 157 Secret Weapon and 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Barcelona's strongest weapon is of course ball control. The red and blue warriors can always keep the war outside the border through their invincible ball control ability and the crazy pressing of the attacking players after the ball is lost occasionally. In previous games, the ventilator Xavi was responsible for controlling the rhythm of the game. The magician Ronaldinho used his super personal ability to tear open the opponent's defense, and the Cameroon Chicharito received the pass from his companions and made the final fatal blow. In the midfield, in addition to Marquez in the defensive midfielder position, there is also the great all-round warrior Deco, who is called the Phenomenon. Such a midfield configuration has its own duties, and Barcelona's tactical characteristics of attacking instead of defending and suppressing with high ball possession have been brought to the extreme, so that the opponents of the game have no way to launch an effective counter-attack under their all-pervasive offensive frenzy. All teams that play against Barcelona will be played to death by the red and blue warriors in a very aggrieved feeling. It's like a cat playing with a mouse. Barcelona's front court is so strong that, even if Tongfan has such a magical tool as FM 2007, he still tried his best in the first round of the national derby this season. He changed countless tactics in the system simulation in advance, and saved more than 10 times abnormally, consuming nearly 30 points of character points, before he got a miserable victory! 30 points of character, a red card for the handsome man of card, and 3 consecutive goals from the young Messi. Such a price is not small. Such a miserable victory is also one of the excuses for the Catalan media to be unwilling to give in after the game. At that time, Real Madrid, who was one man short, had nothing but fouls. The continuous long passes made the Galaxy battleship lose face. Even some Madrid media and fans who pursue beautiful football raised objections to that victory afterwards. This is why Leoli is frustrated. Since the last victory cannot convince you, then I will defeat the defending champion head on again. Let's see how you, a bunch of cooked ducks, can still be stubborn. However, it was a little regrettable for Leoli that Barcelona's top star Ronaldinho could not play, and the deadly killer Eto'o and his accomplice Deco also hung up the exemption card. Maybe those Horborn flaws will find an excuse after the game. Amid the crazy cheers of the fans, the game time passed bit by bit. In the first 10 minutes, Barcelona still had a considerable advantage in terms of ball possession. However, after playing for more than 10 minutes, Uncle Xavi was surprised to find that it was very difficult to incorporate the rhythm of the game into the rhythm of Barcelona today. Beckham and Mohamed Diarra's fierce pressing in the midfield made it impossible for him to get the ball comfortably. Especially Diarra, the big black guy, who kicked every tackle towards his fragile ankle, without caring whether he would get a card for it. After more than 10 minutes, Xavi had lost the ball 3 or 4 times, which was absolutely impossible to qualify in the usual games. After another failed counter-attack, after losing the ball, Xavi couldn't help but look up at the Chinese man standing in front of the Real Madrid bench on the sidelines. There is no doubt that all this was deliberately arranged by him. Man-to-man tactics. For Barcelona, this situation has not occurred in previous games, but it will not cause any trouble to the uncle on the ventilator, because he has Ronaldinho, the world footballer, by his side. As long as the ball is handed to Ronaldinho at the first time, the team's offensive core will move without hesitation. In Barcelona, there are more than one player who can serve as the team's offensive core. It is precisely because of this that the Catalan giants will never get into trouble in the game, because a single player is marked dead or in poor condition. This erratic multi-core tactics makes it impossible for the opponent to keep up with the changes on the court, even if they have targeted marking. But today the problem is here: the Brazilian magician is not on the court in this game. Xavi had to extend his eyes for help to another Brazilian, Alex. Although he has only joined Barcelona for 3 days, Alex's technical ability and training has been praised by all his teammates. Rich could send this newcomer in such an important game. In addition to the injury of the main players, he may not have intended to use Alex as a secret weapon. After making up his mind, Xavi no longer pursued personal control of the ball, but immediately passed the ball to Alex, who ran out of the gap in front. After getting the ball, because Beckham and Diarra pressed too close in the pressing, Alex faced the central defender of Real Madrid. After getting the ball, this is an extremely dangerous thing. Just look at Alex's next performance. In the 19th minute, after receiving Xavi's pass again, the bald Alex did not pass the ball to Messi or Iniesta on both sides as before, but unexpectedly chose to go it alone. He stepped on 5 or 6 bicycles at high speed like a butterfly under his feet, easily shaking off the Blackbird company, who rushed out of the penalty area and pressed too hard and flashed an angle near the penalty arc and shot the goal. Bang. The ball whizzed past the ears of Joel Luca, who was defending, and the Croatian centre-back's hair fluttered back. Alex. Beautiful escape move. Shot. Ouch. This ball is really dangerous. Real Madrid central defense made a mistake. Casillas lifted the ball out of the bottom line with one hand. Corner kick. This is a wonderful individual performance. The Barcelona newcomer used his own strength to prove to those who don't think highly of himself. This difficult and fast cycling performance reminds us of Ronaldo, a young cycling boy who has moved to Chelsea. If Robinho is still playing for Real Madrid, I think the fans who came to the Bernabeu today will definitely enjoy a wonderful racing show. In the 19th minute of the game, the first shot of the game came from Barcelona's Alex. It seems that after more than 10 minutes of testing, the two sides are going to speed up the pace of the game. The commentary box was noisy, like countless Tang monks reciting a mantra. More than 200 commentators spoke different languages and analyzed Alex's wonderful shot just now to the audience in their own countries. And Duanzuan was no exception. Point brother Duanzuan made Real Madrid sweat the moment Alex shot. Xavi can become the commander of Barcelona, which is full of talents and has big name foreign monks such as Ronaldinho and Deco who can chant sutras. He is indeed a superman. With his game analysis ability, Real Madrid's midfield strangulation tactics were easily resolved. Duan cast his gaze in the direction of Real Madrid's bench, and sure enough he saw that man dancing and roaring on the sidelines. To be honest, Leoli was very angry at the Hammer's mistake just now. He had repeatedly emphasized in the locker room before the game that Alex was very dangerous, but Mohamed Diarra and company still joined forces. Give Alex a chance to shoot. Apparently his words were heard by the Hammers and they took them as farts and let them out. It was really annoying. Leoli ordered the court. Mohamed Diarra, who was overly excited, was like a whipped little donkey. He returned to the midfielder position dejectedly, not daring to go too far to press forward. It's like erecting a black wall of flesh in front of Alex. Lee Tongfan's idea was shameless. Hey, don't you have bad physical attributes? I will put a hammer in front of you with a physical attribute that is so good that it can beat you to death. Sure enough, in the next few attacks, Rijkaard's wishful thinking of using secret weapon Alex to give Real Madrid an unexpected surprise came to nothing. Diarra, this black stick, has no temper at all when he defends the newcomer at Camp Nou. On the court, the wind direction began to change. In the 25th minute, Real Madrid finally launched a high-quality counter-attack. Xavi passed the ball to Messi on the right side of the field, but the pass went awry due to interference from Beckham. Marcelo intercepted the ball before Messi, and the Brazilian youth finally a blind cat meets a dead mouse. A rare high quality and precise through ball was passed, and the football rolled between Motta and Xavi, and came to the feet of the Golden Wolf Guti. This is one of the few times that Real Madrid has successfully passed the football into Barcelona's half in the first half of the game. After Marcelo's pass, the fatal flaw of Rijkaard's offense-defense strategy was immediately exposed. Come out. If the opponent makes a high-quality surprise attack, then the burden of defending the homeland will only fall on the immature shoulders of 4 weak defenders, at least before the midfielders return to their own half. If Puyol cannot guarantee the safety of vaults, what will happen will be nothing short of a disaster for Barcelona fans. And this time, Golden Wolf Guti is the initiator of this disaster. Before the old and frail Barcelona centre-back Edmilson had time to get close to Guti, the Golden Wolf had already passed the ball. This pass was full of imagination. Like Duan 6 Meridian's divine sword, Guti's spiritual energy that sometimes worked and failed suddenly broke out at this moment. The Golden Wolf did not turn around at all when receiving the pass from Marcelo. He immediately used his right foot and the outside of his instep to move as lightly as playing a violin. The black and white football drew an irregular pattern on the green field. An obtuse angle of 160 degrees, extending from the penalty arc at the front of Barcelona's penalty area, passing through the space between the unprepared right back Puyol and centre back Marquez, and flying towards the corner kick area. Amidst the flood of exclamations in the Bernabeu stands, the alien appeared at the place where it should appear like a ghost. The suddenness of Guti's pass was revealed, because it was not until Ronaldo slowly stopped the ball that he was embarrassed. Puyol turned around and came over with big strides. There were 2 mistakes in the previous chapter. 1. In the starting lineup, it was Raul and not Riaz who formed the 3 forwards with Ronaldo and Van Nistelrooy. Thank you swordsman, Emofi, for your correction too. Barcelona did not win the Triple Crown last season. Thank you swordsman, Xiaomu Online, for correcting me! 3. It's not a mistake. Monthly pass, but also a knife. Chapter 158 Crazy fans and even crazier lunatically. In the first round of the match this season, Puyol was easily broken through by Ronaldo in a one-on-one situation. Therefore, the Barcelona team, which learned the lesson, did not rush over to press closely. Instead, they stayed short and lowered their center of gravity, concentrating on observing Ronaldo. As soon as this coquettish fat man shows signs of a breakthrough, the golden retriever Lion King vows to kick the ball first and destroy it out of the stadium, even if it means giving Real Madrid a corner kick. Unfortunately, for the Barcelona captain, the tragedy is that it is precisely because of this attention that the lustful fat alien has enough time to observe the movements of his teammates and comfortably twist the football into an arc from The short Puyo, I sent it over my head. Damn it, Ronaldo is your uncle. Comrade Puyo, the golden retriever Lion King, was on the verge of tears at this moment. He could not prevent the breakthrough, but could not prevent the pass. What the hell is this? The Barcelona captain staggered and turned around in a hurry, hoping that his teammates could play back in time to destroy the ball. However, in his sight, a strong figure wearing a white uniform jumped up high, like a god descending from the sky, saving the football from panic. Valdez's head was sent into the goal behind him. Boom in the Bernabeu stands. Flash floods broke out again. Header. Ruud van Nistelrooy. The ball has gone in. The ball has gone in. Countless people cheered in the commentary box, and Duan, the big-headed brother, was the most bohemian among them. Coming from Ronaldo attacking, Real Madrid scored a goal with their first shot. Such efficiency is beyond the reach of Barcelona. Goal. Ruud van Nistelrooy. The king of the small penalty area showed his power. Dutch commentator Lewand's lung capacity made his colleagues extremely envious. Ruud van Nistelrooy's condition as the national team's qualification for the 2008 European Cup has been ensured. Maybe Mr. Van Basten is secretly having fun in the stands. Levent was right. This Spanish El Clasico attracted many national team coaches to come to the Bernabeu to watch the game. Some came to observe the players, while others came to observe Crazy Lee. Leoli's myth of victory attracted many fellow coaches came here to learn from their experience. Everyone wanted to know how to remain undefeated on the court, and Leoli on the sidelines clenched his fist tightly at the moment Ruud van Nistelrooy scored and waved desperately at the night sky at the Bernabeu. Open your eyes and take a good look. This is just the beginning! 1:0 exclamation point in the 25th minute of the game. The home team Real Madrid, the king of the small penalty area, took the lead. The Bernabeu stand became a sea of joy, and the long suppressed excitement of the fans finally reached a climax. Just when Ruud van Nistelrooy and his teammates were still pretending to be cool in front of the broadcast camera to people all over the world, something interesting suddenly happened on the court. In one scene, a fan wearing only Superman briefs suddenly appeared in the stadium, running naked, in public. Perhaps it was the first time he saw someone more shameless than himself. Lee Tongfan was a little unprepared. Triangle Superman pants led 3 or 4 security guards in a big circle on the lawn like an old hen teasing chickens, and then he ran towards Leoli in a daze. Boom. Leoli was hit so hard that he fell to the ground. The Triangle Superman pants hurriedly helped Lee Tongfan up. Then, under the watchful eyes of more than 70,000 fans, he performed a foot-kissing ceremony like a courtier kneeling down to worship the king, and then he lay down on the lawn beside the court superior. AWW. This is definitely a representative scene. Is Superman kneeling down to Crazy Lee? Seth, a celebrity on the British BBC radio station, couldn't help but joke. This fanatical fan of Real Madrid regards the head coach as a king. To be honest, Crazy Lee's performance in leading the team is indeed unparalleled, and even I have become his admirer. Well, how should I call him? A fan of Crazy Lee all over the world. Yes, I'm also a loser. Root, the commentator next to Sester, lost no time in interjecting. I heard that Crazy Lee has not renewed his contract with Real Madrid. Bosses of English clubs, learn from this Superman. It is time to take action. Brother Duan seemed to have been beaten to death. Running naked, streaking, Khan. What he actually wanted to say was that there was a streaking fan who was kneeling down to worship his compatriot Madman Lee with great reverence. As a result, the words came out of my mouth and turned into words inappropriate for children. Before the sentence was finished, the Chinese fans, who stayed up late to watch football in front of the TV, were angrily aware of this wonderful scene of Little Lotus showing her pointy points, and the CCTV director cut the camera off. Brother Duan, the passionate commentary was like a rooster stuck in the neck. My day. What happened? MLGBD. What did Duan say about running naked just now? Did he just run naked? Isn't it possible? Damn it, Zixi is going to die if she shaves her macro 5. What are you doing? The grievances of countless losers reached the sky. The directors and directors of CCTV 5, from 3 generations of blood relatives to ancient ancestors, were greeted cordially countless times. Soon someone posted this scene on Crazy Lee's personal website. "We are all great losers." Provoked numerous replies. The triangle Superman pants were quickly picked up and forked away from the Bernabeu by angry security guards. The tense atmosphere of the national derby was diluted a lot by this man's brave behavior. When the referee Klaus Mills blew the whistle for the game, when the whistle blows again, more than 10 minutes have passed. Push, push, push. Icelandic striker Gudjonsson knocked the ball back to his teammate Alex behind him, turned around and ran towards the penalty area of Real Madrid. Fans from both sides in the stands kept cheering and booing, and the game started again. After losing the ball, Rijka did not adjust the tactics. The current lineup is the strongest lineup that Barcelona can send, except for the injured Ronaldinho and Eto'o, and Deco, who was suspended for a red card. All the main players are on the field. You must know that the Black Swan is not a coach famous for on-the-spot command. After doing the homework of tactical preparation to the extreme before the game, the rest can only rely on the on-the-spot performance of the stars. Fortunately, in addition to Ronaldinho and Cheetah, there are Xavi, Messi and Iniesta on the field. These people are players who can decide the game on their own. Rijkaard is waiting for his disciples to shine. On the field, Barcelona use the ball to launch an attack. This time, Uncle Xavi no longer takes care of the newcomer Alex, but uses a light turn to get rid of Beckham's pressing, and passes the ball to Messi's feet on the right side of the penalty area. For this Argentine genius, who performed a hat trick in the last confrontation between the two sides, Real Madrid's defense line dare not neglect it. After losing the first landing point, Marcelo carefully took small steps to adjust the center of gravity of his body back and forth, preventing Messi from suddenly changing direction and breaking through. While waiting for his teammates to come to assist, Marcelo was waiting for Fat Ronaldo, and the two Brazilians attacked Messi, the national team's mortal enemy, one after the other. In the center of the Real Madrid penalty area, Alex was already raising his hand for the ball. Messi made a fake pass and suddenly started at high speed on the spot and rushed forward 2 steps, shaking off Ronaldo's pull behind him. When Marcelo had half twisted his body, he suddenly changed from moving to stillness incredibly. In this way, Marcelo was completely fooled. He couldn't stop, even when he stepped on the brake to the highest level. He watched helplessly as he was thrown aside by Messi under the influence of inertia. Dodge Marcelo. Messi pushed the ball to the bottom line and instantly increased the speed to the fastest, cutting the bottom line and swiping into the penalty area of Real Madrid. This is a high speed and high frequency change of direction stunt that the Argentine golden boy has killed all over the world. It can be said that in the current football world, the defender who can defend Messi one-on-one has not been born yet, not to mention that Marcelo's hammer defense is not his strong point. Messi, what a chance. Marcelo was easily shaken off by Messi and has entered the penalty area. Look at this ball. How to deal with it. Incredible. A genius performance. Even Maradona's ability is no more than this. Messi's performance at this moment is worthy of the title of Maradona's successor. Real Madrid's penalty area was in chaos. Joel Luca came to make up for the defense with his long legs, but was still thrown aside by Messi's sudden stop. However, Joel Luca's rush was not in vain. Messi's first shot was blocked. Kompany and Mohamed Diarra had blocked all the shooting angles. At this moment, the 19-year-old Messi showed his terrifying judgment and overall view. Facing the blockade of the muscle forest, the little flea poked lightly with his toes, and the football was like an obedient black and white elf, jumping and jumping through the small gates of Kompany and Diarra in succession. In the incredible in the expression, he rushed to the far post of Real Madrid's goal. There, a small man who was ignored by everyone quietly appeared in a fatal position and gently pushed the football that was rolling slowly. Iniesta, the back post was empty, a great opportunity. Shoot, got, it was saved by Casillas. How could it be possible? Hey, look at this ball. Dangerous. Duan Zhuang was introducing the head coaches of various countries in the stands like a Chinese glutton in front of the TV. He was stimulated by this wonderful scene that suddenly qualified and raised his voice by 8 degrees. Real Madrid's defense has a fatal loophole. Iniesta is actually unmarked. Opportunity. Casillas, Banks style save. Miracle. Real Madrid's third captain keeps the team in the lead. Iniesta's shot is too straight. The Catalan commentator's tone was not without regret. On the court, Casillas held the football tightly in his arms, his handsome face full of gratitude for surviving the disaster. If the boss hadn't reminded him to stand as far to the right of the goal as possible in the tactical arrangement before the game, the ball would have gone in. It was really damn suspenseful. Casillas was not the only one who survived the disaster. Marcelo, Joel Luca, Company and Mohamed Diarra couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. If the ball went in, it would be a big loss in front of more than 60,000 fathers and fellow countrymen in the Bernabeu stands. Moreover, the boss was very vengeful. There was a wave of applause from the stands, and the fans cheered for Casillas' incredible save. In front of the Barcelona bench on the sidelines, Rijkaard turned around in his hands with his head in disbelief, and not far away, Lee Tongfan was so excited that his fingers turned white. Next, amid the exclamations of more than 70,000 people, Crazy Lee suddenly rushed out of the bench and ran wildly along the sidelines of the field like a donkey on the loose. Finally, he knelt on his knees and slid to the right corner area where Real Madrid gathered like a landing Boeing 747. It's an interesting scene. Crazy Lee's performance is even crazier than Real Madrid's goal just now. I think this scene must have won the favor of many Madrid fans. The Catalan commentator's tone was full of jealousy. He is really an actor with high acting skills. Other commentators also expressed confusion about this. Brother Duan Zuan explained to the fans in front of the TV by saying, "This is a save that determines the trend of the game." No wonder Lee Tongfan is so excited. In addition to the commentator, Leo Lee's extraordinary celebration this time caused endless boos from more than 10,000 Barcelona fans. Even the referee Klaus Mills had to run to the sidelines to warn a sullen man about his words and deeds. "Otherwise I will have to take out my cards." With the help of the second boss grade, Lee Tongfan rubbed his knees and returned to the bench. "Damn it, that shameless bastard actually hid a lighter in the corner flag area and choked me to death." Push Casillas takes the goal kick and the game continues. Lee Tongfan sat on the seat and rubbed his legs while carefully concealing the shock in his heart. No one knew the reason why Lee Tongfan was so excited. A wonderful save would never make Leo Lee so excited. The real reason is, score as many points as you want. In the FM 2007 system deduction before the game, Iniesta's goal was scored. But what about the actual results? Lee Tongfan actually wiped out this goal with his special arrangement for Casillas before the game. This is the first time, since he started using the FM 2007 system 5 months ago, that Lee Tongbiam has successfully eliminated a goal that should have qualified in reality through the predicted results that were known in advance, breaking the law. That system deduction results are irreversible. In order to thank you all for your monthly votes today, this chapter has 39.99 words and only costs 3,000. Ziodeo is kind, right? Swordsman, keep spending your monthly tickets. Please take care of the knife. Chapter 159, The Prelude to the Reappearance of Classics. Leo Lee was sitting on the chair and was enjoying himself. Suddenly he remembered something, and his coquettish smile suddenly froze on his face. "That's not right, uncle. This kind of thing seems to have happened before." It seems that in the first round of the confrontation, he also instigated young shot Diego Lopez to save the penalty kick that Ronaldinho should have scored. What happened next? The 3:5 predicted by the system remained unchanged. Messi, who originally scored twice, performed a hat-trick. In other words, the FM 2007 system is like an authoritarian parent, making up for things that are beyond its control in a different way. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that the system will compensate Barcelona sooner or later for the ball that Casillas saved just now? If this is really the case, wouldn't labor and management just be blind and wasted their efforts? Just when Leo Lee was struggling with regrets, huge cheers broke out again, and Lee Tongfan was frightened. "My second uncle can't be like this. Compensation came back so soon." A certain sultry man covered his eyes and stood up from his seat tremblingly. He looked at the court through the gap between his fingers. The first person who appeared in the gap was Casillas. "Hey, this hammer is missing. Why is the ball still jumping around with a sunny face? Move your fingers a little further to the center of the court." Damn it, the honest and kind-hearted Beckham and the black and silly big man Mohamed Diarra, one beautiful and one ugly, are hugging each other to celebrate. This scene well, the boring man suddenly realized that he might have made a mistake. If Real Madrid lost the ball, how happy would these hammers be? Did we score a goal? Thinking of this, Leoli removed his hand covering his eyes and turned around to see the second boss, Grat, rushing towards him with an orgasm on his face. He hugged himself and shouted loudly, "Lee, that's great, we scored." Scored another goal. Well, Lee Tongfan finally struggled out of Greed's tiger hug, pretending to be a master who was unfazed by the favor and humiliation of Yundan Feng. He straightened his messy clothes and said in a pretentious manner, "Well, Leo Jet, you are only 2 ahead. It's just a ball." Danding after the climax subsided, Grad looked ashamed. It seems that we haven't done enough in cultivating our minds. To be an excellent head coach, you have to stay calm likely at all times. Incredible. In the 35th minute of the first half, Real Madrid expanded the score. The goal was Captain Raul, a wonderful attack. Valdez made a low-level mistake. The situation became one-sided. Luck was on the side of Crazy Lee, and the goal kick taken by Barcelona goalkeeper Valdez actually landed at the feet of Beckham. The famous British BBC radio station speaker Sesta's mouth was like a machine gun. David's pass the ball was accurately delivered to the feet of Ronaldo, who successfully resisted offside. The alien did not take credit and knocked the ball across the middle. Raul succeeded in pushing the ball into the empty goal. The score on the field was 2-0. Wonderful teamwork. This Real Madrid player the state is terrifying. The guest who best praised Drood continued to act as the finishing touch beside Sesta. This goal is at least half of David's credit. The timing and route of the pass were just right, and like other commentators who focus on the goal scorer, Duan Zuan, the big head, shifted his attention to the sidelines. We saw that Lee Tongfan looked quite calm after this goal. Maybe he had thought of it as early as when he arranged the tactics before the game. With such an advantage, Rijkaard completely lost control of the game, and Barcelona's tactics were strained. Before the game, many people hoped that the defending champion could end Lee Tongfan's myth of victory. Now it seems that some people I'm going to be disappointed again faced with such a scene. The Catalan commentator was helpless. Ouch. This is really unfortunate. Although it was Valdez's mistake that caused the goal, Rijkaard was responsible for the team's defeat. Take full responsibility, no matter from the starting point or the tactical point of view. This is a complete defeat. The celebrities were busy talking, the fans were busy cheering or cursing, and the players were still celebrating crazily. Lee Tongfan returned to the bench with lingering fear, thinking about the results of FM 2007 in his mind. Fortunately, so far, the development of the game is still on the planned track. As for Iniesta's obliterated ball, will it still be compensated by the system? Leoli pinned all his hopes on points as you wish. Everything is possible before the end of the game. Maybe there will be a miracle of qualifying. At the end, the referee Klaus Mills had to stop the Real Madrid players from celebrating and blew the whistle to announce that the game would continue. The shot that was close at hand was saved incredibly, and then the opponent took advantage of his teammates' mistakes to expand the score. This result was a big blow to the Barcelona people, who are determined to take revenge. Although the veteran ventilator Uncle Xavi is still working hard to control the situation, his teammates around him are already a little anxious. The 22-year-old Iniesta and the 19-year-old Messi, although they are both well-known young heroes, but after all, he is still young and lacks a little experience. In the unfavorable situation of falling behind by 2 goals before the first half was over, he started to rely on his personal ability to act recklessly. This played into Real Madrid's hands even more. After Messi failed to break through several times, his forced shot was either blocked by Kompany's hammers or fired anti-aircraft cannons, and Iniesta disappeared from the court. After being fouled several times by Ramos outside the penalty area, the Spanish winger's physique is prone to injury. This game is his first official appearance after returning from injury in December, so he has to protect himself carefully. In contrast, although the newcomer Alex is not well known, he is used to such situations when he often plays in weak teams. Therefore, he plays in a leisurely manner, and several threatening breakthroughs and shots are given up. Real Madrid poses a certain threat, but how different is Icelandic centre Gudjonsson from Etu? No matter how good the opportunity was, it was wasted. Seeing this situation, Tongfan stood on the sidelines and whistled loudly, waving his hands to signal the Hammers to move back and withstand Barcelona's desperate attempt first. In the last 10 minutes of the first half, Barcelona used their skillful front court passing and control skills to attack Real Madrid. In terms of ball possession rate, shots, and corner kicks, Barcelona had an absolute advantage in terms of data, but the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium, the Arabic numerals on the electronic scoreboard clearly tell every Barcelona fan that the player they support is lagging behind. The advantage on the scene made the Catalan commentator perk up again, and his words were full of energy. Messi took the ball, shot and got a corner kick. Barcelona regained control of the game. Crazily, Real Madrid once even reversed us with one less player. Why can't we also create a miracle? For Ijkad, there is still a chance. Real Madrid has completely shrunk, except for Ronaldo. Even Ruud van Nistelrooy and Raul have returned. Withdrew to the penalty area. As long as there is no big counter-attack, we still have. At this point, this man suddenly shouted as if his but was on fire. Danger. Real Madrid's counter-attack. Ronaldo got the ball, hit the mark. The Catalan commentator's mouth was comparable to that of Mr. Pell, the king of crows. Before his words could be heard, Beckham intercepted Iniesta's ball on defense and then raised his foot to send the ball near the center circle. There, the fat alien Ronaldo, who had been lying in wait for a long time like an assassin, finally showed his ferocious fangs, glanced at the flight path of the football, turned around and started sprinting. Thiago Motta, who had already lost his position, tried his best to chase back, but what Fatty Elio is not afraid of now is that others compete with him for speed. As long as he sprints, even if you are chasing behind him on a Yamaha 250 motorcycle, you will at least have to sprint. Only up to 70 yards. 3 big steps later, the distance between Motta and Ronaldo further widened. Barcelona paid the price for their coquettish offensive. When the alien fat man began to show off his power, there were only 2 centre-backs in the backcourt, Edmilson and Marquez. Puyol and Gianluca Zambrotta both ran to Real Madrid. An assist was sent near Madrid's penalty area, but he didn't have time to withdraw it. Edmilson and Marquez looked at each other, roared and rushed forward one after another. The intention of the two was obvious. Edmilson went to grab the first point with Ronaldo, while Marquez was behind. Fill in the gaps. The football is still flying in the air, the speed of life and death. Fans from both sides in the stands held their breath, waiting for the moment the football landed. At this time, Ronaldo's terrifying explosive power came into play. After already sprinting with all his strength, he suddenly and incredibly increased his speed by another point. Under Edmilson's panicked eyes, he used his toes to touch the football before the fellow Brazilian. A light poke at the moment when it was about to land. Before Edmilson and Marquez, who was one position behind, could react, the black and white ball passed through the tiny gap between the two, and Ronaldo, with no intention of taking a detour, kicked up his legs and leaned forward, thrusting into the middle of Edmilson and Marquez's bodies. At this time, the cheers of the Real Madrid fans in the stands rang out. This was a round of applause for Ronaldo just now. In the eyes of the fans, regardless of whether the ball was scored or not, Ronaldo had already touched the ball before the Barcelona people. At least in this contest, Barcelona lost again, but what happened next made them hold their breath again. This scene on the court was so familiar. The alien who was once omnipotent in Barcelona rushed past the 2 central defenders before they closed the screen. It jumped into everyone's mind, even some older Barcelona fans. There was a faint expectation in their hearts at this moment. Even more than 200 commentators opened their mouths and stopped commenting at this moment. The 75,328 fans at the Bernabeu plus all the staff were waiting with bated breath for the reappearance of the classic scene. Sure enough, seeing Ronaldo rushing over, Edmilson and Marquez immediately chose to close the door. As long as you can't get past, what's the point of stabbing the football through? Anyway, Ronaldo has lost control of the football. Even if he knocks him to the ground, it is not a foul call. The wind blows. Before the proud expressions on their faces could be revealed, they felt a huge force coming out of their shoulders. The fat man in the white uniform improbably jumped through the small gap between the two. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The sound of gasping for air seemed so harsh. Tongfan also stood on the sidelines in a daze, unable to hide his excitement. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have doubted whether this fat man weighing nearly 90 kilograms could do the legendary clavicle skill. The ball was in the middle. Valdes was rushing out of the small penalty area, and Ronaldo had already caught up with the ball and swung his legs to start the prelude to a pendulum-like passing. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 160. A sword comes from the west, a fairy from the sky. Some people once said that the pendulum pass is an absolute nightmare for goalkeepers, and this is clearly reflected in Ronaldo. Point not to mention that the alien who was still in the emaciation period repeatedly used pendulum-style dribbling to trick the opponent's goalkeeper. Even the obese version of Ronaldo, who weighed an astonishing 86 kilograms this season, has passed this pass 15 times since the deadwood has returned to spring. Such a coquettish way of shaking the goalkeeper and pushing the shot into the empty net for the 16th time when Ronaldo swung his legs from side to side like a dance. The person who fell down was blinded by Barcelona's goalkeeper Valdes, the best goalkeeper in the Spanish Primera Division in the 2005-2006 season. Valdes, who attacked in a hurry, was completely deceived by the fat alien's feint. By the time he struggled up from the lawn in panic and wanted to do something else, Ronaldo behind him had already completed his mission. Just like the knight who rides Juchen, he brushes off his clothes and hides deeply, well, without hiding in name. God, what did I see? The aliens are back. The aliens are really back. Sester, a famous speaker on the British BBC radio station, went berserk. Please forgive my excitement at this time. If you see such a scene in front of TV, I believe you will be more excited than me. 10 years later, the classic will reappear. The best person, Rude Zizzy, was completely frightened and failed to play his role as a Greenleaf at the critical moment. The ball went in. Ronaldo, unbelievable, unbelievable. Duan Zuan, the big-headed brother, joined the screaming clan. Ronaldo incredibly copied what he did when he represented Barcelona against Valencia in the 1996-97 season. A classic goal of forced overtaking between the central defenders. Barcelona was 2 goals behind at the time. Ronaldo scored a hat-trick to help Barcelona reverse the game. It is unbelievable that after 10 years, the alien, who is no longer young, staged such a goal again. A miracle, but this time, the glory belongs to Real Madrid, but it is a former club Barcelona that suffered a heavy blow. Oh, God, my feelings are very complicated. Very complicated. The Catalan commentator was a little incoherent when I was an ordinary fan sitting in the stands of Camp Nou and listening to others explaining the game. Ronnie once brought us victory with such a performance, but today, as a loyal Barcelona fan, I have to admit that under the training of Crazy Lee, the omnipotent alien back then is back. It's a pity that, not in Barcelona. Maybe the Catalan commentator really wanted to sing a song to the camera at this moment. It's a pity that it's not you. Stay with me until the end. God must be the busiest in the world at this moment, because in the commentary box at the Bernabeu, there were more than 200 passionate loudmouths shouting his old man's name in unison in more than 70 different languages. Perhaps, in countless hours or computer screens in the world, more people greet his old man, compared with the excitement of the commentators. The more than 70,000 fans in the stands were already stunned by Fatty's performance. Everyone stood up and swayed their bodies unconsciously, waving their arms. Huge. The sound was like a 1,000-meter tsunami caused by a hurricane in the Pacific Ocean, covering up everything. Even the sounds coming from my own mouth could not be heard clearly. The camera focused on the coaching bench, and Rijkaard couldn't help but copy the action of the famous coach Robson rushing out of the coaching bench after Ronaldo scored a goal, and Crazy Lee, this sultry man who made his fortune by showing off, could no longer maintain his pretentious nature, and frantically started hugging everyone around him. From second-in-command greed to substitutory eyes, to Modric, to Diego, to Quaresma, after holding the last one in his arms, Tongfan found that the person he was holding in his arms was actually the 4th official of the game. What a bad luck. Oldly quickly let go. Who knew that the fourth official who was supposed to stand in a neutral position was actually like a goat's horn? He grabbed Leoli's shoulders and kept shaking them like a wind attack. Hey, man, did you see it? Did you see it? Oh, God, this is Ronnie. The next second, when the camera focused on Ronaldo, the creator of the miracle, people found that the face of this crazy fat man actually shed tears of excitement. This is the moment that belongs to Ronaldo. This is the moment when the king returns. At this moment, the fat alien had mixed feelings. Since his transfer to Inter Milan in Serie A at his peak, his fragile knees have been overwhelmed by injuries time and time again. Many of the kicks he could play on the court at will when he was young. The ball movement had to be abandoned. The alien in the hearts of the fans, who broke through all the defenders and then passed the goalkeeper and pushed into the empty goal, is getting older. In the past 1 or 2 seasons, he has gradually become a player who relies on his consciousness to play football. The average player, after enjoying the most magnificent praise, fate made a joke with Ronaldo and made him suffer the most vicious ridicule. Fatty, heavy striker, the heaviest one on the court. This is the latest evaluation from the media, who have flattered him countless times. Ronaldo wants to fight back, but more often than not he seems powerless. But starting from this season, since that man came to Real Madrid, everything has changed. You can run as fast as before, you can score goals as you like before, you can get past all the defenders and then the goalkeeper and shoot into the empty goal as you did before, and you can. Ronaldo looked at Tongfan, who was celebrating wildly on the sidelines and hugging everyone around him. He felt extremely grateful. If it weren't for a man this age or even younger than himself, maybe he would have to consider retiring in a year or 2, right? Since the first day he came into contact with football in his career, Ronaldo has worked with countless famous head coaches, such as Robson, Scolari, Rosenborg. But there has never been anyone like Crazy Lee. A veil of mystery. His ability to turn the tide is unparalleled in the world. Under his leadership, Ronaldo himself has forgotten what it was like to fail the last time. There is a mysterious X factor in Crazy Lee. In the stands, more than 60,000 Real Madrid fans who finally returned to the ground from the clouds of excitement sang the song The Only Ronaldo, sung by countless Ronaldo fans. There is only one Bebeto and Romario. There is only one. There is Zico and Unger, Carlos and Cafu, and there are many more, but there is only one hero, and that is the only Ronaldo, the only hero Ronaldo. There is only one Ronaldo, only one, all over the world. The proposition play like Ronaldo only fails when facing Ronaldo. Crazy Lee and Ronaldo put their arms around each other and danced their arms like 2 ecstatic little gangsters to incite the fans' emotions. They were greeted by waves of applause and screams like the tide of the Kyantang River. 2 equally wretched men. Either one deserves such heroic treatment. The referee Klaus Mills was worried about how to write a game report to the Football Association after the El Clasico, because the first half was not over yet. Crazy Lee's inexplicable outburst and Ronaldo's dream performance just now had already as a result. The game has been interrupted twice for almost 20 minutes. At this time, other La Liga games at the same time may have started the second half. Push 3:0! Barcelona kicks off again when the depressed Icelandic centre Gudjonsson stood in the centre circle for the 3rd time in this game and knocked the ball back to his teammate Alex. The famous speakers in the commentary box were still immersed in the shocking scene just now. The reason why it is a classic lies in his non-replicability, but today Ronaldo created a miracle. Regardless of the final score of this Spanish El Clasico, Ronaldo's goal alone qualifies it to become one of the classic games in football history, worthy of eternal recall by every Ronaldo fan. Similarly, in the broadcast footage around the world, although what appears more is not the ongoing game, but the slow motion of Fatty Eluo's goal just now. No one is dissatisfied with this, as long as it is a person who truly loves football. People all hope that such slow motion can be played back 100 times, and that the sensational commentators can say flattering words to the aliens 10,000 times again. No one feels disgusted. That's what Ronaldo deserves. In the municipal square of Madrid, in the bar of BJ Hauhey, in the slums of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in front of the Mine Hut in Bloemfontein, South Africa, wherever you can objectively see the broadcast of the game. cheers can be heard. It's a fans day, made by Crazy Lee and Ronaldo. Time flies so fast. The Barcelona players may have been shocked by Ronaldo's goal, and have not yet recovered. After the restart, they made mistakes one after another. Fortunately, the Real Madrid players were still immersed in the happiness just now, and did not make another mistake. The opponent seized the opportunity to insert the fourth knife. The offense is weak and the defense is careless. Uncle Xavi's scalpel-like passing has lost its previous accuracy. Messi's invincible breakthrough in disguise has also become a bit slow. Kompany is even still looking like he has seen a ghost in the day, staring at the fat alien Ronaldo jumping in the front court when the black judge Klaus Morse finally blew the whistle to end the first half of the game. Many people, whether they were fans or players, were still immersed in Ronaldo's shocking long distance run. A sword coming from the west, a flying fairy from the sky. If this chapter describes Fatty Luo as coquettish and powerful enough, please vote for Zyodea with a monthly vote. Otherwise the fat man will have his legs broken in the next chapter. Chapter 161, Changing People to Fight. The situation is over. The Real Madrid dressing room was filled with laughter. In a heavyweight game like El Clasico, Barcelona led 3-0 in the first half. This was absolutely a dream performance. The 3-goal lead basically guaranteed the victory of the game. After all, not every team they are all as unlucky as AC Milan on the Istanbul night, and not every team is as lucky as the Red Army Liverpool on the Istanbul night. Therefore, the Hammers were in a very relaxed mood. Ronaldo, the fat man who stole the show, even twisted the waist of a bucket and started to belly dance, with Roberto Carlos and several other Brazilian players beating the beat beside him. When Tongfan and Greed came in, their faces were also full of smiles. Different from the weird expressions during the halftime break in the Copa del Rey challenge to Atletico Madrid. This time they were genuinely happy. Hey, Ronnie, please be quiet for a while. Leoli patted Ronaldo's slightly bulging belly in a very serious manner. It feels good. The fat man quickly shrank aside, as if he had been electrocuted, with helplessness written on his face. Boss, is this sexual harassment? Ha ha ha. There was laughter again in the locker room. Okay, hey guys, Leoli clapped his hands habitually. From now on, I ask each of you to forget the 3-0 score. You must know that we are facing a team like Barcelona. Does anyone think it will be worse than Liverpool? It's not that Lee Tongfan always talks about the night in Istanbul. It's just that last season's Champions League final was so damn weird. In such an important final, a scene that only American blockbusters can qualify for happened. It really shocked everyone. This game will always be used as a positive or negative teaching material point. Lee Tongfan mentioned it here to let the Hammers deeply know that everything is possible until the last second of football. I guess Mr. Rijkaard will change the formation in the second half. Leoli smiled lewdly at this moment. There is a gap of 3 goals. If Barcelona does not make changes, then they will be beaten by us this season. Since they want to change, we must change too. Having said this, the sultry man quickly came to the tactical board. Iniesta's injury has not fully recovered, and he did not perform at his best in the first half, so Rijkaard is likely to replace him. Next, only Sevilla is qualified for this position on their substitute list. If the Argentine appears on the left in the second half, Ramos, I don't want to see you being shaken by a little rabbit under carelessness. Ramos immediately bulged up his muscular chest. Boss, don't worry, even if there is a mouse here, I won't let him get through. Okay. Leoli cooperated and gave a satisfied look. Alex is a surprise weapon for the opponent. Barcelona's several threatening attacks in the first half were launched from here. Lee Tongfan pointed to the tactics. Alex's name on the board. The Brazilian's technical ability and overall outlook are no less than Ronaldinho's, but he has a fatal weakness, which is that his physical condition is too poor and his physical fitness is not good. So Mohamed Germany, you have to help me keep an eye on Alex in the second half. If you have the chance, tease him more. I heard that Brazilians have a bad temper. Looking at the sinister look on the boss's chin, and then looking at the equally sinister expression on Mohamed Diarra's big black face, everyone in the locker room, including the second boss Greed, was thinking about Ale. The soldier prayed silently. In the locker room on the other side, it was gloomy and gloomy. Ronaldo's long distance run with great momentum at the last moment caused Barcelona players to unknowingly fall into a negative emotion. Rijkaard is not the kind of coach who is good at mobilizing players. He just stood in the middle of the locker room and arranged tactics. Andres, how do you feel, Andres? Iniesta frowned and rubbed his sore ankle, then hesitated. Sir, I think it's okay. Javier, you replace Andres in the second half, Rijkaard said, still worried that AI would play injured. I think you need to rest, Andres. The season is not over yet. We have plenty of opportunities. To a certain extent, Rijkaard is also a sullen man. He is not very good at expressing his feelings and cannot mingle with his teammates like Tongfan. But such a person has his own way of success. At least Iniesta is full of gratitude to Rijkaard now. After arranging tactics, before entering the game, Rijkaard finally said a few words to encourage morale. Just like he had discussed it with Leoli in advance, Black Swan also took the miracle of Istanbul night as an example. We still have there is a chance. This is not a final, but it is more important to us than the final. Boys, the pride of Catalonia's red and blue needs you to defend it with both feet. Remember, you still have 45 minutes. When the players from the two teams came out of the locker room, the atmosphere was obviously different. Real Madrid's hammers seemed very relaxed, talking and laughing, while Barcelona's players had expressionless faces. If you look carefully, you can see from their eyes I found a strong fighting spirit. Dear viewers, the second half of the game is about to begin. Real Madrid is temporarily leading Barcelona 3-0. Let's see what changes the two sides will make in the second half. The players of Real Madrid and Barcelona ran into the field and took their positions. The fourth official on the sidelines raised the electronic card. Barcelona's Argentine bunny Saviola replaced the left winger Iniesta, while Real Madrid replaced the golden wolf Guti with Diego. Force the black-clad Chief Justice Klaus Mills raised his arms and blew the whistle. The second half of the second round of the world-renowned Spanish national derby officially began. Real Madrid kicked off in the center circle. Van Nistelrooy passed the ball back to Diego. Diego controlled the ball for a while and then turned to Beckham. At this time, Roland van Nistelrooy had already inserted into the heart of Barcelona's penalty area. Beckham observed the running positions of the three and made a long pass. The target of the pass was Van Nistelrooy in the center position, although the stubborn Ferguson thought that the king of the small penalty area had passed his prime and kicked him out early in order to sell him for a good price. Van Nistelrooy's performance in Real Madrid this season still lived up to his reputation as a top striker in European football. He played 28 times for Real Madrid on all fronts, scored 21 goals, and contributed 10 assists. He is an indispensable part of Crazy Lee's tactics. Van Nistelrooy, who was in good form, used his body to hold Barcelona central defender Edmilson and stopped Beckham's pass comfortably. He did not choose to turn around and shoot, but stepped on the ball and pulled it gently, avoiding the pressing Thiago Motta, and sent the ball diagonally to the left side of the penalty area. Ronaldo won the ball with a small angle and shot, and the football hit the side net hard, causing the net to shake. Good shot. Ronaldo shoots. Ouch. It hits the side net. Barcelona gets a goal kick. The fans in the stands thought the fat man had scored again, and there were shouts of surprise. Even Rijkaard, who had just returned to his seat, jumped up in shock. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. As time passed, the situation of the game became more and more obvious. Rijkaard's midfield substitution was not a decisive tactical adjustment, but just a simple positional substitution. If Iniesta had not been injured, the Black Swan would probably not have considered such a change at all point. But even such a passive substitution was still shamelessly guessed by Tongfan, who owned FM 2007. So after a few minutes of kicking, the Barcelona players found that something was wrong, and all their actions did not escape the expectations of Crazy Lee. Such a discovery dealt a heavy blow to the players' confidence that they had finally raised. In fact, it stands to reason that Barcelona players are all time-tested communist fighters. They have experienced hundreds of battles of all sizes since their debut. They are all elite professional football players and should not lose their fighting spirit so quickly. However, Madly's mythical record of only winning and not losing, and the gap of 3 goals have made them breathless. In addition, the sole figures of the team, Ronaldinho and Eto'o, are not on the field. The team lacks a leader who can turn the tide. As time passes, the morale of the players has dropped to the lowest point invisibly. This is the momentum that Leoli's terrifying record has erected invisibly. It is usually not obvious, but at the critical moment, it can play a decisive role. Less than 10 minutes after the start of the second half, Diego, the 21-year-old midfielder replaced by Madly in the midfield, showed the world his strong ball control and dribbling ability. He and Beckham firmly controlled the ball one after another. With the brutal stirring of Moller's black whirlwind Mohamed Diarra in the backcourt, the advantage of the scene completely returned to Real Madrid. Compared with the first half, Barcelona's advantage and ball possession disappeared. This is the most coquettish realm that Leoli wants to pursue, to defeat the opponent with the strongest means, even if it is only temporary and superficial suppression. As for Alex, who was regarded as a secret weapon by Rijkaard, he completely disappeared from the court after a few flashes. After several years of playing in low-level competitions such as the Turkish League, the physical condition of the Brazilian midfielder is indeed far from supporting him to play a high-confrontation mainstream competition. In the 70th minute of the game, Rijkaard had to replace him with the older French Old Civit because Alex, who was getting more and more impatient, was making more and more moves in the game. He had already carried a yellow card. If he continued like this, it was estimated that he would not be able to hold on until the end of the game. Alex could apply for a Ruby Wargod card and ascend directly. Rijkaard also hoped that the Brazilian could make up for Ronaldinho's injury in the short term, and of course he couldn't let Alex be suspended for a red card. Sidelines. After observing for a while, Leoli thought the situation was settled. He was about to return to his seat to rest his legs. When he turned around, he saw assistant coach Greed looking at him, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He was startled. Leo Jet, what are you doing? The second in command was full of curiosity. Lee, it's amazing. How did you know that Rijkaard would replace Saviola? So, that's how it is. A certain sultry man began to act like a charlatan, saying, since the score is behind, we can only replace the offensive players. Look at their bench. Except for Saviola, no one can replace the injured Iniesta. Question. What about Casillas' save in the first half? How did you know that standing on the right would save that shot? When Leoli was arranging Casillas' tactics, Greed was also there, said. Ronaldinho and Eto'o were injured for 3 weeks. 7 of Barcelona's 15 goals were scored by Messi's personal ability. The other 8 were scored by Messi attracting the defensive players and then stuffing the ball to the right side of the goal. Iniesta or others completed the shot. The success rate of this tactic was 67%. I believe the players can block Messi's shot, so the goalkeeper must pay attention to the follow-up players at the back point. Fortunately, I bet right. Sorry that this chapter is a little late. Zyodeo dealt with an urgent matter. Keep asking for monthly tickets. It's time to sprint. Chapter 162 today, 039, update notes. Zyodeo is extremely sorry to say that I'm afraid that the update for noon today will not be delivered on time. The 3 updates will be sent between 8 PM and 11 PM. Zyodeo is very sorry. Because my girlfriend was not feeling well, I was a little late last night. It was not a big deal at first, but who knew that I was tossed again in the middle of the night and went to bed around 5 AM. I wanted to take a nap and get up to write and ensure the update, but who knew that I was too tired. When Zyodeo woke up, it was already 10:46. Please don't slap me in the face. There is no way. Zyodeo will try to make up before 11 PM, and there will be 3 updates, no less. I'm very sorry. I bow to all the swordsmen and apologize with fear and trepidation. Since a single chapter has been opened, Zyodeo will say a few words. Recently, I have been too busy writing, so I have rarely replied to the comments from the swordsmen in the book review area. In addition, my 3 deputy moderators seem to be as busy as Zyodeo, so I have not had time to reply to some good suggestions, and I have not had time to add the posts that you have rewarded. Zyodeo says sorry to all the fans who have spent time and money Xiaodao will adjust his work and rest time and try to get up a little earlier every day so that I guess I will be free. In addition, several book friend groups are full. Now there are only 2 vacancies in the introduction. I remember recommending several groups in the public chapters. Some swordsmen may have joined the group after seeing them, but they cannot join because the number limit has been reached. Xiaodao is panic, so I would like to explain that if swordsmen come to support Xiaodao, please add the 2 in the introduction. Xiaodao will sweep the yard and prepare the couch and stand respectfully waiting. Finally, I sincerely thank the swordsmen I know or don't know for their silent support. Many Kidian IDs are so familiar, but they have never spoken, or maybe they have spoken in the questions group, but they don't match the Kidian ID. Thank you, I have nothing to repay you for, so I can only write with all my heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Passive Attributes of Arbitrary Points. When the game was in the last 10 minutes, the outcome was already clear. Although Real Madrid did not expand the score again, it had already occupied an absolute advantage. Every minute and second left was torture for the Barcelona players. Richard and his disciples have not completely lost control of the game like today for a long time, and they can't see any chance of a comeback. Barcelona originally came to the Bernabeu with the anger and confidence of revenge, but the goals of Van Nistelrooy and Raul dealt a blow to such confidence. When they wanted to regroup, Ronaldo's fairy from the sky raid made them suffer another heavy blow. Rijkaard's encouragement in the locker room during the halftime break was Barcelona's last chance, but the Madman Lee's restrained adjustment made Barcelona lose the last bit of morale. 3 times of cheering up, 3 times of hitting the head. This is the so-called 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot. For Barcelona, the only thing they can do in the remaining games is to fight for the honor of the defending champion and the dignity of Catalonia. After Rijkaard replaced Alex, he quickly replaced Messi with Mexican teenager Giovanni dos Santos. The little flea had already tried his best in the game. Repeated sprints and breakthroughs had made him a little exhausted. The Black Swan began to conserve its strength. For Barcelona, there is little hope to catch up with Real Madrid in the league. If they still want to win honors after the end of the season, they must make a breakthrough in the cup. When Messi left the field, some Barcelona fans applauded him. Some Real Madrid fans may be in a good mood because they won the game, and they also showed a good style of not judging heroes by success or failure, and stood up and applauded. The little flea's way of playing football is full of viewing, and the hostile stance does not prevent fans who really love football from liking him. Lee Tongfan was not vague. Anyway, the overall situation was set, so he could give more opportunities to the young players. Important events like the National Derby could help the young players mature as quickly as possible. He waved his hand and replaced Mohamed Diarra with Gago and replaced Ronaldo, the most coquettish figure in the game, with Higuain. When the alien fat man left the field, the Bernabeu ushered in another climax. Ronaldo's miracle goal was replayed on the big screen of the stadium again. There were 15 minutes left in the game. The last wave of excitement in the second round of the 2006-07 Spanish National Derby was presented to 75,328 spectators. The newly replaced little guys showed off their skills and flirted with their own enthusiasm, injecting vitality into the game. After Dos Santos came on the field, he relied on his outstanding speed to switch positions on the 2 wings of Real Madrid, causing a considerable threat. His appearance and magical footwork similar to Ronaldinho attracted a wave of applause from the stands. Unfortunately, compared with his predecessors, the Mexican boy's last shot was less lethal, and he did not become a hero of Barcelona. Standing on the sidelines, Leoli observed Dos Santos' performance up close for the first time, and felt very sorry. Such a romantic boy could not be used by me. How regretful is that? Lee Tongfan is confident that as long as Dos Santos is willing to invest in his account, he will definitely make him another magic gentleman on the court after Ronaldinho. Unfortunately, the flowers are willing to follow the flowing water, but the flowing water has no intention of falling flowers, due to their playing style. Higuain and Fernando Gago are not as eye-catching as Dos Santos, but the two of them have taught their Mexican peers a lesson with their efficiency on the court. In the 85th minute, Dos Santos was too sticky and was tackled by Marcelo. Losing control of the ball, Gago passed the ball before Santos, and the ball once again flew over Barcelona's heavily defended midfield. Higuain understood and successfully shot the ball into the bottom corner of the goal after offside. 0.4:0 applause. Applause again. In the competition between the young generation, Real Madrid has the upper hand again. Although Higuain and Gago are both foreigners as the time for the game is getting closer, Tongfan is getting more and more nervous. The goal of Iniesta, that was eliminated by the prediction in the first half, has not been compensated by the FM 2007 system. If the score remains at 4:0 at the end of the game, then the mystery will have to be carefully considered by Leoli. Beep, beep, beep. When the referee Klaus Mills finally blew the whistle to end the game, the Bernabeu turned into a sea of joy. After 2 years of dormancy, the Galacticos returned with the most unexpected and crazy attitude to the world, and defeated their enemy Barcelona with a big score at home and away. For Tongfan, this is just the first step on the road to conquest. In the 06-07 season, Rijkaard has no chance of revenge, of course. What excited Tongfan the most was that until the end of the game, Barcelona did not get the compensation goal of the FM 2007 system. That is to say, this game was really the first time that Leoli used deduction and foresight to change the result of the game. Since he came into contact with this heaven-defying system, there is only one explanation, that is, freedom points. When I go back at night, I must study the use of this point carefully. Although I already know the function of this point, up to now, Leoli has not figured out how to operate it specifically to make freedom points work. The press conference after the game was lively and simple. The game that just ended was wonderful, but there was no controversy. Although the celebration of Crazy Lee in the first half was crazy, it was already a common sight for reporters. The only gimmick that could attract attention was one person, a goal and an assist that copied the classic alien Ronaldo. Tongfan attended the post-match press conference with Ronaldo, the best player of the game. The conversation between the two head coaches was unexpectedly harmonious. Rijkaard himself was not a man who was good at tit-for-tat, and Tongfan was full of respect for the Black Swan in his player era. The game was over, and the hostility was lifted. The protagonist of the interview was an alien. From today on, no media dared to mention the insulting words such as Fat Ronaldo or Heavy Killer. Ronaldo used his actions to prove to fans all over the world that, even if his weight increased from 70 kilograms to nearly 90 kilograms, he was still the omnipotent alien and still played a superior football. The press conference hall was noisy. Oldley left Ronaldo there and sneaked out by himself. The Hammers were still fighting in the locker room. Tongfan rolled up his sleeves and joined in without hesitation. Which is happier, to be happy alone or to be happy with others? You should enjoy life to the fullest. The feast was over, and the fans who stayed up late to watch the game fell into sweet dreams with different moods. But Tongfan, like a gambler with great luck, went back to the single-family villa and went into the bedroom, turned on the four-hand IBM T30, and started the research work to get to the bottom of things. Ding. Dong, you led Real Madrid to defeat Barcelona. The system rewards 2 points of character points. Ding. Dong, you defeated Rijkaard, who ranked 14th in the system's head coach rankings, and got 1 point of ability point. Ding. Dong, you wiped out the goal of Barcelona player Iniesta, passively consuming 1 point of free will point. The reminder box jumped out as usual. The first two were within Leoli's expectations, and the second one finally confirmed Leoli's previous guess. The 4 words passive consumption show that free will points are very different from character points and ability points in terms of essential attributes, because it is passive. In other words, once the player uses the pre-known FM 2007 system to change the goals or losses in the real game, then whether you like it or not, there will always be a little free will points consumed. Only in this way will the system not compensate for the wiped out goals when the Lockhart points are used up. I'm sorry, FM 2007 will not continue to buy your face. Do what you should do. If you wipe out the opponent's goal, you will still be compensated. This is like you go to a beautiful woman to have fun. Please note that first of all, you must ensure that you have enough overnight money in your pocket. If RMB isn't sufficient, you can only go according to the number of times agreed in advance. If you want to have fun more than once, it is absolutely not possible. Li Tongfan suddenly realized, second uncle, so this is how to use it. Leoli is a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have wiped out Iniesta's goal. Anyway, the result of the game predicted by the system is also a victory. There is no difference between 4:1 and 4:0. In this way, the 2 points of free will obtained by completing the system task, Agi's contempt, last time have been consumed by Leoli without knowing it. The remaining 1 point must be saved well, so that it can be used on the blade. The next day, the media storm caused by the Spanish national derby radiated to the whole of Europe with Madrid as the center. Fans talked about Ronaldo's incredible classic copy and were excited about the return of their idol, while some more professional football media paid more attention to analyzing the secrets that could not be seen by the naked eye through game data. Claudio Rossello, a famous Spanish football expert, pointed out that the reason why Barcelona lost 4 goals was that the lineup was not complete, but the real decisive factor was that Rijkaard completely lost to Crazy Lee, who was more than 20 years younger than him, in the tactical competition. Tactical failure. In the first half of the game, Real Madrid only used 3 counter-attacks to freeze the score at 3:0. The almost 100% counter-attack success rate was incredible. This scene was so similar to the first round of the confrontation between the two sides. At that time, Crazy Lee used Beckham's long passes and free kicks to defend and counter-attack again and again in the situation of one less player, and finally reverse Barcelona. 4 months later, the stubborn Rijkaard still used Barcelona's traditional tactics to deal with Real Madrid. In this regard, Crazy Lee was much more cunning. He changed the usual 4-1-2-1-2 single defensive midfielder tactics, withdrew an offensive position, and added a defensive midfielder with strong stealing ability, Mohamed Diarra. Claudio Rossello finally concluded, since the first game of this season, Crazy Lee has been making continuous progress, whether in promoting youth players, tactical arrangements or on the spot command. He has made earth-shaking changes. The most terrifying thing is that such a talented head coach is only 23 years old, and he still has a long time to conquer. The future world belongs to Crazy Lee. First update. Chapter 164, a red card in the second system task. The season has entered the second half, and the schedule is getting tighter for the Giants. On February 5th, the first round of the Spanish Kings Cup semi-finals kicked off. Real Madrid played at home in the Bernabeu, carrying the momentum of sweeping Barcelona in the national derby last time, and defeated Athletic Bilbao 4:0 like a whirlwind, basically locking in a place in the finals. Li Tongfan used a full substitute lineup in the game. Diego Lopez, the substitute leader of Real Madrid who had miraculously recovered under Ito Young's acupuncture, started the game. Newcomers Diego, Kompany and Quaresma also got the opportunity to start. Among the 4 goals, Higuain scored twice, Diego and Kompany each scored a goal, and Modric performed an assist hat-trick. Regardless of the scene or the result of the game, Real Madrid has an absolute advantage. In the other semi-final held at the Pizjuan Stadium, Sevilla lost 0:1 to the Bat Legion Valencia at home, casting a shadow on the team's road to promotion. On February 8th, the 23rd round of the La Liga continued, and Real Madrid challenged Real Betis, the dark horse of this season, away. Due to 2 consecutive draws in the previous league, the dark horse has been overtaken by Valencia and occupied the 3rd place in the standings, and it has slipped to 4th place. In the media, there is another wave of hype like hot and cold rice, with the mentality of trying all kinds of methods. Reporters will hype the end of the myth of Crazy Lee's undefeated victory, as long as a team with a little strength meets Real Madrid. Although this topic has been talked about by countless people like sorry, I'm an undercover, the gossipy fans are very willing to buy it, as long as it is related to Crazy Lee, fans are willing to open their wallets. Therefore, the Spanish media also paid great attention to this game. Maybe Real Betis, the darkest dark horse of the season, can really overturn the unshakable Crazy Lee like a giant. For Laoli, this game has another important meaning. The FM 2007 system task, Rafael Sobis, challenge will be solved through this game. It is worth mentioning that, although Real Betis' previous 2 games ended in a draw, all 3 goals for the team were scored by Brazilian striker Rafael Sobis. If it weren't for the poor performance of his teammates on the backline, Real Betis' current points would almost catch up with Barcelona. It is no exaggeration to say that Real Betis is Rafael Sobis' team. The task requirements of Rafael Sobis challenge are not simple. Although it only requires keeping Sobis scoreless in the game, it adds a very harsh condition: no abnormal save. In other words, if you let Real Betis top scorer score in the first system push, even if Real Madrid eventually wins the game, the system task will still fail, and 20 points of character points will be wasted. Tragically, the first result predicted by Laoli in the FM 2007 system was that Real Madrid beat Betis 2:1, but the glaring one was written on the scoreboard by comrade Rafael Sobis in the 89th minute of the game. It's over. Tongfan is in a black line. My uncle, I finally accumulated more than 3 digits of character points, and this time I deducted 20 points at once. If such a result really happens in reality, it will be a tragedy. After decades of hard work, I returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. On the evening of February 8th, Ruz Lopera Stadium, Real Betis played against the league leader Real Madrid at home. In the 87th minute of the game, the Arabic numerals on the electronic scoreboard of the stadium were dazzling red! 0:2! The home team is in front and the visiting team is behind. With Ronaldo's double goal, Real Madrid temporarily leads Betis by 2 goals. The Ruz Lopera Stadium, which can accommodate 50,000 fans, seems too quiet. The home team fans are disappointed to find that, although their heroes have performed exceptionally well in the league this season, and even defeated the defending champion Barcelona, such pride was ruthlessly defeated by Crazy Lee in front of Real Madrid, including injury time. There are less than 6 minutes left. Will a miracle happen? Real Betis is still making the last struggle. German fullback David Adanka rushes along the sideline, shakes off Marcelo who is pressing forward, and makes a 45-degree diagonal pass near the right corner of the penalty area. The football is headed out by the tall Joel Luca, and Rafael Sobis, who is ambushing in the middle of the penalty area, wins the ball and shoots. Bang! The football draws a shining white line in the air, hits the crossbar hard, and flies out of the bottom line. Goal kick. Another shot from Sobis. This super striker who has scored 32 goals this season had bad luck in today's game. This was the 3rd time he hit the crossbar, and it was just a hair's breadth away. The measure of the Ruz Lopera Stadium denied Betis victory, otherwise the game would have been 3:2. The game has reached the 88th minute. Casillas kicked the ball out of the goal, and the ball flew high to the backcourt of Real Betis. Van Nistelrooy won the header, and passed the ball back to Diego who was following up in the middle. Reis and Modric had already begun to try to pull each other apart. Ronaldo moved quickly in small steps, playing with Betis defenders in offside and anti-offside games. Diego controlled the ball at his feet, and made a light turn, dodge the tackle from Betis midfielder Alberto Rivera, and take the initiative with his teammates. Beckham, who was in the defensive midfield position, began to press forward unknowingly, and centre-backs Kompany and Joel Luca also followed him out of the penalty area. Real Madrid's defense was a little slack at the end of the game, and no one noticed that Betis forward Rafael Sobis slowly inserted himself into the gap between Kompany and Joel Luca. Like a ghost, Laoli on the sidelines felt nervous. This scene looked so familiar. Here it comes. Rafael's goal is coming. Kompany was watching the situation in the front court, and was about to press forward a little, when he suddenly heard a familiar roar from the sidelines. Vicent, what are you doing? Pay attention to the people around you, and look at the man wearing 9, the guy with the jersey number. It's the boss's voice. Kompany turned around, and broke out in a cold sweat. Betis top striker Rafael Sobis had appeared next to him without knowing when. At this moment, the Betis fans in the stands suddenly burst into cheers. Sobis glanced back, then suddenly accelerated, and flew towards Real Madrid's penalty area. Kompany was stunned for a moment and immediately realized that something was wrong. The cheers of the fans, coupled with Sobis' movement, have told Kompany one thing very clearly, that is, his side has been counter-attacked. Kompany no longer bothered to look back at the route of football, but started immediately and chased after him. Rafael Sobis is very fast. FM 2007 rated him as double 18 for speed and explosive power, but Kompany's 17 and 18 are not inferior either, and his explosive power is even 1 point higher than Sobis. This is what saved Lee Tongfan's life. Kompany is a very smart player. He knows that if Sobis is allowed to distance himself, it will be difficult for him to catch up. The waves of cheers from the Betis fans in the stands indicate that this goal very deadly for Real Madrid. The game has reached the 89th minute, and there are no worries. The Belgian Big Black Tower stretches his legs forward while running, and uses the inertia to slide forward. Push fuck, the referee's whistle sounded, and amid the heart-wrenching boos of Betis fans, Sobis rolled and fell into the Real Madrid penalty area like a high-speed train that had derailed. Tackle from behind. This is a bloody tactical foul. Kompany is already the last defender on Real Madrid's defense. The Betis players excitedly surrounded the referee. Before the referee could show the Ruby God of War card, Kompany consciously left the field directly. The judge in black had to show his thrilling smile to the back of the Belgian Eiffel Tower red, but a red card still didn't satisfy the Betis players. They surrounded the referee and insisted that Kompany's foul was in the penalty area and it should be a penalty kick. I have to say that Rafael Sobis' earth-shattering lazy-ass roll just now is also very knowledgeable. The Brazilian was impartial and rolled to the penalty spot in the penalty area on the sidelines after seeing Kompany's extremely smart tactical foul to stop Rafael. The heavy stone in Lee Tongfan's heart just fell to the ground, and when he saw this scene, he cheered and hung up again. Shameless performance. The foul was committed outside the penalty area. Sir, can you be a more kind person? A certain man who got a good deal was filled with indignation on the sidelines. That is definitely not a penalty kick. Wow, what a beautiful penalty. It turned out that the referee still gave a direct free kick outside the penalty area because the black-clothed judge found the accident site. Kompany's tackle from behind left a shocking deep hole on the lawn. The irrefutable evidence left the Betis players speechless. The free kick taken by Rafael Sobis flew high into the arms of the fans in the stands. 3 minutes later, the referee blew the whistle and ended the game. The final score was 0-2. Real Madrid took away its 23rd league victory in the away game without any danger. The system mission, Rafael Sobis' challenge, was finally completed with great difficulty, at the cost of all the last points being consumed. Lee Tongfan obliterated Rafael Sobis' role in the system by passively consuming points, the goal, however. For Laoli, the gains far outweigh the losses, because the immediate rewards given by the FM 2007 system are very generous. 1. Wish points, plus 10 character points, harvest. Please give me a monthly ticket. But I'm being left behind again. Chapter 165 FLORES and -039, SYNOPSIS horse racing strategy. After the match with Real Betis, Lee Tongfan did not give the players a holiday, but let the Hammers start training the next day, because on February 11th, Real Madrid still had a tough battle to fight. Home against Valencia, the third place in the league standings, the Bats rebounded after losing to Real Madrid at home last time, and then the record soared like a rocket. After 23 rounds, with 15 wins, 4 draws and 4 losses, they ranked third in the standings with 49 points, only 5 points behind Barcelona. David Villa, David Silva, David Navarro, David Crales and other Davids in the team performed well and contributed greatly. What is more worthy of Lee Tongfan's attention is that Flores, the head coach of the Bat Corps, is the 27th small boss in the system head coach rankings. This is one of the few who can explode ability points. Although it is only 0.5 points, a mosquito is still meat. Not to mention that Leoli is still in the primary stage of socialism and can't spend even a dime. Only after passing Valencia, the Devils' schedule in February can be considered to have successfully crossed more than half. After that, the team will get at least 7 days of rest time. The next opponent is Celta, a team in the middle and lower reaches of the standings. There is no risk of relegation, nor is there a desire to make progress, so there is no need to worry. Tongfan is well prepared. At 2100 hours on the evening of February 11th, the game officially started. What Leoli didn't expect was that he worked hard to train Erlang for 3 days without a holiday, but what he carefully prepared for was the Shanji horse racing style. Slight performance of flaws. The head coach of the Bat, Villa, Silva, Joaquin, Vicente, Oldly looked at Valencia's starting lineup in a daze. These main players are actually sitting on the bench. What is Flaws doing? The second in command, Greed, shook his head and said that he couldn't understand it either. It was not until the 80th minute of the game that the Bat leader Flaws replaced David Villa and Silva and others and ran around lazily with his big butt pinched. Oldly realized that the Bats were playing a tacit game. Flaws actually gave up this game. It turned out that from the beginning, Valencia had no intention of getting points from Real Madrid in the away game. Instead of fighting to the death, it is better to save strength and strive for breakthroughs in other fronts. You should know that the Bats have performed well in the Spanish Kings Cup and the European Champions League this season. In the Kings Cup semi-finals, they defeated Sevilla 1-0 away. In the next home second round, as long as there is no major accident, it will not be a problem to beat the Andalusian Legion. In the Champions League, they also successfully qualified in the group stage and will face the Bundesliga overlord Bayern Munich in the first round of knockouts. With Valencia's bench depth, it is simply unsustainable to deal with 3 line games at the same time, and something must be abandoned. In comparison, Real Madrid is far ahead in the league, leaving almost no chance for other teams, so Flaws decisively gave up the league and focused on the cup. A brave man cuts off his wrist. Damn, all the preparations were in vain. Leoli couldn't help but look up to this guy who ranked 27th in the system coach rankings. At the end of the game, Real Madrid defeated the uninterested Bats 5-0 at home, continuing to consolidate its lead in the standings. The match with Valencia ended, and the match with Celta will be held in 7 days. This time, Leoli did not embarrass the superstars of Real Madrid and took 3 days off in one go. The team's schedule has been intensive recently. After his parents came to Madrid, Tongfan has not made time to chat with them. This time, Leoli stayed around his parents all day. Even if he was talking, he felt a warm happiness when Chu Yui came to the villa. It was noon. The man who hired him was very famous. Very famous. Although she was not a fan, Chu Yui could definitely wear out calluses on her ears by hearing that name every day. Hey, Chu, I heard that you are Mr. Glutton's translator? What a lucky guy. Woo, Chu, please help me get an autograph from Mr. Glutton. Next Sunday is my birthday. Chu, can you invite Crazy Lee? Tell him that there are many beauties here. Chu, I guess you have had a romantic contact with Mr. Glutton? I heard that there has never been a woman around him. Voices, mixed with various emphasis, will ring in my ears. In school, whether I know him or not, every classmate will ask about Crazy Lee after seeing me, especially after I don't know how the news that I served as a family translator in his home was spread. I seem to have become a celebrity overnight in the whole school, and everyone who sees me will greet me with a smile. Even some reporters from newspapers will come to me, waving money to tempt me to tell some explosive news about Crazy Lee. Although I really need money, I don't know why I can always refuse with disdain. To be honest, Chu Yui was not averse to these things. Deep down in her heart, she even had a little curiosity about this man, known as Crazy Lee. What kind of person could make so many people from so many different countries so obsessed with him? When Chu Yui first met Crazy Lee, she was a little surprised. Such a famous person was so young. So ordinary, watching him pick beans with a small stool and sit next to his parents. He was just like the college students in the northern countryside who came back from the winter and summer vacations and chatted with their parents with a smile on their faces. Unexpected. Later, when I went to the villa again during this period of time, I rarely saw Crazy Lee because it is said that Real Madrid had a lot of games during that period of time. It is said that during that period of time, this man who was just like an ordinary college student was leading his superstar players to be invincible and kill all directions. In Madrid and Spain, every weekend with a football game, there were countless fans cheering for him and going crazy for him. After a period of time, Chu Yui had completely understood the story of Crazy Lee. His parents were two very kind old people, just like the neighbors in her hometown. They loved to talk, sing Kin Kiang, and dance Yanko. After a few days, they completely treated her as their own daughter. During the more than 1 year of wandering in a foreign country, Chu Yui would not miss home or her equally kind and talkative parents. Only when she was with these two old people. Talking and shopping with the two old people is no longer a job for Chu Yui, but a kind of enjoyment after studying hard every day, and she can also earn a salary that she never dared to think of before. What kind of happiness is this? So when Chu Yui walked to the door of the villa, she couldn't help humming a brisk song, knocked on the door with ease, and then pushed the door open. She found a guy standing in the living room, stealing the food on the table. When he saw her coming in, he smiled a little surprised, then pointed to the kitchen, put his index finger to his mouth, and made a hush, don't make a sound gesture. It's Crazy Lee. To be honest, Leoli had long forgotten that this family translator named Chu Yui would come to work at this time every day, so when he was secretly eating the braised lion head made by his mother, he was caught by the pretty little girl. The sultry man thought he was a celebrity after all, and now he is embarrassed. Just then, the voice of his mother He-Feng came from the kitchen. Yui girl is here. Haha, you don't need to help today. Sit in the living room, the meal will be ready soon. Less than 2 seconds later, He-Feng seemed to remember something. Son, you are eating outside again. Hurry up and ask Yui to sit down. Leo. Lee pointed at the sofa with a frown on his face and motioned for the little girl to sit down. Then he took out 2 small bottles of fresh juice from the refrigerator, put one in front of the little girl, unscrewed the cap without hesitation, tilted his neck, and drank a bottle in one gulp. After a while, the parents who were busy in the kitchen came out with the dishes. Lee Tongfan raised his nose and sniffed a few times and shouted happily, Mom, what day is it today? You are going all out. But I have a treat. I didn't care about Chu Yui. I pulled out a small stool from under the dining table and was about to start eating. Mom He-Feng was not happy. Stinky boy, there are guests today. Set up the dishes and chopsticks to greet the guests first. Lee Tongfan was helpless. After Chu Yui came, his status at home seemed to have declined a lot. To be honest, Leo Lee didn't have any special impression of this pretty little girl. Since becoming the head coach of Real Madrid, what kind of beautiful girls have he not seen? Alex's coquettishness, Elizabeth's intellectuality, Elena's purity. In comparison, Chu Yui was not the one that impressed him the most. Of course, in the mind of a certain sultry man, there is only one most beautiful woman, but it's a pity that she is not with him now. During the meal, Dad Liang put a piece of ribs in Lee Tongfan's bowl, paused for a moment, and said, Son, I will discuss with your mother. After this week, we will go back to China. Old Lee was stunned. Dad, what's wrong? Are you not used to it here? Yes, when I didn't go abroad, I always wanted to come out to see if you were doing well abroad. After this trip, your mother and I are relieved. Dad took a bite of the food and smiled. But if you stay abroad all the time, you can't watch TV or understand what others say. If this goes on, your mother and I will be suffocated to death. To be honest, this is what Leoli has been worried about. When he goes to work, he leaves the two old people alone at home, without even someone to play mahjong or poker. Although Chu Yui is hired as a family translator, it is not as comfortable as staying in China after all. Language barriers are like fish out of water. Even young and strong guys will go crazy, let alone two old people who are reluctant to leave their hometown. As for the idea of asking the two old people to learn Spanish, that's nonsense. How old are they? Do they have to suffer this? Lee Tongfan thought about it and found that there was no other good way to have the best of both worlds. He had to call Tarosi Tang and ask the British guy to arrange for his return home. Chu Yue sighed secretly when she saw this scene. After rushing, I was still more than 20 minutes late. Xiaodao is ashamed. Please use your monthly ticket to hit Xiaodao hard. No mercy. Chapter 166. Battle between Ice and Fire. Taking advantage of the 3-day holiday, Lee Tongfan took his parents to visit various scenic spots and shopping places in Madrid. Because he was accompanying his parents, Leoli made an exception and did not dress up this time. Think about it, how annoying would it be to accompany your parents and dress like a man in black? As a result, fans asked for photos and autographs everywhere they went, and some older fans actually enthusiastically asked to take photos with Crazy Lee's parents. Dad Li Ying was a little unhappy at first, but his mother He Feng glared. It's hard to come out once, but I have to leave some memories for you to go back and take a picture. It's not like you have to go up the mountain of swords and go into the frying pan. Girl Yue is right. We are both happy, and our son can send us back with peace of mind, so he can work with peace of mind, right? Later, more and more people took photos with the two old people, but Lee Tongfan was left out in the cold. He just stood aside and signed the photos. The two old men felt incredible that their sons were so popular abroad, and their faces were filled with smiles from the bottom of their hearts. Lee Tongfan deliberately stomped his feet. Mom and Dad, you are still as charming as before. My son is jealous. This brat. After 2 days, my parents walked around the streets and alleys, and their physical strength was a bit unable to keep up. On the 3rd day, they bought groceries and prepared for a big banquet at home. Lee Tongfan asked Lee Tongfan to call and sent Alosi Tang and Kabadi Henry and Alina invited several familiar foreigners to their home for dinner. Of course, they also got the Yue girl as their mother called them. When the 3 foreigners Alosi and Tang heard that they had another opportunity to eat, they rushed over after work because they knew that Leoli's parents were going back to China in the next 2 days. So they prepared small gifts. Just come. If you like to eat the food cooked by aunt, when you come to China in the future, I will come to my house and cook it for you every day. My mother He Feng is a person who likes to have fun and has already started spreading invitations. Okay, I must go. The little Lalita Alina had an expression of endless aftertaste on her face, and she agreed more happily than anyone else. I like to eat butchered vegetables, braised pork elbow, and cold skin. 3 days later, Talosi, Tang and Alina sent Lee Tongfan's parents back to China. Originally, only Tang was enough. Who knew that his mother, He Fengting, liked Alina, a foreign girl, and they met him unexpectedly. When Leoli saw his daughter, he thought, oh, there's a new relative in a few days. Why don't we go and see her off together? On February 18th, Real Madrid defeated the underdog Celta Vigo 3-2-0 at home. Beckham scored twice from a free kick. Ronaldo added the icing on the cake. This game is just a warm-up for Real Madrid. 3 days later, the first knockout round of the UEFA Champions League begins. The team flies to Bremerhaven, Germany to challenge the veteran Bundesliga powerhouse Cloud Parrot Legion in Bremen. Speaking of Werder Bremen, many people think that it is just a simple football club, but the real fact is that in addition to football, this sports club also conducts various sports such as handball, track and field, table tennis, gymnastics and chess. Of course, mainly football. The state of Werder Bremen is, having too many skills is not overwhelming. There is no most, only more. Whether in Germany or abroad, the Bundesliga team Werder Bremen is second only to the Bundesliga hegemon Bayern Munich in popularity among fans, because the Parrots are followers of awesome offensive football, although they are not as good as Barcelona. But they can often score jaw-dropping big scores. Even Bayern Munich was once humiliated by them with more than 5 goals. Of course, a big score here doesn't just mean winning with a big score, it also means losing with a big score. It can be said that the Parrot Legion is a nerve knife. If it plays smoothly in the game, it can block and kill people, and Buddha blocks and kills. Buddha, but if things go wrong, even the German second division team can poke a few holes in them. For such a team, you can never know what kind of wonderful performance it will provide in the next game. So Lee Tongfan still behaved very cautiously when facing Werder Bremen. In addition to his crazy playing style, Leo Lee was also afraid of this team because of one person. Thomas Schaaf. Schaaf is another legendary head coach in the history of Werder Bremen after Otto the Great Rahagel. If Rahagel is the founder of Bremen's glory, then Schaaf is a genius resurgence like Liuxiu, Emperor Guangwu of Han Dynasty. As a player, defender Thomas Schaaf will play for Bremen for 16 years, playing 262 times and scoring 13 goals. In the 1993-94 season, Schaaf played his last game for Bremen as a player-coach season, retired the following year, and became the head coach of the Werder Bremen amateur team. Coaching an amateur team was just the beginning. In the 1998-99 season, Uncle Schaaf, who had been married for many years and became a mother-in-law, succeeded Magath, who had led the team with poor results, and became the head coach of Werder Bremen, starting the journey of the Parrot Legion. Schaaf era, and unexpectedly defeated Bayern Munich that season to win the German Cup. Thomas Schaaf's most glorious achievement came in the 2003-2004 season, when he led the team to win the Bundesliga and Cup double crown, and was named German Football Person of the Year in 2004, although not as arrogant and dazzling as Mourinho, and not as graceful as Rijkaard. This does not prevent the European media from comparing Schaaf and Crazy Lee together, because of the characters and behaviors of Thomas Schaaf and Crazy Lee. Completely opposite, just like ice and fire. One is cold and quiet, the other is public and hot. Also a young leader in the football coaching world. Unlike Crazy Lee, Schaaf is very low-key. The first impression of Thomas Schaaf is that he speaks very softly, and the second impression is that he speaks very little. In this regard, Thomas Schaaf said, "Evaluate a coach by his achievements, not by his self-praise." The low-key Thomas Schaaf will not deliberately seek praise, whether it is his birthday or the 10th anniversary of coaching Bremen. Thomas Schaaf has not held any public commemorative activities. When winning the double championship in the 2003-2004 season, Thomas Schaaf was unexpectedly calm. When Olafs rushed into the stadium desperately to hug the players, Thomas Schaaf was just quietly intoxicated by the scene in front of him. Bremen fans all hope to see the lively scene of the players throwing Thomas Schaaf into the sky, but when Borowski and Bormann were ready to do so, Thomas Schaaf smiled and refused. After shaking hands with the opposing coach, Schaaf began to walk slowly in the empty Olympic Stadium. No matter how the fans shouted his name, or how the players wanted to drag him into the sea of revelry, Thomas Schaaf remained unmoved. However, after knowing this story, Lee Tongfan, who judged others by his own meanness, maliciously thought, "Uncle Schaaf's pretentiousness is even higher than mine, otherwise I will turn around and be calm for once." Kicker magazine used a large article to introduce and compare the coaching characteristics and records of Crazy Lee and Thomas Schaaf to German fans in detail, and finally ended the report with this sentence: "Although the two teams that pursue offensive football are about to collide, the head coaches of both sides have very different personalities. Thomas Schaaf, who is good at creating miracles, and Crazy Lee, who is the Spokesperson for miracles, will bring us a contest of ice and fire." As a German publication, I wish Schaaf good luck. Obviously, although the Parrots have the home advantage, Kicker is not optimistic about Werder Bremen's victory. The head coach is indeed important, but the gap between the two teams is obvious, not to mention that Crazy Lee seems as if it is possible should be no worse than Schaaf. February 21st, the Weser Stadium, which can accommodate 50,000 people, is full, and Real Madrid's away challenge to Werder Bremen is in full swing. The two teams, which are also good at offense, collided with each other. The dazzling offensive and defensive rhythm and dazzling coordination made the fans in the stands intoxicated. The game was as predicted by most European media before the game, except that attack or attack. Crazy Lee has his pride, and Thomas Schaaf has his own persistence. In the 55th minute of the game, there was a deafening cheer in the stadium. Bremen striker Klose received a cross from fullback Fritz and headed in Joel Luca to score. The score on the field was 2:3, with the home team in front and the away team behind. Crazily Real Madrid temporarily led by 1 goal. Sidelines. Tongfan couldn't help shaking his head while standing in front of the bench. He turned his head and glanced at Thomas Schaff, who was sitting calmly on the Bremen coaching bench not far away, and cursed inwardly. Damn, K-God is so fucking awesome. It's so simple. He was able to seize the opportunity to head in a goal even with the cooperation. He is indeed one of the 5 godlike players in the striker position ranked by the FM 2007 system. From the beginning of the game, Real Madrid relied on goals from Van Nistelrooy and Ronaldo to get off to a dream start within 10 minutes. Then David Beckham, the free kick master, once again used his unique free kick skill, the crescent blade, and a standard Beckham arc penetrated the 10 fingers of Bremen goalkeeper with ease, expanding the score to 3:0. Exclamation point at that time. Leoli stood on the sidelines and sighed with gloating. Professional players are really a group of shameless men who change their faces faster than turning pages of a book after falling behind 0:3. In the first half, if it was any head coach should think about the defense problem, but Uncle Schaff resolutely replaced the central defender Poulsen with the strong Portuguese centre forward Hugo Almeida at the beginning of the second half, raising the banner of the GD counter-attack in a very cool way. The effect was immediate. The famous FM 2007 striker Klose, known as the K-God, really broke out, as if he had taken K-powder. He scored twice in 5 minutes, all through simple crosses from the wingers and smashed them into the goal with his awesome big head. The K-God was born, and the header was invincible. There is a fatal problem in this chapter, and it has been modified. It is not a fake update. Thank you for the guidance of the hero Masanori Hattori. Chapter 167 4 forwards versus 4 forwards. Klose's miraculous heading skills made Leoli finally understand at this moment the depression of the Saudi Arabian goalkeeper and head coach in the 2002 World Cup. This guy's header is a living bug. After being the head coach for more than half a year, Tongfan has seen countless players who are called aerial tyrants, but Miroslav Klose is the first to truly deserve the word tyrant. Even Chelsea's African Andy Drogba seems to be inferior to God K in headers. If it weren't for a game Tongfan would really want to call Klose over, pull open Yaz's hair, and see if this guy shamelessly hides a football receiver on his head. Why does he have a football receiver? As soon as a Werder player passes the ball, he can always hit the ball 3 or 4 seconds before Real Madrid's defensive hammer. Change is imminent. If this continues, the game will become Klose's performance stage. The sultry manly Tongfan will never tolerate anyone stealing his limelight. Substitute people, change formations. The 4th official on the sidelines played an electronic substitution sign. Real Madrid centre-back Joel Luca came off, and Italian bald man Cannavaro came on. The wishful thinking of the sultry manly Tongfan came into play. In the just concluded World Cup in Germany, the all-powerful God K was stared at by Cannavaro and lost his temper, which allowed the great Italian coach Grosso to play. In the last 3 minutes of overtime, he scored the winning goal. Since Joel Luca couldn't guard Klose, let's let his old enemy Cannavaro try. Who would have known that as soon as Cannavaro came on the field, the German fans in the stands were the first to freeze. The excited boos from the crowd were like a Boeing 747 slowly landing over the Weser Stadium. It seems that the just concluded match against Italy in the German World Cup was a pain in the hearts of all German fans. Cannavaro lived up to Leoli's ardent expectations, relying on his experienced experience and still charming position awareness, and cooperated with Weiss and company to gradually regain the situation on the court. Although he could not close was completely suppressed, but at least there was a 50-50 score. Tongfan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Uncle Shafu, who was as calm as a mountain and calm as water. He raised his eyebrows proudly and said, "Hey, let's see how this piece of ice, like you will deal with it next, Thomas." Schaff seemed to have noticed Madman Lee's coquettish glance and responded quickly in the stunned expression of second-in-command Greta. The 4th official raised the substitution electronic card. Werder Bremen's 31-year-old midfielder Frank Bormann, whose physical fitness had declined, came off and Swedish forward Rosenberg came on. As a result, the Parrot Legion has a total of 4 forwards on the field: Miroslav Klose, Ivan Klashnik, Hugo Almeida and Marcus Rosenberg. Although having more forwards does not mean scoring goals when 4 strong men as strong as wolves and tigers attack the penalty area of Real Madrid. The momentum and pressure created are definitely enough for Real Madrid's hammers to drink pot. What's even more amazing is that Bremen's 2 extremely fast defenders Fritz and Schultz are almost used as wingers, while the midfielder Frings retreats slightly to the midfielder position, and the other 2 midfielders Borowski and Aoumanil are firmly pinched both sides of the center line. In this way, when the Parrot Legion attacked, there were 4 forwards, 3 midfielders and 2 fullbacks, and there were as many as 9 people. Only the centre-back Murdersack stayed alone, and scared in the rear. Lee Tongfan became angry when he saw it. "This is too bullying. You have a forward, don't I?" Less than 5 minutes after Thomas Schaff's substitution, Lee Tongfan made a sharp adjustment to May Mangdi. Off the midfielder Guti, on the King of the Rings Raul, on the fullback Robert Carlos, on the Mexican Devil Colas Vila ! 4 strikers versus 4 strikers. ESPN's Uncles and John had an orgasm. Wow, now there's something good to watch. Crazy Lee, as if out of anger, replaced 2 forwards at once. The head coaches of both sides are offensive maniacs. There are still more than 30 minutes left in the game. It seems there will be no shortage of goals. Before Uncles and John finished speaking, there were cheers again at the Weser Stadium. The broadcast camera was replayed in slow motion. Hugo Almeida, who came out in the second half, hit the goal with a powerful kick from outside the penalty area, creating a high-quality world wave. The beauties of Western University are beyond reach. 3:3 draw. Almeida's goal equalized the score for Bremen, and the 2 sides returned to the same starting line again. However, the cheers at the Weser Stadium did not last long. Bremen paid the price for their weak defense. After Beckham intercepted the ball, he assisted Ronald with a pendulum pass past goalkeeper Wies. The empty goal was successful! 3:4 in the 70th minute. Real Madrid expanded the score again. Carlos Vila, the little Mexican boy, showed that he was as fast as Ronaldo. He rode through the barrier on his own during the counter-attack and deceived Bremen centre-back Murdersack with a kick. The wonderful shot made Wies, who abandoned the goal, sit at the penalty spot. 3:5 in the 80th minute. Ronaldo received Van Nistelrooy's header and crossed the penalty area with a powerful kick. He used a kick that was no less exciting than Hugo Almeida's world-beating shot to score a hat-trick! 3:6 It wasn't until the end of the game that the repeated cheers and boos at the Weser Stadium came to an end. Real Madrid defeated Werder 7:4 in an away game. Ronaldo and Miroslav Klose each scored hat-tricks in the game, in the first round of the knockout round of the UEFA Champions League that ended at the same time. This game had the most goals, and the 4-forward duel between Thomas Schaff and Crazy Lee became a hot topic among fans after the game. Although he lost the game, Thomas Schaff's insistence on offensive football still won unanimous praise from fans and German media, who believed that the Parrots defended the dignity and honor of the Bundesliga. In contrast, the Bundesliga overlord Bayern was a little bit worse, because they did not win a single victory against Valencia. In other games, the Blues Chelsea won 1:0 against the Serie A leader AC Milan at home. The Premier League Red Devils Manchester United defeated the Portuguese League second place Benfica 3:1 away. Sporting Lisbon won 1:0 against Inter Milan at home. The Bundesliga overlord Bayern Munich drew 2:2 with the Bat Legion Valencia at home. The defending champion Red Army Liverpool beat Barcelona 2:1 at home. The Ukrainian team Kip Dynamo lost 0:1 to Arsenal at home. And the Portuguese giants Porto defeated the Italian Wolfpack Roma 2:0 at home. In the 5 major leagues, the French Ligue 1 was completely wiped out, and giants such as Lyon and Marseille all returned home in the group stage with regret. On the contrary, the Portuguese league was fully revived, and Sporting Lisbon, Benfica and Porto all unexpectedly entered the knockout stage, which is considered a dark horse league among the 5 major leagues. Only Bayern and Bremen are left in the Bundesliga, but the scores in the first round of the knockout rounds are not ideal. Bayern was scored 2 away goals by Valencia, and it will be difficult to advance in the next round. As for the Parrot Army Bremen, except for Bremen fans, no one has hope for them. Crazy Lee scored 7 away goals, which basically sentenced them to death. In Serie A, although all 3 teams lost, AC Milan and Inter Milan both lost by 1 goal away from home, and the chances of advancing are not small, while the Wolfpack Roma is a bit difficult. The Premier League, which has become increasingly strong in recent years, has further shown its terrifying competitiveness to the world. The Big Four Blues Chelsea, the Red Devils Manchester United, the Reds Liverpool, and the Gunners Arsenal all won in the first round without exception. As for La Liga, the situation is not bad either. The 3 teams have 1 win, 1 draw and 1 loss, and all have the hope of advancing. The Champions League means 2 games a week. After defeating the Parrots, Real Madrid returned to the country without stopping. They didn't even have time to rest. In 2 days, they will face the 26th round of La Liga again. On February 24th, Real Madrid defeated Real Sociedad 2-0 away, and Raul scored twice. However, in this game, Raul was maliciously tackled from behind by Real Sociedad's midfielder Diego Rivas, causing a toe fracture. After the game, it was confirmed that he would miss nearly 3 months. If Real Madrid can make it to the end of the Champions League, the King of the Rings may be able to catch up with the Champions League final. Of course, Comrade Rivas, who committed a malicious foul, was punished with a 3-match ban and a fine of €20,000 after the game. On February 28th, the second round of the Spanish Kings Cup semi-finals kicked off. Real Madrid relied on a full substitute lineup to beat Athletic Bilbao 3-0 away. Carlos Vela, a Mexican teenager promoted by Crazy Lee, scored twice, and Brazilian midfielder Diego scored an amazing personal surprise. In this way, Real Madrid swept Athletic Bilbao with a total score of 7-0 and got a ticket to the Kings Cup final. In the other semi-final, Sevilla, which was on the verge of collapse, finally showed the glory of the defending champion of the UEFA Cup and unexpectedly defeated Valencia, who put more energy into the Champions League. 2-1 away from home, and met Real Madrid in the Kings Cup final. On March 4th, in the 27th round of the La Liga, Real Madrid defeated Tarragona Gymnastic, a newly promoted team on the verge of relegation, 3-0 at home. Alien Ronaldo scored a goal to increase his total number of league goals to a terrifying 43, basically locking in the European Golden Boot award. David Beckham was equally brilliant, scoring a penalty and a scimitar in the game, scoring 18 goals in the league, and providing 23 assists. After the game, Crazy Lee's winning streak reached 40 games, which was unprecedented, and will never be surpassed. The European football world was in mourning. Mundo Deportivo published an article saying that, if a Chinese person continues to be invincible like this, it will be a shame for European football. This statement sparked a lot of debate, with many people applauding, and others raising their eyebrows and scolding. However, no matter what, these cannot stop Real Madrid from continuing to advance on 3 fronts. The season is about to end, and all the mysteries have been revealed. The myth of Invincible East needs the continued support of the swordsman. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 168, Champions League quarterfinals matchup table released. On March 7th, the second round of the first knockout round of the UEFA Champions League kicked off. Real Madrid had 7 away goals and played with a youth lineup. In the end, Carlos Vela scored a hat-trick and defeated the Parrots 3-1 without any suspense. Since the Mexican Demon officially joined Real Madrid on January 2nd, he has scored 13 goals with terrifying efficiency. In fact, it is not just Carlos Vela. Any attacking player of Real Madrid has burst out with incredible energy under the training of Crazy Lee. The results of the first round of the UEFA Champions League knockout round were announced. Real Madrid advanced to the quarterfinals with a huge score of 10:5! After the end of 2 match days, the other 7 seats in the quarterfinals also have their own owners. On the match day of March 6th, Arsenal defeated the only Ukrainian team Kyiv Dynamo 3:0 at home and occupied a place with a total score of 4:0 in 2 rounds. Defending champion Barcelona beat Benitez's Liverpool 1-0 at home with a total score of 2-2, but fortunately advanced with an away goal. Italian Wolfpack Roma was defeated, losing 0-2 to Portuguese giants Porto at home, and was eliminated with a total score of 0-4. Bats Valencia beat Bayern Munich 1-0 at home, defeating the Bundesliga overlord with a total score of 3-2. The next day, in addition to Real Madrid, Italian giants Inter Milan, with Adriano's double goal and Argentine centre-forward Crespo's icing on the cake, swept Sporting Lisbon 3:0 at home, with a total score of 3:1 to occupy a place in the top 8. Manchester United unexpectedly tied with Benfica 2:2 at Old Trafford, and finally advanced to the top 8 with a total score of 5:3 in the 2 rounds. Mourinho's Blues once again showed the world its tragic nature in the Champions League, losing to AC Milan 0:1 away, and after a total score of 1:1 in overtime, they were eliminated by Ancelotti's disciples in the penalty shootout. After the first round of knockout matches of the Champions League, La Liga unexpectedly maintained its strength in the group stage. Real Madrid, Barcelona and Valencia remained in the next round of Park. In particular, the Bats defeated Bayern Munich 3:2, which was considered by many media and fans to be the biggest upset in the first round of the knockout matches. Flaw's strong arm cutting strategy of the Bats was temporarily successful. The league was hopeless, and the King's Cup was eliminated by Sevilla. Valencia has put all its energy into the Champions League. Only the Red Devils Manchester United and Arsenal survived in the Premier League big. In contrast, Serie A also retained 2 teams, the 2 giants from Milan. What made sports betting companies lose a lot was the Portuguese Super League. Porto stood out, and it was quite like the style when it won the Big Ear Cup. As for the Bundesliga, naked tragedy, it became the second league to be completely wiped out after Leg 1 on March 8th. The results of the draw for the second round of knockout matches of the Champions League were announced, and the top 8 matchup table was produced. Real Madrid and Serie A giants AC Milan are going head to head, first at home and then away, and the first round will be held at the Bernabeu. On April 4th, the other 6 teams also started to fight. Serie A number 2 Inter Milan played against Premier League number 2 Manchester United, and the Catalan giants Barcelona and the Bat Legion Valencia were fighting against each other. The Arsenal will go to the Portuguese Dragon Stadium, and the Gunners are trying to become the Dragon Slayers, of course. For the Giants, there is still some time before the Champions League on April 4th. The most urgent thing now is to stabilize their position in the league. Because of the double games a week, those pseudo-giants who were originally trampled under their feet are already eyeing to achieve the surfs singing on the standings. On March 11th, Real Madrid challenged Recreativo, the newly promoted team ranked 3rd from the bottom in the La Liga standings. In order to preserve the fighting power, crazily made rotations. Except for Ronaldo, who was gradually creating the total number of league goals in a single season, and Beckham, who was working hard for the World Footballer of the Year, the Real Madrid camp was full of young players. Even a few guys from Castilla got the chance to come on as substitutes. Although Recreativo tried their best to win, the huge gap in strength still made the game lose suspense early in the first half. Ronaldo played a solo performance in the 19th minute, which he did not know how many times this season. 5 minutes later, Higuain headed the ball into the goal, after receiving Beckham's corner kick. In the 35th minute, Guti scored a long shot from the penalty arc. In the 45th minute, Cannavaro once again headed into Recreativo's goal in the corner kick tactics. It is worth mentioning that all 4 goals were assisted by David Beckham. As the season progresses, Beckham is becoming more and more comfortable in the defensive midfielder position. A research institute has found through statistical data that Beckham ranks first in interceptions and steals among all midfielders in the 5 major leagues. Apart from goals and assists, He is on the verge of becoming the world's #1 defensive midfielder. Unfortunately, although Lee Tongfan made timely rotations, the adverse effects of fighting on 3 fronts gradually emerged. The player's physical reserves gradually became difficult to support, and this situation eventually led to the situation that Lee was most reluctant to see: large-scale injuries. After the winter break, Croatian junior Modric, who has gradually established himself as the team's main winger, strained his calf during a header during routine training on the morning of March 13th. After a brief diagnosis by team Dr. Gonzalez, the report concluded that Modric needs at least 3 weeks of training. Of course, if Ito Yun uses his omnipotent acupuncture and Qigong massage, he may recover faster. Misfortune never comes singly. 4 days later, the 33-year-old Italian national team captain Cannavaro sprained his ankle while making a tackle and was also out for 3 weeks. As a result, together with King of the Ring Raul, at least 3 of the first team's main players will be unable to participate in the game against AC Milan on April 4th. Of course, Real Madrid is not the only one suffering from this disease. All the giants in the 5 major leagues have suffered injuries to their main players. The time has come to truly test the head coach's ability. The last 2 months of competition are like a Supergirl draft, and those who persist to the end are the pure men. On March 18th, they faced the yellow submarine Villarreal, which ranked 7th in the league standings, at home. Portuguese winger Quaresma got the chance to start. Speaking of which, the 4 players who joined Real Madrid during the winter break, Carlos Vela, Diego and company, all gave satisfactory answers to Real Madrid fans, but Quer, who is tied for the highest transfer value with Diego, did not perform to the level expected. The Spanish media has begun to list Quaresma as one of the parallel import players signed by La Liga this season. This is a bad habit that the media can never change. When Diego joined Real Madrid, he had not even played a game because of his worth. Due to problems with experience, he was directly included in the top 10 parallel imports in the future. As a result, the Brazilian midfielder performed brilliantly after 3 or 4 games, and suddenly the news turned to the opposite direction and one-sided praise. To be clear, the media does this to create enough gimmicks to attract readers' attention, such as the top 10 parallel imports, the top 10 handsome guys, the top 10 losers, the top 10. But if as a head coach, you also follow the media and make noises, that's crazy because you paid 20 million euros to bring in that so-called parallel import. Therefore, Lee Tongfan is very concerned about Quaresma's current situation. In Leoli's view, Quaresma's poor performance is mainly due to personality reasons, because the Portuguese seems to be very unsociable. He has been on the team for nearly 3 months and has not even made a single friend. This situation has caused the most direct consequences, that Quaresma is always outside the team as a whole when playing on the court. After getting the ball, he will only cover his head and carry it wildly. Over time, the Hammers are no longer willing to pass the ball to the Portuguese. As for the reasons other people said, such as lack of strength, that is nonsense. Quaresma was even able to lead Porto to score goals against Chelsea when he was in Portugal. Is this also a lack of strength? Therefore, Leoli gave Quaresma some mental guidance before the game and made it very clear when arranging tactics in the locker room. Today's game will focus on Quaresma's side. Through the Portuguese, a personal breakthrough disrupts the submarine's defenses. In order to cooperate with the winger tactics, Lee Tongfan even took Ronaldo out of the starting lineup in the name of one rotation and replaced him with the king of the small penalty area and Higuain, 2 centers who are more adaptable to Quaresma's crosses from the wing. Leoli took such pains to activate Quaresma, not only for Portugal personally, but also for the subsequent games. In case of another injury, there will be a qualified firefighter by then. At 2200 hours on the evening of March 18th, the competition officially begins. The media really exclaimed when Quaresma appeared in the starting lineup. This move even attracted Villarreal's head coach Pellegrini, who is known as the intellectual engineer in view of the previous poor performance. The submarine did not focus on Quaresma until Real Madrid used 2 simple wing attack tactics on the Portuguese side to knock on the door of Villarreal. Only then did Pellegrini realize something was wrong. Beautiful assist. Ricardo Quaresma. The commentator on Spanish national TV couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is the second assist for the Portuguese Magic Wings in the first 30 minutes. Incredible dribbling." With his extraordinary ability, Ruud and Higuain received his care successively. The Portuguese Magic Wings are resurrected. The 2 assists restored Quaresma's confidence a lot, especially after the goal. Ruud van Nistelrooy and Higuain were the first to run over and give him hugs, which made him feel that his teammates didn't actually mean to look down on him. Think again about the private conversation and tactical arrangements of head coach Crazy Lee before the game. At this moment, Quaresma had a strange feeling that he was about to take off, just like he did in Porto, Portugal, to find his own way. After 80 minutes, the game ended. Real Madrid defeated Villarreal 3-2 at home. Quaresma scored a hat-trick of assists. Tomorrow will be the beginning of the battle with AC Milan. Xiodeo will continue to exchange monthly tickets for inspiration from FM 2007. Crazy asking for monthly tickets. Chapter 169. Hello swordsman, I'm here again. Xiodeo is here again. So ashamed. I'm here to ask for monthly tickets. After updating 3 chapters, I stared at the monthly ticket list of the new book and took a few breaths. I suddenly found a bad phenomenon. The top 3 should have some chance. The 06207 season is about to end. There will be an important airport competition later, so I may write faster. In fact, Xiodeo's typing speed is not slow, but the slowness is the speed of conception. It always takes a long time to hold back. The next plot is better. I think it should be faster, right? Anyone who eats typing wants to make money. If you are not tempted by the rewards of the top 3, it is a lie. I felt that I couldn't compete, and there was no hope. Now there is a little hope. Xiodeo is going to break his promise. What a tragedy. As I said, this month's monthly ticket is really as important as 1,000 gold to Xiodeo. Please support me, swordsman. If you are not chasing a new book, then give Xiodeo a vote. It will be a timely help. Except for Linda, few books about sports can climb into the top 5 of the new book list. Now that we have squeezed in, let's all work hard and take another step forward. Every step is a record and a miracle. Friends who like sports, please vote for Xiodeo. After August, Xiodeo will no longer beg for votes so shamelessly over and over again, and write well to give everyone a quiet time. Tomorrow is the Champions League battle with Milan. I should write faster and try to write more. I should try to write more every day in the future. Let me say in advance that all 3 chapters will be put between 7 PM and 10:30 PM tomorrow. Thank you. I'm ashamed to escape. Monthly votes. It's a crazy request. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Formal Breakup and Koala Plan. After defeating the Yellow Submarine 3:0 at home on March 18th, Real Madrid finally ushered in a short rest period. The 30th round of La Liga away to challenge Deportivo La Coruña will be on April 1st. The team has nearly half a month is used to recover and adjust. However, this schedule makes Real Madrid, Barcelona and Valencia miserable, because the first leg of the second round of the UEFA Champions League knockout round will be played less than 3 days after the 30th round of the league, and the 2 games are adjacent to each other. Being too close is very detrimental to the team's preparation for the Champions League. At this point, Real Madrid and Barcelona have a rare cooperation. Together with the Bat Legion, the 3 clubs jointly submitted a letter to the Spanish Football Association, hoping to advance the 30th round of the game 2 days. For Real Madrid, this matter naturally falls to Uncle Calderon and Uncle Mijatovic to worry about. Lee Tongfan immediately granted amnesty after the game on March 18th, or 3-day holiday for the Hammers to recover physical strength. Hey, guys, listen, the most critical moment of the season is coming. Holidays are used to restore physical fitness. I hope you can spend these 3 days quietly. Of course, I don't want to go to the beach for a vacation to recuperate. Objection. Lee Tongfan Han said with a face. But if someone does something outrageous and is later exposed or reports to the training ground, exhausted after 3 days with dark circles under his eyes, then but don't blame me for being rude. I do what I say. Lee Tongfan's holiday training was very serious and formal. To be honest, it was the most serious training given by the team since Lee Tongfan took over Real Madrid. Ronaldo and Marcelo looked at each other, knowing that their boss had this time. He was so determined that he immediately extinguished all those thoughts of going to the hotel to have a party. Although the team is on holiday, Lee Tongfan cannot be idle. Because the forgetful club chairman Uncle Calderon finally remembered about renewing the contract with a meritorious coach like Crazy Lee, the club's board of directors passed a resolution and decided to provide Leo Lee with a new contract. On the morning of March 20th, Lee Tongfan came to Calderon's private office at the agreed time. Although Leo Lee has not made a final decision on his future and is very angry about what happened during the winter transfer period, this does not completely exclude him from renewing his contract with Real Madrid. After all, people are not grass and trees, how can they be ruthless? More than 9 months have passed, and Lee Tongfan has already developed feelings for everything about the team. Except for Calderon and Mijatovic, the two unflattering players, the others have long been destined to become the players in Lee Tongfan's life. The most unforgettable memory, the first time to coach a football team, the first time to come into contact with superstars who were previously unattainable, the first time to see the serious and elegant second-in-command grad in the early morning office, the first time to lead the Hammers. They participated in the competition and participated in the post-match press conference for the first time to be interviewed by reporters. In Lee Tongfan's less than 23 years of life, the past 9 months have witnessed too many incredible firsts. Just like most Chinese who hope to marry a virgin when marrying a wife, Leo Lee's nostalgic plot also it's not as strong as usual, so unless it's a last resort, it would be best if you can stay in Real Madrid. Of course, the premise of all this is that you can obtain enough head coaching rights and be able to build the team according to your own ideas and tactical system. At the very least, the transfer power must be firmly held in his own hands. To be honest, Mijatovic's greed has nothing to do with Lee Tongfan, but Leo Lee will never tolerate the recurrence of Juan Mata and Lee Tongfan. Such a thing as Robinho. To fundamentally eliminate this possibility, we must take the transfer rights into our own hands. This meeting may not be the last chance Lee Tongfan leaves for Calderon. If Mr. Ka can understand the situation clearly and know people well, then it is not impossible for Mr. Lee to repay the favor, even if the silkworms are dead. But if he still just uses the so-called huge annual salary to fool himself, then we, Mr. Lee, will not do it either. I'm sorry for being such a foolish and loyally woo-moo, but we broke up. You cross your single plank bridge, and I take my Yangwan road. For the sake of formality, Lee Tongfan came this time with his nominal agent Lo Sitang. Anyway, with such a professional helper, it is not in vain. When the two came to Uncle Calderon's private office, they found that Mijatovic, the stick, was also there. It seemed that Uncle Calderon and Mijatovic were really inseparable, and they were inseparable. Ah, Lee, I'm glad you arrived on time. Seeing Lee Tongfan come in, Calderon squeezed out a smile like an orange peel on his face. The club's board of directors is very satisfied with your work, and the directors agreed that you should got a very generous contract. This is only. Then did Mr. Ka notice that there was someone following Lee Tongfan with a questioning look. Old Lee smiled and said, "This is my agent, Mr. Lo Sitang." Broker? A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Calderon's heart, but he quickly smiled and stretched out his hand. "Welcome Mr. Tolosi, you have to help us keep Lee, haha, please sit down, sit down." Tolosi Tang's excitement at this time is indescribable. Once upon a time, he was able to get the opportunity to sit on an equal footing with a big man like the chairman of Real Madrid. All of this was brought to him by Crazy Lee. Thinking of this, Tolosi Tang made up his mind to cling firmly to the high branch of Lee Tongfan. After sitting down, Lee Tongfan didn't waste time and went straight to the point of the contract renewal. Calderon wanted to build some relationships first, but when he saw that Lee was so anxious, he had to give up and signaled Mijatovic to hand over the drafted contract to Lee Tongfan. Lee didn't read it first, but handed the draft contract to Rossi Tang. After all, he was a professional. He asked Tang to check it in detail to see if there were any major omissions, and then make a decision point. Because of the winter break, Lee Tongfan had become wary of Calderon and Mijatovic. The contract had about 10 pages of A4 paper. Rossi Tang carefully checked each page. For a while, the whole office was terribly silent. Mijatovic tried to find some topics to break the awkward atmosphere several times, but when he looked at Lee Tongfan, who was resting his eyes on the sofa, he finally gave up such a plan. The air was terribly silent. Lee Tongfan was very satisfied with Rossi Tang's work attitude. This kind of agent was what he wanted. 20 minutes later, Rossi Tang handed the contract to Lee and nodded, indicating that there was no problem with the contract terms. It was Leo's turn to see if he was satisfied with the specific treatment. Lee Tongfan took the contract and ignored the questions about his personal treatment. He wanted to find out the content about the head coach's authority. Dear Lee, I think you will be satisfied. This is a very generous contract. Haha. At this point, Calderon even laughed proudly. In the whole of Europe, only Real Madrid can offer such a contract to a head coach. Lee Tongfan ignored Calderon's boasting and flipped through the 10 pages of A4 paper 100 times faster than Rossi Tang, but did not find what he wanted. MLGBD. Lee Tongfan's heart was cold. Calderon finally voted for Mijatovic. The new contract did not include the transfer authority that he valued most. In this case, Juan Mata and Robinho's things will happen again in the future. No matter whether the transfer director is Mijatovic or someone else, as long as it is not himself, everything is possible. If a new star emerges in the football world one day, will Calderon use Ronaldo or Beckham to exchange for him? After all, no matter how high the salary is, in the eyes of the Real Madrid board of directors, I'm just a pawn to win honor for them. When they get tired of me, they will definitely kick me away faster than a prostitute who turns his face after putting on his belt. It seems that my fate with Real Madrid has come to an end. Shaking his head, Lee handed the contract back to the surprised Calderon. Mr. Chairman, I have decided to leave Real Madrid after the season. I'm sorry, I don't plan to sign it. A shocking statement. Even Rossi Tang suddenly looked up at Lee Tongfan. What, Lee, did you see it wrong? Calderon's face was full of disbelief, and there were even a few drops of saliva left at the corners of his mouth because of the laughter just now. Lee, the club offers you an annual salary of 1,000 euros, which is already the highest salary for a head coach in European football. Mr. Calderon. Lee Tongfan suddenly interrupted Calderon loudly. Please don't insult me with the so-called 10 million annual salary. From June 29th last year to now, have I ever said that I'm not satisfied with the salary? Calderon was stunned. Indeed, the so-called annual salary issue has always been hyped by the media. The man in front of him seems to have never proposed a salary increase. It has nothing to do with money. You should understand what I mean. Lee Tongfan sighed a little boredly. In the past period of time, I have been fascinated by Real Madrid. It is a great club, but these cannot convince me to stay. Mr. Chairman, there is still a long time before the start of the next season. You have plenty of time to find a greater head coach. Goodbye. After Lee Tongfan finished speaking, he left the office without hesitation. Calderon kept opening his mouth in surprise, while Mijatovic kept sitting on the sofa. The Serbian didn't say a word during the whole process. Bang. It wasn't until Rossi Tang followed Lee Tongfan out of the office and closed the door that the two giants of Real Madrid came back to their senses. Bang. Calderon was so angry that he threw the contract to the ground and stepped on it twice. It seemed that he had not vented his anger yet, so he grabbed the 10 pages of A4 paper and tore them to pieces. Even Alex, the female secretary outside the office, heard Calderon's roar. What is he based on? Just a rookie who has no honors yet. Why? He really thinks that he is a god of war who will never fail. Haha. At this moment, Calderon must have felt like a nobleman who was high above. He finally showed kindness to pity a little beggar, but was slapped by the little beggar without any courtesy. Damn, I can't afford to lose this person. 10 minutes later, finally venting his anger, Calderon returned to his seat behind the desk. Prepare a list of successors for me. I will see it next week at the latest, and then choose the head coach for Real Madrid. Stupid Chinese boy, if I leave you, Real Madrid will still be Real Madrid, and if you leave Real Madrid, you will be nothing. Coming out of the club's office building, Lee Tongfan took a deep breath of the still cold air in March, turned around and looked at the giant Real Madrid emblem on the top of the building, and the last trace of nostalgia in his heart dissipated in the cold wind of Madrid. Although Galactico is good, it is not my dream place. Haha, if I leave, Real Madrid will return to the days when it was suppressed by Barcelona, and if I leave here, I will definitely achieve another legend. Turning around to look at Lo Tang, who looked complicated, Lee Tongfan suddenly asked a question that made Tang a little confused. Tang, do you think I should trust you? Lo Tang originally wanted to make a joke and say something to adjust the atmosphere, such as you don't trust me as an agent, but when he spoke, he found that Lee Tongfan was looking at him with a very serious expression. Don't know what to say. Today Lo Tang drove Leoli here. After the two got in the car, Leoli raised his wrist to look at the time. Let's go to the company. The company, of course, refers to Sparkling Red Star. 20 minutes later, the two of them had arrived at the supervisor's office on the second floor of Sparkling Red Star. Lee Tongfan sat in front of Lo Tang's desk, took out a large pile of materials from his briefcase, pushed them in front of Lo Tang, half smiled, and said, "You read it first, and then we'll talk after you finish it." Tang glanced at Lee Tongfan with suspicion, put on his eyes, and began to read the materials carefully. Just after reading the first page, my face changed. I couldn't help but look up at Leoli, and then I kept reading patiently. Lee Tongfan sat across from him and pushed his feet hard against the table. The big swivel chair under his butt began to rotate. It spun several times. Leoli opened his eyes and looked at everything in his sight that was blurred due to the rapid rotation of his body. It's like seeing everything I have experienced in Real Madrid for more than 9 months. It seems so unreal, but when I stop and think about it carefully, everything seems certain. Until today, I finally made the decision to separate from here. Leoli is not the kind of sissy man who takes a step forward and then looks back 3 times. Since everything is irreversible, from now on, the sky is open to bads and the sea is open to fish. No one can restrain me, crazily. However, the plan that has been hovering in Leoli's mind was not completed by him alone. He needed someone with a deep understanding of football and football to help Leoli. Now it seems that the only person Lee Tongfan can trust is one, Lo Tang. Except for the transfer of Juan Mata, which lost Leoli's control due to many misunderstandings, everything else Tang did was very beautiful, which made Lee Tongfan very satisfied, and after more than half a year of secret observation, Lee Tongfan was sure that Tang was not the kind of villain who forgets his own righteousness. Such people are worth using. An hour later, Lo Tang finally finished reading the thick pile of materials and looked up at Leoli blankly, obviously slowly digesting what he had just seen. Lee Tongfan looked at Tang with a leisurely look, with a narrow and evil smile on his face. "How about it? Tell me." "I don't know where to start." Lo Tang smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. "Lee, you deceived me so hard. So Juan Mata became a contracted player under the company because of you, right?" Leoli smiled lewdly and nodded shamelessly. "So, asking him to leave Real Madrid during the winter break should cause you a lot of trouble?" "It's more than just a trouble, Tang. The departure of the main winger is simply a big trouble for me." Leoli deliberately put on a serious look. "Tang, you have to compensate me properly." Seeing what Lee Tongfan said, Lo Tang was no longer nervous. He was also a smart man, and knew that, since Lee Tongfan showed him so much confidential information today, he must have a plan. The British guy deliberately put on a sad face. He looked at Leoli like this. "Compensation? Boss, I'm all yours. How can I compensate you?" At this point, Lee Tongfan's expression finally became serious, pointing to the top document. "Have you read this plan? Do you have any suggestions?" "Plan Koala." Lo Tang frowned. "Lee, with your ability, even if you leave Real Madrid and coach at any giant club, it won't be a problem for you. Why do you have to, Lee?" Tongfan waved his hand and interrupted Lo Tang. "No wealthy club is willing to let a head coach do anything about it. In today's football, there are too few lucky guys like Ferguson and Wenger. What's more, I have absolute confidence. Building a new dynasty is what every man dreams of. Tang, I need to be free and unrestrained. You are willing to help me complete this plan, right? Looking at the high-spirited Madman Lee, what else can Lo Si Tang say? On March 22nd, the players reported back and started training again. Lao Li carefully observed the physical condition of each hammer and confirmed that none of them went out to mess around. He nominated and praised each person one by one at the layout meeting before training, and the hammers burst into laughter. Merits will be rewarded, and demerits will be punished. Superstars are just a group of young people. Even the older Ronaldo and Carlos still have childlike innocence. Being praised by the head coach will make them happy for a while. In late March, the FIFA virus struck. The 24th is the national team match day. Many players have been called up to the national team to participate in the 2008 European Cup qualifiers. For the major European clubs, this is simply plucking feathers from the Iron Rooster. The 5 major leagues have reached the final stage. The competition for various championships has already entered a fever pitch. At this time, the main players are allowed to participate in the national team competition. If they are injured during the game and lose an arm or a leg, the consequences are simply unimaginable. A total of 12 players from Real Madrid have been called up to represent their respective countries in the European Cup qualifiers, almost the entire mainland group. But in this regard, no matter how crazy Lao Li is, he can't stop him at all. Because the record of the national team is not only related to the personal honor of the players, but also involves the national spirit and patriotism. If a head coach makes things difficult for a player in this regard, then his relationship with the player will be over. This is a restricted area outside the football field. No one can break the rules. The national team match day is divided into 2 days, with 1 game each on March 24th and March 28th. Lao Li sat in front of the TV and prayed that no one of the qualifying players would be injured. 4 generals in the Real Madrid team, such as Raul, were already lying on the bed. If a few more appeared, he would really have to run for a while. I went to Castile to ripen some little monsters. The match day ended on the 24th and everything went well, thank God. But as soon as the game on the 28th ended, Lee Tongfan wanted to point at Van Basten's nose and scold her. Ruud van Nistelrooy, who had started 2 consecutive games, was knocked down by a brutal tackle from the Slovenian defender during the game, resulting in a broken wrist. According to the Dutch team doctor's diagnosis after the game, he will have to be out for at least 3 weeks. 2 days later, his second uncle's, seeing Ruud van Nistelrooy lying on the bed with his wrist wrapped in thick gauze, Lee Tongfan really wanted to pick up a knife and run to Slovenia to fight with the bastard defender who tackled the king of the small penalty area. The game became more and more intensive and important. Among the power forwards, Raul and Ruud van Nistelrooy all received invitations due to illness, leaving Ronaldo and Higuain behind. The fat man's condition is nothing to say, and the performance of the little smoke gun in the competition is a bit unsatisfactory. Well, Lee Tongfan seemed to see his character points disappearing like diarrhea. That's not the only bad news. Real Madrid, Barcelona and Valencia's requests to advance the 30th round were rejected by the Spanish Football Federation. The disciplinary committee believed that this was an obviously privileged approach and should be resolutely abandoned. The league will still proceed according to the established schedule. On April 1st, Real Madrid challenged Deportivo La Coruña, ranked 17th in the standings, away from home point after the last round of the match between the 2 sides. Deportivo Caperes, the head coach of Deportivo Real Madrid who lost a big score to Real Madrid, was fired by the club, but the new head coach Ira Reed did not replace the once famous Super Depa has been rescued from the quagmire of relegation and is now only 1 point higher than the team in the relegation zone Racing Santander. The La Liga champions in the 1999-2000 season faced the danger of humiliating relegation. Countless Deportivo fans were heartbroken. However, when faced with the terrifying Madman Lee, even the most loyal fans did not dare to expect that the team could win from Real Madrid. Score points for Madrid. A big chapter of 6,000 words. The 3rd chapter will be released before 10 o'clock. The monthly ticket has brought us closer. Zaideo and the swordsman will continue to work hard together. Maybe our competitive novels will really shine. Work hard, come on. Chapter 171 Comparison of the strengths of AC Milan and Real Madrid. On April 1st, Real Madrid challenged Deportivo La Coruña away. Less than 10 minutes into the game, Tongfan discovered that Araujo was the registered disciple of Flores, the head coach of the Bats, because Deportivo La Coruña also took the initiative to give up the game and faced the young army of Real Madrid. They were defeated 6-0. Quaresma, who performed well in the last league game, gradually adapted to the team's tactical system with the deliberate help of Tongfan. In this game, he scored 2 goals and 1 assist, and received a high score of 8 points from the media after the game. Among the other 4 goals, Carlos Vela, a Mexican teenager who was also highly expected by Tongfan, performed a hat-trick, and Diego scored a goal. It is worth mentioning that after Tongfan's deliberate training, the Mexican prodigy has become another rising star in European football after Juan Mata. Even Arsenal coach Wenger sighed, although I knew that Bella would become a unique and great player, his achievements in La Liga still make me look at him with new eyes. If Real Madrid agrees, I'm willing to use £20 million to bring him back to London. And Giovanni Dos Santos, another outstanding young Mexican player who was once more famous than Carlos Bella and Ronaldinho II, who refused Tongfan's repeated invitations, did not develop as well as experts had expected in Barcelona. The little guy's appearances in the first team are not as many as Boyang, who is 1 year younger than him. It is said that he has already had a quarrel with head coach Ricardo because of this. Jack had a conflict. After the 30th round of the La Liga, there was little change in the league standings. Real Madrid ranked first with 30 wins, 0 draws and 0 losses in 30 games, 90 points. Barcelona ranked second with 23 wins, 4 draws and 3 losses in 30 games, 73 points, and the Bat Legion Valencia ranked third with 19 wins, 5 draws and 6 losses in 30 games, and 62 points. After a short-term fluctuation, the dark horse Real Betis ranked 4th with 17 wins, 5 draws and 8 losses in 30 games and 56 points thanks to the outstanding performance of the 21-year-old Brazilian shooter Rafael Sobis. Going down, the 3 teams that have temporarily locked in the qualification for the UEFA Cup next season are Zaragoza, Osasuna and Atletico Madrid, ranking 5th, 6th and 7th respectively. By April, the La Liga was basically set, and Real Madrid led the standings with a huge advantage of 17 points over the second place. Basically, the league championship has been locked in advance. At the same time, the relegated teams are gradually widening the gap. If Deportivo La Coruña, Santander Racing and Mallorca cannot rebound in the last few rounds of the league, they will definitely be relegated. However, the 30th round of La Liga, which just ended, has caused huge controversy in the Spanish media, and the spearhead is directed at Real Madrid and Deportivo La Coruña. The Catalan media believes that La Coruña's negative attitude in the game seriously hinders the fair competition of La Liga. Araujo's abandonment of the game is absolutely an unforgivable shame. Even some extreme Catalan fans believe that there is a suspicion of match fixing, and require the disciplinary committee to intervene in the investigation. Faced with the indiscriminate accusations of Catalan public opinion, the first to fight back was not the Madrid media, but the Galicia, where La Coruña is located. The media of the Asian Autonomous Region. The performance of Super Laco this season has already made local fans so angry that they don't know where to vent. Now, the Catalans have completely run into the gun of the Galicians. Tongfan disdained this, and didn't even feel like responding in the specialized treatment of various dissatisfaction column. What match fixing? What passive play? Do you think this is a Chinese league? You can do whatever you want to blacken it? You didn't play passively, but you were still defeated by me in 2 rounds, didn't you? As for La Coruña's practice of giving up the game, many head coaches have done so, especially when the team with insufficient bench strength is fighting on multiple fronts. If they want to make a breakthrough on a certain front, they must give up something. Let's not talk about the distant past. Didn't Flores, the big bat of Valencia, do this? I remember that the public opinion was still praising it, thinking that the Bat Corps had earned glory for the La Liga. Go ahead and check it, you can't find anything even if you die. However, this media storm came quickly and ended even faster. When the Catalan media wanted to continue to argue happily, they were suddenly surprised to find that all other media had stopped playing with them, because AC Milan is here. Yes, AC Milan is here. The Champions League is here. On April 3rd, the first round of the second round of the UEFA Champions League knockout round was rekindled. At the end of the first match day, Barcelona lost 1-2 to the Bats Valencia at the Camp Nou at home, and the Portuguese giants at the Dragon Stadium tied 1-1 with the Arsenal from the Premier League after 90 minutes. On the 3rd, Ancelotti had led AC Milan to Madrid in advance for adaptive training. In addition to this game in the Champions League on April 4th, Manchester United will challenge Inter Milan, the second-placed team in Serie A, at the Misa Stadium at the same time. In this round of Champions League knockouts, the most attractive one is undoubtedly the battle at the Bernabeu on the evening of April 4th. The two teams in Europe that have won the most Champions League titles will strive for the 10th and 7th titles in their respective club histories. It is worth mentioning that, although the ambitions of the two clubs are exactly the same, they have reached different development extremes. The Spanish team has become synonymous with luxury football in recent years, while the Italian giants have been criticized for relying too much on the old and outdated football stars, not spending enough money to expand the La Coupe. The game has not yet started. Both Spanish and Italian media have begun to support the teams they support. Some Italians pointed out that the biggest threat to Real Madrid is the alien Ronaldo on the striker, so they suggested that Ancelotti should the Bernabeu resorted to Italy's reinforced concrete defense, allowing the fat man to taste the sad tears of the Inter Milan era again, or sent a few Italian girls to seduce aliens, allowing the lustful fat man to spend all his energy in the gentle land. There are also Spaniards who believe that the only person in AC Milan who can pose a threat to Real Madrid is the 24-year-old Brazilian midfielder Kaká. They suggested to Madmanly use the Malian macho Mohamed Diarra to shovel Kaká off the field as soon as the game begins, or spend €100 million to buy Kaká before the game. Faced with all kinds of strange remarks, AC Milan head coach Carlo Ancelotti said only one sentence in an interview with reporters after training: "Ronaldo's state is indeed terrifying, but Gilardino's goal rate is not. No worse than him. What I want to say is that every player in Real Madrid deserves our respect. But in my opinion, the most threatening figure in Madrid is the head coach Crazy Lee." A reporter relayed Ancelotti's comments to Madmanly. As a result, the coach, who has a louder mouth than Madman Mourinho, curled his lips disdainfully. "The game is played by the players. I think any player on the field is more threatening than me. Of course, I'm very grateful to Mr. Ancelotti for his praise. It is a pleasant thing to be recognized by my peers, especially someone like Mr. Ancelotti, such a famous colleague." At the end, Madmanly Buwang added, "Oh, by the way, please tell Mr. Ancelotti that I will not be merciful because of this. The victory of the game will undoubtedly belong to Real Madrid." It is said that Ancelotti turned pale after hearing this and muttered, "It's so ungrateful, Lee." Tongfan sneered, "You have such a bullshit demeanor. You, Fatian, are not a fuel-efficient lamp. You are playing psychological warfare with me. Don't you know that the psychological tactics of labor and management in FM 2007 has almost reached 10. Putting aside the dirty talk of the two head coaches, under the deliberate instigation of various media, the players from both sides also started a scolding battle that made the reporters smile. The only thing that makes Casillas better than me is that he has an attractive face. As a goalkeeper, I think being tall is more advantageous." Seeing Dida unkindly mocking his own stature, Casillas counterattacked even more unkindly. "It's not my fault that I'm handsome, but it's your fault that I was breached 3 times by a certain Premier League team in just half a game wrong. Now the grumpy Ambrosini quit. Tonight at the Bernabeu, you will be the lucky one who picks up the ball from the goal 3 times. Isn't this an outright contempt for colleagues in Real Madrid's defense?" Cannavaro, who has always been at odds with AC Milan, stepped forward without hesitation. "A person who can't even play as the main player in his own team, what qualifications does he have to talk nonsense about his opponent's goal? There are people outside, but Paolo Maldini's sentence, people who are not loyal to their own team are not qualified to talk to us about the game," made the card man who abandoned Juventus speechless. but he is usually criticized by Cannava. The little Mexican demon under Luo's care couldn't stand being bullied by his big brother, so he jumped out and fired at the red and black king without fear. Hey, this almost 40-year-old uncle, are you really here to play football at the Bernabeu? The players' war of words has drawn fans from both sides into this increasingly fierce war. Carlos Ruben, deputy editor of Marca, creatively planned a special issue that compiled data between the coaches and players of both sides. What a contrast. 11 players plus one head coach each have a full score of 10 points. The specific comparison is as follows. Head coach Park. AC Milan head coach Carlo Ancelotti is already a recognized tactical master in European football. He is superb in the Christmas tree formation. In terms of player training and formation, the use of Pirlo and Kaká is one of the classics, and has completely reached the level of he has reached the master level, and is far better than Crazy Lee in terms of personal honors. He has won the Big Ears Cup 3 times since his playing days. Of course, the flaw lies in character and temperament. Although Madman Lee debuted less than a year ago, his unprecedented victory record has stunned countless people. There is still no sign that anyone can defeat him. His flamboyant personality and the mysterious factors surrounding him make him the darling of the European football media. The only shortcoming compared to Ancelotti is the number of trophies, but if Crazy Lee is given enough time, who dares to say that he cannot achieve Ancelotti's achievements? In the head coaching session, Ancelotti scored 9 points and Crazy Lee scored 8 points. Goalkeeper Park. AC Milan goalkeeper Brazilian Dida is a famous penalty kick master. He is 1.95 meters tall and has a large defensive area in the penalty area. However, he is slightly insufficient in attacking and is nicknamed the Turtle Master by fans. Although Casillas, the head of Real Madrid, is 11 centimeters shorter than Dida, he is better in terms of quick reaction, whether it is attacking or seeking to save in danger. In the goalkeeper segment, Dida scored 8 points and Casillas scored 9 points. Defense line Park. AC Milan's main defense line consists of 30-year-old Dodo, 29-year-old Jankulovski, 31-year-old Nesta and 38-year-old Rossoneri King Paolo Maldini. These four are experienced seniors in the Champions League, especially Nesta and Maldini, who were once the world number one in their respective positions. The disadvantage is that the average age of the four is as high as 32 years old. Whether their physical strength can maintain the whole game under fierce confrontation is a question. Real Madrid's main defense line is Ramos, Cannavaro, Joel Luca, and Roberto Carlos. This defense line has a slight advantage in age, and the combination of old, middle-aged, and young is good. The strength of a single player is definitely the best in La Liga. In the defense, Odo scored 6 points, Jankulovski scored 7 points, Nesta scored 9 points, Maldini scored 8 points, AC Milan scored 30 points in total, Ramos scored 8 points, Cannavaro scored 9 points, Joel Lucas scored 7 points, Roberto Carlos scored 8 points, Real Madrid scored 32 points in total. Midfield Park. AC Milan's midfield consists of Andrea Pirlo, Gattuso, Kaká and Argentine Nacho Gonzalez, who joined this season for 25 million euros. Pirlo is known as one of the top 10 players who changed the history of football development. Gattuso is known as the Butcher. Kaká is already recognized as the world's number one attacking midfielder. As for Nacho Gonzalez, although he is not as famous as the previous three, he is definitely a strong player with balanced offense and defense. This season, he played 18 times for the Serie A Giants, scored 4 goals, and provided 7 assists. He should not be underestimated. Beckham, Guti, Reis and Marcelo will form the midfield of Real Madrid in this game. Modric is injured. Diego and Quaresma are not eligible for the Champions League. Among them, David Beckham, who was transformed into a defensive midfielder by Crazy Lee, has transformed so fast this season that it is jaw-dropping. Guti often has a stroke of genius in the Champions League. He scored 4 goals in 2 rounds of the group stage and defeated Chelsea Golden Wolf twice. Reis and Marcelo are rising stars. Although they are not as famous as the above, their results this season are very dazzling. In the midfield, Andrea Pirlo scored 10 points, Gattuso scored 10 points, Kaká scored 10 points, Lucho Gonzalez scored 7 points, Milan scored 37 points in total, Beckham scored 10 points, Guti scored 9 points, Riaz scored 8 points, Marcelo scored 7 points. And Real Madrid scored 34 points. Strike Park. Milan's striker line consists of Chilardino and Filippo Inzaghi. The former is the most promising local striker to emerge in Italy in recent years. This season, he has played 41 times for Milan, scored 30 goals and 11 assists, with a terrifying efficiency. The latter has dominated the football world for decades, and his reputation as a fox in the penalty area is well known, especially in the Champions League. As for Real Madrid's striker, the alien Ronaldo, who is in the limelight, is needless to say. Due to the injuries of Van Nistelrooy and Raul, the little smoker Gonzalo Higuain will get a chance to start. The Argentine rookie has performed well under the training of Crazy Lee this season, and is eager to prove himself in the competition. In the striker link, Chilardino scored 9 points, Inzaghi scored 8 points, Milan scored a total of 17 points, Ronaldo scored 10 points, Higuain scored 7 points, and Real Madrid scored a total of 17 points. Marca Deputy Editor-in-Chief Carlos Ruben concluded that Milan scored 101 points in the comparison process, while Real Madrid was only 1 point less than Milan. The strength of the two teams was on par, but considering that Milan was playing away, Real Madrid should have more opportunities in the game. Ruben's comment was recognized by most people. Milan's strong midfield strength made people dare not look closely. Facing such a team with rich experience in the Champions League, will Crazy Lee still stubbornly stick to his invincible 4-1-2-1-2 single defensive midfielder formation? Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it was around 1900 hours on the evening of April 4th. This world-renowned focus battle is about to start. I saw that I had caught up with a lot. Xiodeo typed like a drum, and finally typed out 4500 again. All at once. Guys, continue to support me. Hope is ahead. Just more than 50 votes away. Swordsmen, rush together. Chapter 172. Who can be invincible? The game will start at 1900 hours local Spanish time. It's cold in spring in early April, but it can't stop the fanaticism caused by football. According to statistics from Gazzetta dello Sport, this game attracted more than 50,000 Italian fans to Madrid to watch the game. This set a record for fans to watch the game with the team in the past 10 years. It may be the largest population migration in Europe this year. However, among the 50,000 people who bought tickets, less than 20,000 were lucky. After all, this is the Bernabeu, the home ground of Real Madrid, and local fans enjoy priority treatment. 2 hours before the game, all the lucky ones who bought tickets rushed to line up to enter. The Bernabeu stand, which can accommodate 75,328 people, was quickly filled with people. The VIP box was also packed. The camera swept over and saw that Calderon and Milan club vice chairman Galliani were having a cordial conversation. The fans without tickets outside the stadium quickly dispersed, looking for a bar to watch the game. The night sky at the Bernabeu echoed with uniformed voices as more than 50,000 Real Madrid fans sang the club's anthem. Come on, Madrid. Real Madrid is coming to you with the honor that shocks Spain. They carry the white flag, which is the symbol of the great club. We give our hearts to you. You have brought us countless legends. Real Madrid, you are a symbol of nobility and dignity. You are a knight who symbolizes honor. Go out to win and defend your white nobility. Real Madrid, the enemy has arrived. You go and defeat them. Even the opponent attacks you. Victory without jealousy or resentment. Every Sunday afternoon, we Real Madrid fans happily go to the stadium because our team is fighting. This song was once sung by the famous tenor Domingo. Come on. Madrid was roared by more than 50,000 fans. Although it no longer had the melodious melody of the singer Domingo, it was as full of high-spirited fighting spirit and courage as the Iron Pit on the battlefield, making every audience at the Bernabeu excited. When the players of the two teams came to the lawn to warm up, the atmosphere reached its first climax. Fans from both sides cheered for the heroes they supported. The entire stadium seemed to be placed under the belly of a Boeing 747 taking off. Even if fans in adjacent seats can speak to each other, they have to put their mouths close to their ears and shout, and the speaker cannot hear his own voice at all. At the top of the seats in the Bernabeu North stand, among the cheering fans sat a yellow-skinned Chinese girl Chu Yui. Since Li Tongfan's parents returned to China, Chu Yui has been temporarily unemployed. Old Li Hui speaks 2 foreign languages, English and Chinese, and there is no need for her to be a translator. In a few days, her school will have a holiday. Before returning to China, Chu Yui finally made up her mind to spend €75 to book a match ticket in advance to experience the feeling of watching football at the world-famous Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. Come, let's take a look at how the man who is only a few years older than himself leads his players to dominate the court. The people sitting next to Chu Yui are all her college classmates. Hey, Chu, look, that's Beckham. Oh, that's Ronaldo, my idol. The alien has scored an incredible 51 league goals this season. Hey, Chu, Mr. Madman will appear on the sidelines soon. Remember to cheer with us then, Chu. Yui smiled faintly. To be honest, she was not a football fan. For her, €75 was definitely a big expense. The reason why she finally came here was to see him. Right. At this moment, some fans came from a distance and handed out small pieces of paper one by one. The classmates next to them took a few copies and gave one to Chu Yui. Oh, Chu. Someone came up with a brilliant idea. In a moment, crazy people when Mr. appeared. Everyone prepared a small gift for him and we practiced together first. Among the fans who came to watch the game, in addition to Chu Yui, there were several acquaintances of Li Tongfan. 6 employees of Sparkling Red Star, including the cleaners, all received tickets donated by Li Tongfan. The seats are behind the goal, which is an excellent location. In addition, what Li Tongfan didn't know was that Fan Zhuang, He Lanshan and Zeduo King were also sitting among more than 70,000 fans shouting crazily. In such an atmosphere, who can sit quietly, scream, go crazy, enjoy? In the locker room, Li Tongfan is doing his final pre-war mobilization. Hey, guys, I know you are excited, but today's opponents are different from before, so you have to stay awake enough while being excited. They are a group of very cunning guys. Li Tongfan pointed mysteriously opposite locker room. AC Milan defeated Mourinho's Chelsea in the last round. Well, although we have done it in the past few months, but you think about it, playing against Chelsea, what did it feel like? The Hammers came back to their senses and thought about it. It was extremely difficult to play against Chelsea twice this season. They only won a victory at the last moment, especially the battle at Stamford Bridge. If it weren't for those 2 strange tactical coordination, I'm afraid it would have been a long time ago. It's no exaggeration to say that, even when we played against Barcelona in El Clasico, there was no such heavy pressure. When Li Tongfan saw the Hammers thinking deeply, his excited expression gained a hint of solemnity, and he nodded with satisfaction. However, although they defeated Chelsea, we have also done the same. So now both sides are on the same starting line. Man. Guys, this is our home court, our territory. This is a knockout match, where you die or I die. So from the first time the referee blows the whistle, you have to give 100% of your energy. If we can beat them 4:0, then we can travel to Milan singing in the second round. What Li Tongfan said was so shameless that the Hammers all had smiles on their faces. Bang bang bang. Leoli clapped his hands. Okay, that's all there is to say. Guys, I wish you good luck, and go on the field. Remember, we are invincible. Vice Captain Guti stood up and stretched out his hand. Invincible. The Hammers with blood boiling formed a circle, put their hands on each other, and shouted in unison, we are invincible, invincible. When the music started playing, Guti and Maldini walked at the front, leading 2 young ball boys out of the players' tunnel and towards the center of the court. The Bernabeu commentator was obviously a bit perfunctory when introducing the AC Milan players. The cheers of more than 20,000 visiting team fans were also faintly reflected in the boos of Real Madrid fans, who were twice as many as them. When the Real Madrid players were introduced, the cheers were loud at the Bernabeu night. The fans greeted their heroes with the loudest noise they could make. That tsunami-like cheers started from Guti and broke out in 11 waves. When Li Tongfan was the last one, to walk out of the tunnel, the most exciting scene happened. The audience instantly became silent. The fans in the Bernabeu stands suddenly raised the small playing cards in their hands. Tens of thousands of playing cards of different colors were put together to form a lifelike portrait of Madman Lee. From a distance, as if a huge electronic screen was suddenly erected in the stands, all the cameras on the field immediately focused on this sudden scene. At this moment, the cards in the hands of the fans flipped over, and the portrait of Crazy Lee turned into a huge Arabic numeral equation 49 plus 1 equals 50 quote exclamation point. 49 is the number of mythical winning streaks Real Madrid has achieved this season, and 1 represents this game. In the eyes of Real Madrid fans, nothing can stop Crazy Lee from achieving his first 50-game winning streak in coaching history. Neither can Macmillan. The fans expressed their love and expectations for the coach in this way. The big 50 is followed by 3 exclamation points, showing off to fans around the world through satellite broadcast. Anyone? Can you be invincible? Anyone? Never failed? Anyone? Will he lead the team to win all the championships with a mythical record of victory? The voice of the Bernabeu commentator suddenly spread to every corner. Different from the high and sensational tone in the past, he just hummed softly, "There is only one loser in the world." Then, there was a chorus of more than 50,000 fans. "There is only one loser in the world. You are our madman. Bring us victory. You are full of courage and crush all enemies. Go forward, Madrid. Go forward, our madman. Go ahead, victorious losers from China, madmans." Song. The first time this Madman song appeared in the Bernabeu stands was when Real Madrid played against Chelsea at home on September 13th. At that time, the team was led by Chelsea, and the fans sang a song of trust in the coach in the stands. And finally the Galaxy battleship achieved a great reversal in the second half. At that time, Fan Zhuang was mixed in with the reporters for a live text broadcast of the game. It was the first time he heard fans writing songs for a Chinese in a European stadium. Today, Fan Zhuang and Hilanshan have been completely immersed in this passionate atmosphere. Go in and sing along with the other fans at the top of their lungs. Chu Yuwei also did this. The first time she saw that familiar body walking out of the player tunnel, the little girl suddenly couldn't help shouting. She originally thought that there were so many fans cheering together, no matter how loud she would not be discovered by others. Who knew that, as soon as Lee Tongfan came out, the cheering fans suddenly closed their mouths and raised the cards in their hands. Her scream was particularly obvious. Suddenly, Chu Yuwei's pretty face was covered with red clouds. She lowered her head and barely dared to look at the people around her. Unexpectedly, the fans around her actually gave her a thumbs up and applauded. Chu Yuwei suddenly became bolder again. And a certain sultry man was also a little touched by the scene caused by the fans. He waved to the supporters in the stands and almost shouted at the top of his lungs, "Thank you for your hard work, comrades." The fans put down the cards in their hands, and a wave of applause broke out and continued. Macmillan forward Gilardino, who was standing in the middle of the stadium waiting for reporters to take photos, had a look of disdain on his face and whispered, "Hey, look, that Chinese kid really regards himself as an invincible god. I want to score in the game. 3 balls, let's see what his expression will be like." Butcher Gattuso looked equally disdainful and patted Gilardino on the back. "The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Today is the end of Crazy Lee Shinhua." After taking pictures, the ball boy quickly left the field. The captains of the two teams shook hands with the referee respectively, guessed the coin, and Real Madrid won the right to kick off. At 1900 hours on the evening of April 4th, the Turkish referee Ali Town blew the whistle, and the first leg of the second round of the knockout match of the 2006-2007 UEFA Champions League, Real Madrid vs. Macmillan, officially began. Today, I will fight hard, code all the time, no stop, code as much as I can. Brothers, swordsmen, victory has never been so close as it is now. A miracle is about to be created by us. Only 30 votes are left. Let's smash the monthly tickets together. The moment of the final battle has come. We can't retreat, and we shouldn't retreat. Let's fight together. Ziodeo's heart is full of blood. The last week of the new book, Swordsman, Give Me a Helping Hand. Chapter 173, 28 seconds and Cruyff turns. Game start. Ronaldo knocked the football to his partner Higuain, and the handsome watermelon quickly handed it to the golden wolf Guti, and then the two turned and inserted into the backcourt of AC Milan. At the same time, AC Milan forwards Gilardino and Inzaghi did not step forward to grab the ball. Instead, like Real Madrid's forwards, they ran towards the opponent's penalty area. Midfielder Kaká ran up to Guti and put up a small post to grab the ball. After Guti turned around to protect the ball, he continued to move forward. In front of him, there was another handsome guy named Beckham. This is the opponent Kaká will face in this game. The person who is really responsible for stirring the midfield is AC Milan's midfield butcher and number 8 player Gattuso, the Italian, who is considered the best defensive midfielder in the world, rushed up and made a devastating sliding tackle. This is the habit of Gattuso the butcher. At the beginning of each game, he will give the opponent's core figure a powerful blow, so that it will be much easier to defend later. But Guti, after being reminded many times by Tongfan, has long been familiar with the little habit of increasing the size of the butcher. To exaggerate, Guti can see the Italian's throat when he raises his butt, and he has already made a tackle before Gattuso. He knocked the ball back to Beckham behind him with his heel, and jumped high to easily avoid it. After receiving the football, Beckham did not dribble too much. Instead, he used the power of Guti's pass to push lightly with the arch of his foot. The football drew a bright white line on the green lawn, accurately starting from Racho Gonzalez, and Pirlo rushed between them and came to the feet of Marcelo, who had already inserted diagonally into the left wing of AC Milan. This pass is fatal for AC Milan, because less than 20 seconds into the game, all the players were running forward, but the football suddenly appeared in the opposite direction in their own half, scaring the 30-year-old left back Oddo, who rushed up to block Marcelo's dribbling route. Oddo has just joined AC Milan from Lazio this season and has played 23 times on behalf of the Rossoneri. He has a strong assist ability, especially his crosses from the wing. FM 2007 rarely gave a full value of 20, and he is one of the best. It can be seen everywhere, but compared to the offensive ability, the defensive end is a bit unsatisfactory. Marcelo made a fake move to move the ball along the sideline and easily deceived Oddo, who was 10 years older than him. Then he quickly turned around and ran away with the ball from the other side. After taking the ball for 2 or 3 steps, Marcelo made another through ball before AC Milan players came up to press him. This time the ball went directly into AC Milan's penalty area. Ronaldo leaned against Milan centre-back Nesta in the penalty area and stopped the football firmly at his feet. However, this situation does not worry Nesta. In the eyes of the handsome guy in Nesta, even if you are so good that you score 10,000 goals in a season, as long as you are not allowed to turn around and face the goal, what can you do to me? What's more, Nesta has played against Fati in Serie A and knows what Fati is capable of. Just when Nesta was full of confidence, Ronaldo suddenly moved the football forward, trying to break through and pass near the baseline. The Milan central defender quickly took strides to keep up with the block. Who knew that Ronaldo would pass the ball at the moment he started? The football was pulled back incredibly, and then even more incredibly, he lightly tapped the inside of his left heel. The football flew from the right to the left of the two of them like magic. Ronaldo took advantage of the inertia of Nesta running forward to dodge, open the neutral position and turn around with all your strength. The cheers at the Bernabeu suddenly increased. Unbelievable. This is. The onside commentator's tone was filled with the shock of seeing the undead in the daytime. Cruyff turned. The genius Ronaldo. Incredible performance. He got past the world's number 1 centre-back Nesta and faced the goalkeeper directly. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the cold spring of April, there may be fans in the stands who have not warmed up the cold plastic seats under their buttocks, but the situation on the court has undergone a jaw-dropping change. After Ronaldo got past Nesta, the angle of his shot was already very small. Higuain, who was supposed to appear in the back of the penalty area to take over, did not expect that his partner would get the opportunity so quickly. It was too late to make another move. Jankulovski had already was firmly stuck in front of him, and the red and black King Maldini had already pressed his body to the ground and shuffled over. Facing a player like Ronaldo, even if he commits a foul in the penalty area, he still has to give it a try. He must not be allowed to find the shooting angle after adjusting, otherwise it will be a tragedy for Macmillan. And Malty, I bet that with Ronaldo's personality, he would never do anything like diving. That would be too shameful, but the Red and Black King forgot that aliens always play superior football. In fact, Ronaldo had no intention of passing the ball to Higuain at all, nor did he plan to adjust and then shoot. Instead, he directly stabbed the ball with his toe. By the time Maldini's big foot tackled him, the alien had calmly completed all his shooting movements and still had time to jump up and avoid the Red and Black King's tackle. The 75,328 fans in the audience waited with bated breath. The white football had a slight arc, bypassed Macmillan goalkeeper Dida's fully extended fingertips, hit the far post, and reflected into the net! 28 seconds. The clock at the Bernabeu Stadium just jumped to 28 seconds, and Real Madrid scored a lightning goal. Boom, the stands are buzzing. It was like a long brewing volcano that finally roared out hot red magma, and the wild arrogance instantly enveloped everything in the world. Happiness came so suddenly that Real Madrid fans couldn't even believe their eyes. Until they saw Ronaldo's crazy celebration, and referee Ali Tum's finger pointing to the center circle. Everyone roared and roared. Goal, goal, this is a goal from an alien planet. A goal scored by an authentic alien. Incredible, unbelievable. Only 28 seconds into the game, Real Madrid took the lead with Ronaldo's goal. Milan's forwards were still waiting for their teammates to pass the ball, and goalkeeper Dida was still jumping in the penalty area to warm up. Ronaldo's goal was like a flash of lightning that broke the Rossoneri's defense, and the world's #1 central defender Nesta made a mistake. There is no doubt that this will be the fastest goal in the 2006-07 Champions League. So far, the fastest goal in the Champions League was scored by Brazilian international Gilberto Silva in Arsenal's 4-2 away win over Eindhoven on September 25, 2002, which took 20.07 seconds, and Ronaldo's goal can definitely be ranked in the top 5 in the history of the Champions League sidelines. Although he knew the result in advance, Tongfan did not expect that the process of scoring the goal would be so exciting. This goal is no less impressive than the one that the fat man copied in the national derby. Cruyff turned around. This genius move, named after the Dutch superstar and flying man Cruyff, has long disappeared in the European football world with the retirement of a generation of red and blue godfathers. Who could have expected that it would be copied again in the Champions League today? Perhaps it is destined that only the equally talented alien Ronaldo can successfully use another genius signature move. There is no doubt that after the game, the alien fat man may have another nickname. Copying expert Ronaldo. Assist players Marcelo and Ronaldo ran to the head coach just when all the fans cheered and thought that the two hammers were going to hug crazily. The two suddenly stopped 1 meter away from the head coach. Stand at attention. Salute. Pay tribute to the boss with the most standard military salute, because after the opening, using Macmillan's right wing to attack Odo's weakness was exactly the tactical arrangement that Tongfan emphasized before the game, and the sneak attack was successful. A dreamlike goal. Tongfan was stunned, then laughed shamelessly and stood at attention in the same showy manner in front of everyone, and then returned a military salute. Although the posture was very non-standard, Marcelo and Ronaldo were like soldiers ready to go who received the commander's military order. They stepped, turned back on the spot, and then ran to the field to celebrate with their teammates. Leoli's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. These two hammers really understand the coach's mind too much. They can create such a cool opportunity without blushing. They are worthy of being my consolidated ministers. Wahaha, someone actually feels like an emperor. It's really stuffy. Fan Zhuang sat among the fans, raised his camera, and adjusted the focus before shooting non-stop. This was a memorable moment for his old classmate Tongfan, while Chu Yui, who was at the far north, had long since thrown aside her shyness and restraint, and mixed in with the fans to cheer and scream to her heart's content. Force after the celebration, Ali Tum blew the whistle to continue the game. For a team like Macmillan, although Ronaldo's goal so quickly exceeded their pre-match tactical arrangements, it was not a big deal. falling behind by 1 goal. Just make it back. Everyone wearing the red and black sword striped shirt is a strong warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles. Even if the situation is 100 times worse than this, they have overcome it. What is the difference of 1 goal? The sooner this ball is scored, the better. There are still 90 minutes for them to turn defeat into victory. After the restart, Macmillan quickly organized an attack. After receiving the return pass from Inzaghi, front midfielder Kaka did not choose to pass the ball in the face of Guti's pressing, but directly dribbled the ball out, relying on his speed to beat the old Guti alive, and broke through from the middle. In today's football, if Kaka says that his combination ball speed ranks second, then no one dares to say that he is the first. As long as he adds up his speed, it will be like a dragon going out to sea, and it will be difficult to defend. Victory is getting closer and closer, and there are still less than 10 votes. Brothers, we will be ranked 3rd on the monthly ticket list next to the new book. Xiodeo is really trying hard this time. He has not eaten since he got up at 6 o'clock in the morning. He will go to the restaurant after passing this chapter. Brothers, continue to vote for the monthly ticket, and a miracle will be born. Xiodeo is typing crazily today, and will post it when he finishes typing. Chapter 174 Heavy Artillery. Falling Leaves. Crescent Moon Scimitar. On the football field, there is a kind of player who is born with the power to turn decay into magic. And there is no doubt that Kaka is such a person. A simple dribbling past the opponent, displayed at Kaka's feet, has become a nightmare for any defensive player. This is exactly the skill that Kaka relies on to dominate the world football scene. In addition to speed, it is still speed. The martial arts in the world are indestructible. Only speed is indestructible, and the way of football is the same. Kaka, whose speed has soared to 70 yards, is like Zhao Zilang of Changshan with a silver helmet and a white horse on Changban slope, with a long spear in his hand and thousands of cold stars. He cuts straight into the midfield of Real Madrid like a sharp sword, and would rather break than bend, and refuses to dodge at all. The momentum is like a rainbow. After Guti was broken through, Riaz quickly moved back to the middle to press, but was easily passed. Beckham, dribble the ball, speed up. Passed again. Marcelo, dribble the ball, speed up. Still passed, until Cannavaro came. The Italian bald man saw that he was in trouble. Kaka was too bullying. If he was passed by again, he would be alone. It seems that this guy wants to play a one-stop game. Forget it. Let's not play by the rules. So, Cannavaro used the biggest killer of the defenders, the tactic of passing the ball without passing the opponent. He let the ball pass by him, then turned sideways and bulged his biceps, knocking Kaka, who was jumping happily after the ball, to the ground. Force the referee Ali Tam showed no mercy and gave Cannavaro a yellow gem walk card, and then gave Macmillan a direct free kick about 35 meters away from the goal. Amid the desperate boos of Real Madrid fans, the free kick master Pirlo stood in front of the ball. Andrea Pirlo is the most convincing talent in Italian football after Roberto Baggio. The Italian media calls him the king of Italian football, and Flores, the editor-in-chief of Mundo Deportivo, who is the old rival of Madley, compares Pirlo to Leonardo da Vinci on the football field. His comprehensiveness is amazing, and he is proficient in organizational ability, scoring ability and set pieces, especially set pieces, although Pirlo's free kick does not have the stunning arc of Beckham's crescent knife, nor the unrepentant momentum of Roberto Carlos. It is like the leaves falling from the branches in autumn, and the running route in the air is weird and unpredictable, completely inheriting the mysterious style of Milan's predecessor Demi Albertini. So, when such a person stands in front of the football, let alone the goalkeeper Casillas who is about to be tested, even Madley who is standing in front of the command seat and watching the game intently, and the more than 50,000 Real Madrid fans who are sitting in the stands and booing desperately feel weak in their legs. Force the referee Ali Tam blew the whistle to signal Pirlo that he could take the penalty kick. The crisp whistle was so piercing in the night sky of the Bernabeu. Looking up, the wind blew the Italian's long hair. The boos gradually subsided. More than 70,000 people held their breath waiting for Pirlo to kick the ball. Run up. Long hair flying behind his head. Bang. The football flew up. The moment Pirlo's right foot touched the football, everyone immediately turned their attention to the goal of Real Madrid. The Italian's performance ended at this moment. Next, it was up to the Spaniard Casillas. Right corner. Casillas judged the flight direction of the football in advance, stepped on small steps, adjusted his body to the best state, and then jumped up, stretched his body as much as possible in the air, stretched his fingers straight, and tried to block every inch of the goal. However, look at this ball. No direct shot. Danger, danger, danger. The football spun in a strange arc in the air and flew to the right side of the Real Madrid penalty area. Gilardino jumped up to compete for the header, but there was no Real Madrid player defending beside him. Casillas immediately found himself fooled. After jumping into the air, the trajectory of the football was completely beyond his judgment. When his body fell down, the big handsome man saw a player wearing a red and black sword striped shirt jumping high. It's bad. The AC Milan fans in the stands have begun to cheer, accompanied by the exclamations of more than 50,000 Real Madrid fans, and then all this lasted less than a second before it came to an abrupt end, because, facing this empty goal, Gilardino, who has scored 30 goals for AC Milan in all fronts this season, and Gilardino, who is praised by the Italian football world as the main centre forward of the national team in the next 10 years, actually, incredibly headed the ball high over the crossbar. The shot was off target. Even Gilardino himself helplessly pulled his hair back with both hands, his face full of regret and disbelief. He could have seized 11 such opportunities in 10 Serie A matches, but today, the most important one was wasted without hesitation. After a short silence, the stands burst into applause. Pirlo's imaginative free kick once again made people see the style of the master. Ouch. It was really dangerous just now. Although Real Madrid took the lead with Ronaldo's goal, facing a team like AC Milan, any small mistake would lead to a big mistake. Pirlo's free kick told Real Madrid that everything had just begun. The Rossoneri were not a team that would be defeated so easily. On the court, Casillas looked at the man who seemed to never wake up with lingering fear, while Beckham looked at Pirlo thoughtfully. He was also in the midfielder position, and was equally proficient in free kicks, just like according to the media. This game is really not easy. The game continues. Unfortunately, Lars took a goal kick, and AC Milan player Gattuso and Guti sent the football to the feet of teammate Pirlo during the scramble. At this moment, the Italian's second biggest killer weapon besides his free kick skills showed his ferocious fangs. A direct kick from the backcourt directly found his front court teammate Gilardino. Quick counter-attack. Although he just wasted a golden opportunity, no one dared to doubt Gilardino's strength. Beckham immediately pressed him closely. Unexpectedly, the handsome guy Gila feinted a shot and turned around without touching the ball at the first time. This is a very practical backup technique for a forward. Beckham was indeed fooled. Football and Gilardino rushed from both sides of Bucero without stopping anyone. Facing this super shooter, Cannavaro and Joel Luca did not dare to neglect and carefully blocked all breakthrough routes. When Gilardino saw that the breakthrough was not successful, he took the ball to the right and tried to control the ball. Quan is waiting for his teammates to come and pick him up. Gilardino's idea is good, but the guy sitting on the left side of Real Madrid is not a good person. Robert Carlos, the former world's #1 left back and known as the King of Cannons, is also the old hammer. The artillery king took advantage of the moment when Gilardino looked up to observe the movement of his teammates and made a very risky sliding tackle to intercept the ball and kicked it to the little Saccarmuni Marcelo in front. Marcelo didn't even take a step to dribble this time. He directly passed the ball with his big foot because his partner Reis on the right had already penetrated diagonally to the edge of AC Milan's penalty area. This pass passed from the Real Madrid half to the Milan half, spanning more than 60 meters. It was not directly given to the feet of Reis, but was sent directly to AC Milan's penalty area along the running route of the Spanish fast horse in. Got counter-attacked. At such a critical moment, AC Milan goalkeeper did as true nature as the master of turtles was undoubtedly exposed. Faced with such a pass, the Brazilian goalkeeper chose to block the near corner and then stood blankly on the goal line waiting but the actual situation, yes. Even if Real is 3 times faster than Dida, as long as Dida is willing to attack, he will definitely control the football immediately because the football is flying towards Dida. Unfortunately, Dida's choice to shrink allowed Real to get the ball easily. And AC Milan's 4 defenders were all left behind by Real because of their turns. A 60-meter long pass was unexpectedly passed by Marcelo, whose character was so impressive that he passed an incredible single-handed ball. What a shitty character. Marcelo's large-scale transfer. The ball was a bit too wide. Dida didn't actually attack. Real broke into the penalty area. Oh, a single-handed ball. Dangerous. When Real received the ball, he couldn't believe it. Such a pass could also lead to a one-on-one goal. Is there smoke rising from my ancestral grave? Just as he was about to take a shot, the referee's whistle suddenly sounded in his ears. Push push push. Real looked towards the sideline and saw that the tall and thick linesman was pointing the small flag in his hand to the sky with great pride. His proud temperament was like the Statue of Liberty of the American Republic. It was offside. The whistle of the referee Ali Tumu from Turkey saved the lives of AC Milan fans. The performance of goalkeeper Dida was disappointing. Such a ball was not hit. The state of the Brazilian goalkeeper this season is really great. The river is going downhill. The depressed Dida jumped twice on the goal line and said angrily, "Fuck you second uncle." How is the performance of labor and management? Labor and capital just give him a single sword and then throw it out, so as to show the awesomeness of labor and capital, and die at the same time. Although the slow motion afterwards showed that Real was indeed offside at the moment Marcelo passed the ball, Real Madrid fans did not care about this. In addition to the boos in the stands, countless fans watching the game in bars or their bedrooms expressed their disapproval. Looking at the figure of Turkish Ali Taum on the TV screen, he raised his middle finger. Less than 15 minutes after the game started, the two teams each created several threatening scoring opportunities. Not only did the fans watch with ecstasy, but they also scared Crazy Lee and Carlo Ancelotti to the point of ecstasy. Even the Spanish tenor commentator with the high-pitched and passionate voice at the Bernabeu had already shouted half of his voice, and he was probably swallowing the golden throat treasure in front of the microphone at this moment. Offense wins. Defense brings championships. After experiencing several dangerous situations in front of their respective goals, the players from both sides played more carefully on the court and put more energy into defense. Like rattlesnakes coiled up, they were waiting for opportunities to find the opponent's flaws and kill them with one strike. After all, this is a heavyweight knockout match. In many cases, just one goal may send one of the two teams to heaven and the other to hell. AC Milan's core task, Kaká, is in very good shape today. It is difficult for Beckham to completely freeze the Brazilian in one-on-one marking. After all, time is not forgiving, and no matter how handsome you are, it can't change the reality that Ziobi has entered the Bensi clan and has completely lost to his juniors in terms of speed and explosive power. Before the game, some people expected that, in order to freeze the Brazilians, Crazy Lee would abandon the 4-1-2-1-2 single defensive midfielder formation and adopt the 4-2-3-1 aimed in the second round of the El Clasico against Barcelona. Di Diarra and Beckham's double midfielder strategy, but Crazy Lee is Crazy Lee, and once he did something beyond everyone's imagination. In the 24th minute, AC Milan launched a quick counter-attack. Brain Perlo once again sent a scalpel-like precise through ball from the backcourt. Gilardino received the ball and turned around to form a one-man strike. However, it is a pity that the Rossoneri centre forward today was really unlucky. The close shot was saved by Saint Cassie near the penalty spot. Gilardino's shot. What a pity. Gilardino must have forgotten his shooting boots in Milan. The Italian commentator couldn't stand it anymore. Albert needs to adjust as soon as possible. In his own state, he has wasted 2 chances to score goals. Milan's other striker Philips Inzaghi disappeared from the field. Maybe for Inzaghi, he should consider retiring. In this game, he didn't even do his usual offside once. In the 36th minute, Real Madrid retaliated with tit for tat and also launched a quick counter-attack. Ronaldo received a long pass from Beckham and broke through AC Milan centre-back Nesta one-on-one while twisting his fat butt on a bicycle. Nesta was mercilessly placed near the penalty area in the penalty area. Push the black-clad judge Ali Toom fell from the sky and stopped the game. Nesta received the same treatment as Cannavaro, a topaz god of war card, and gave Real Madrid a direct free kick in an excellent position, just like the effect brought by the free kick master Pirlo. When David Beckham stood in front of the football, AC Milan's head coach Mr. Ancelotti and the red and black fans in the stands also felt weak in the legs. The fallen leaf ball and the full moon scimitar are both must kill. Hidden weapons that are hard to guard against in the green field. What's more, standing next to the handsome English guy is a short Brazilian man with a lustful smile, Roberto Carlos. Carlos's powerful slam is also something that no goalkeeper is willing to face. Dida carefully directed his teammates to line up the wall, while Nesta, Maldini and other red and black warriors were even more careful to protect their upper and lower vital points with their hands. Beckham's full moon curve is nothing more than that. If he is hit by Roberto Carlos' powerful shot. Thinking of this, a chill suddenly rose up from the backs of the 8 AC Milan players who lined up on the wall. Force after the wall was in place, the referee Ali Toom blew the whistle. Beckham went to Robert Carlos and whispered a few words. Carlos glanced at the lower right corner of the goal and nodded. The two of them took 4 or 5 steps back at the same time, let out a long breath, and looked at AC Milan goalkeeper Dida with unkind expressions. Then, take a run up at the same time. The brothers are so energetic, but the lead is so weak. Let's nip the danger of being beaten in the bud in one go. This is a big chapter of 4,000 words. Zyodea will try to code out at least 3,000 more words to finish the competition. It's 13,000 today. Brothers, keep hitting it. Hit it hard. Hit it so hard that the people behind you will be helpless. Let us defend this hard-won battle result together. Today, the 25th, it's time for the bayonet to see red. It's time. Go, go, go. Smash, smash, smash. Chapter 175 Madman. He is indeed a madman. Here it comes. Dida, the head of Milan, stared at the football through the human wall and quickly observed the pace of Beckham and Ronaldo's run-up, trying to judge from the footsteps of the two people who would take the penalty kick. For AC Milan, this may be a life and death choice question. Roberto Carlos and Beckham, the two people's penalty kicks are completely two extremes. One is extremely feminine, and the other is extremely masculine. Once the judgment is wrong, facing these two free kick masters, no one knows what will happen. If Real Madrid scores another goal, AC Milan will be really dangerous too. 0 and 1. 0 are not just a difference of one goal. Roberto Carlos ran diagonally from right to left, and Beckham ran diagonally from left to right, like two high-speed running buses running opposite to each other. When they were about to collide, Roberto Carlos's footsteps suddenly accelerated. Is it Carlos? Dida's heart trembled, and he quickly replayed the shooting methods and usual angles of his Brazilian compatriots in his mind, and subconsciously rushed to the upper right corner of the goal. But the change happened at the moment Dida left the ground. Carlos jumped over the football at a faster speed, and when David Beckham, who had been blocked by Roberto Carlos, appeared in the sight of AC Milan players, the Englishman had already set up the unique kicking posture of Beckham's arc shot. Bang. Crescent blade. The football bypassed Gattuso's head at the far left end of the wall, and went to the upper left corner of the goal in a thrilling arc. At this time, AC Milan goalkeeper Dida's body had not fallen down when he jumped to the right to save the ball. Swish. At the moment when everyone held their breath and waited for the result, the sound of the football rubbing against the net after entering the net was so clear that it seemed to instantly cover all the noise of the Bernabeu night. After less than 2 or 3 seconds of silence, the entire Bernabeu erupted instantly. It was like pouring a bucket of high purity gasoline on a fire that was about to go out. Suddenly, the flames were raging, sparks flew, and the hot breath made people breathless. The ball went in, an unparalleled free kick operation. Roberto Carlos and Beckham's performance completely fooled the AC Milan players, a genius imagination. 2:0. Real Madrid led 2:0. Beckham's free kick once again penetrated the opponent's goal. How many times has the English midfielder performed a free kick this season? Oh. Got the 14th time. 14 direct free kicks. Maybe for Beckham, free kicks are really much easier than penalty kicks. Most of the credit for this goal should be attributed to Roberto Carlos, whose fake and realistic running completely fooled his Brazilian compatriot Dida. Oh, I don't know if this cooperation was a temporary cooperation between the two free kick masters, or Crazy Lee's tactical drill before the game. If it was the latter, then Crazy Lee was really terrible. If Crazy Lee's tactical arrangements at the beginning of the season gave people the feeling of being rough and impetuous, then now Crazy Lee has completely become a tactical master. The commentary booth was crowded, and every commentator had to open his throat and use all his lung capacity to ensure that he could hear what he was saying clearly, because the noise created by more than 50,000 Real Madrid fans was really too loud, like an 18-level super hurricane raging outside the Bernabeu stadium. AC Milan goalkeeper Dida picked up the ball from the goal behind him and kicked it high into the air. Fortunately, there was no dust over the Bernabeu, otherwise this depressed anti-aircraft cannon would have caused the most bizarre air crash in history. In fact, it can't be blamed on Dida. Any goalkeeper facing tough guys like Beckham and Roberto Carlos standing in front of the ball would have his crotch wet. Coupled with such a lewd free kick, who else would die? This goal was a huge blow to AC Milan, especially after the team's top center Gilardino wasted scoring opportunities continuously, and the loss in his heart was more obvious in comparison. After the game resumed, AC Milan's players were obviously a little absent-minded, and several passes were made mistakes. If it were Mourinho or Madley, the head coach would definitely rush to the sidelines and spray angry saliva when seeing such a situation. But Ancelotti is obviously not such a flamboyant person. Taking advantage of the dead ball on the field, Fatty Ancelotti called AC Milan's brain Pirlo to the sidelines and whispered a few words. This is his typical style. He only changes the situation from a tactical level and never scolds the players in front of the fans and cameras, because in Ancelotti's view, that would not only damage the players' demeanor, but also the head coach's own demeanor. Ancelotti is a man who likes demeanor. After Pirlo returned to the field, he conveyed the head coach's tactical arrangements. AC Milan's formation changed. Lucho Gonzalez, Pirlo and Gattuso all returned to their backcourt and stayed in their home territory. In this way, only Kaká, Gilardino and Inzaghi were left in the front court, a typical 4-3-1-2 defensive counter-attack formation. It seems that Ancelotti is preparing to hold on in the first half to ensure that Real Madrid does not score again. Once the midfield adjustments are made to boost morale, as long as they can successfully sneak attack and score an away goal throughout the game, AC Milan's path to promotion will be smooth. Not only Lee Tongfan, who was standing on the sidelines, noticed this change, but also the Real Madrid fans in the stands. AC Milan's conservativeness on the scene greatly reduced the excitement of the game. The overwhelming boo sounded unceremoniously. Next to Tolo Sitang, the big man Kabaddi Henry showed off his strong chest muscles and pointed at the court with the fans around him and yelled, "Hey, if you don't dare to attack, go home and eat milk." Even the little Lalita Elena raised her middle finger to the AC Milan players on the court. As for Chu Yui, who was among her college classmates, although she did not use swear words such as son of a bitch, she said come up and attack if you are a hero in Chinese, Spanish, German and other languages that she is proficient in. Various prophecies have been told back and forth hundreds of times. When Leoli saw that AC Milan had chosen a strategy of temporarily avoiding the edge, he came to the sidelines and waved his hand to signal the Hammers to attack with all their strength. Since you are willing to retreat and defend, then I will let you do what you want. If you want to counter-attack me, first try to see if you can withstand my attack. After receiving Leoli's gesture, the Hammers immediately launched wave after wave of attacks, attacking AC Milan's goal like a violent storm. Even Kaká and Gilardino had to retreat to the AC Milan goal for a while. In defense, only Inzaghi was wandering in Real Madrid's front court as usual, playing the game of offside and anti-offside with Cannavaro and Joel Luca with great interest. Sideline, Ancelotti put his hands in the pockets of his trousers, feeling a little surprised. I originally thought that after I chose defensive counter-attack, Crazy Lee would play more securely, because everyone knows how sharp the Italian team's defensive counter-attack is, but AC Milan's defensive system was under Real Madrid's desperate attack. It is already on the verge of collapse, and it is impossible to find the energy and opportunity to fight back. Ancelotti looked at the smiling madman Lee standing not far away from him, and shook his head involuntarily. Madman. He is indeed a madman. Leo Lee was very proud of this. Our move was based on the essence of Mao Zedong's on guerrilla warfare. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy is stationed, we harass. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. When the enemy is tired, we attack. Hey, defensive counterattack. If you are beaten so hard that you have no power to fight back, how can you fight back? The two head coaches had their own thoughts. Finally, more than 10 minutes later, Turkish referee Ali Town blew the whistle to end the first half. Although AC Milan was already dying under the unreasonable attack of Real Madrid bandits, it still managed to hold on tenaciously in the end. The whistle at the end of halftime was like the sound of nature in the ears of the red and black warriors. Even Gatto, a tough guy on the court, SUO couldn't help but put his hands on his knees and gasp for air, not to mention several other elderly veterans. Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines and thought to himself, it's a pity. If this kind of attack continues for another 5 or 6 minutes, the Rossoneri's defensive system will undoubtedly collapse. The physical fitness of Maldini, Nesta and Otto can no longer keep up, but after the midfielder after a 15-minute break, it's hard to say what the second half will be like. When the players and the head coach retreated to the mysterious locker room to recover and adjust, the fans in the stands began to entertain themselves and continued to sing the team's anthem. Some waved small pieces of paper in their hands to attract the cameras. The idea seems familiar. Of course, more people choose to pick up their belts and go to WC2P. They have been holding back for too long to watch the game. Chu Yui and her companions ran to the convenience store at the stadium and bought a lot of food. They began to sit on the seats and giggle. They recalled over and over again in their minds the scene when all the fans held up small pieces of paper to welcome Lee Tongfan at the beginning of the game. It seemed like a sudden change. In an instant, that man became the center of the whole world, so everyone became his subjects. He had such magic power that impressed all his friends and made all his opponents tremble. That unparalleled style belongs only to him. Sudden. Hey, Chu, why are you giggling? The second half of the game has begun. Huh. Oh, I miss home. It's okay. Let's watch the game. The halftime break passed quickly, and the game restarted quickly in the second half. No one knew what changes the two teams had made in these 15 minutes. The mysterious locker room has always been a forbidden place that fans yearn for, but even it was pervasive. Even the reporters couldn't find out what was going on. Push Ali Toom blows the whistle and the game officially begins. When the fans cheered up and wanted to see a more exciting game, the situation on the field disappointed them. Ancelotti shamelessly decided to carry out the defensive counter-attack to the end. At the beginning, he replaced Lucho Gonzalez with Ambrosini, who had more fouls and more aggressive tackles, and used the most standard 3. A defensive midfielder guarded the team's base camp, and only Kaká, Gilardino and Inzaghi were left in the front court. Crazy Lee did not make any changes and still directed the players to attack. However, compared with the first half, the scope of the attack was a little smaller. Beckham would basically not advance into AC Milan's half. The situation on the field began to be tense. Compared with the endless wonderful scenes in the first half, the fans began to feel drowsy in the stands. If the players on the field were not still wearing the same jerseys, they would have changed two teams to play on the lawn during the halftime break until the 75th minute of the game. The score did not change. Brothers, Xiaodao thanks you. You moved me to tears because we created a miracle. After Lindau and Oda, finally a competitive book broke into the top 3 of new books. However, the battle is not over yet, and the opponent is fighting back against us in the most intense way. Defend the position, and defend our hard-earned results. In the last 6 days, the time for the bayonet to see blood has come. Brothers, give your monthly tickets to the football editor in August. This is Xiaodao's only chance. Thank you. Go to eat, and come back to continue to cry and write. Please. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.